excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We are really excited to come to talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center. This is a place of wonder, aspiration, inspiration, and 21st century technology. Every child deserves an environment they can be excited and happy to be a part of.
Steve Ritz is committed to the youth of the Bronx, and I'm happy to be part of this program, which is really turning kids around.
What you get here with the Green Bronx machine and with this learning center, it checks off so many boxes.
We have our tower gardens. We are net positive on food and energy. We have bicycle-powered blenders, bicycle-powered generators. We have a state-of-the-art Green Bronx machine mobile classroom kitchen, which is game-changing. We have the first living ecosystem in the United States. Unit 001 of Grove Lab is right in the back of our classroom. Literally, the fish and plants are communicating with the kids online.
We want our kids to learn. We want them to be happy and enthusiastic and energetic about learning. Steve Ritz and Louis Torres do exactly that here at CS 55.
55! All right, follow me. You're going to be amazed with this. 3, 2, 1, We can encourage kids to think about a brighter, better future for themselves and for their neighbors, not only immediately, but all around the world. Every year, we're raising up a new crop of kids who understand what food is.
Oh my gosh, you even got what kind of it? It's a lima bean. Wow!
Please check out the Green Bronx Machine website, make a donation, support our projects, help us grow something greater. Also, the kids run the Facebook page, so like the kids on Facebook, and we're just getting started.
I hope that all of you will remember today as a way that a community comes together to support all of your dreams.
Today I took care of eggplants. We harvest this with chard. I've been planting beets, raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, tomatoes, onions, dill, mint.
Harlem Grown partners with elementary schools in the New York City public school system to foster a more sustainable lifestyle through doing and hands-on learning.
Before he made the Harlem Grown garden, it was some bats and cats all over.
Kids called it the haunted garden.
And I'd say, I hope someone fixes this garden.
We got it re-registered as a school garden. So we have 400 kids, we have 400 seedlings, everybody planted something and it started coming up.
And I said, did somebody actually read my thoughts?
In Harlem, obesity and being overweight in children is higher than in the rest of the city. Asthma is higher than in the rest of the city. So your health is being challenged because of where you're born. And so Harlem Grown is starting to change that pattern.
The kids flock to here. They want to come here. You know, they want to help. It's an outlet. They want to do something and it's fun. and they feel like they're doing something that makes them feel important.
We want to reacquaint children with where their food comes from. We want the kids to identify plants and vegetables by their leaf, by their scent, by their texture.
That's the basil, that's real sweet. And over there, that's dill, and that's cinnamon basil over there. I didn't know what eggplant is, so now I really tried it, and now I know what it is. It tastes really, really different. It tastes sweet.
Kids know about what they're eating and what they're drinking, and they're making healthier choices because of it.
We have what we call the green team in the school. The green team gives you the privilege of digging through the garbage to make sure that all the recycling and compost is in the right receptacles. These are the same kids who were ew, I don't want to touch that. And now here they are. They're the captains. Very, very glorious position.
Tony is this amazing mentor for these students, and he leads by example. And so it's not pushing it on them, but if they see you picking a tomato off the vine and just eating it, then they're gonna pick it. Or if they see you eating a leaf of stevia, then they're gonna go and eat that leaf of stevia.
Sometimes we take the tomatoes, just eat them. We don't tell nobody, we just eat them.
All of a sudden, they want to know about math because they want to know how far apart to space the plants, and they want to know about science because they want to know what the little white thing is coming out of the seed, which is the root, and the leaves.
And these are things that are tangible and do not live within the walls of a classroom. The garden is really extended beyond health and nutrition. It's really about conflict resolution, it's about community development, and it's about youth development in itself.
We've seen an 80% decrease in fights since having a mentor in the school, which is huge. And it's just about working with others and teamwork and positive relationship building, all through the lens of taking care of the environment and taking care of yourself.
We had to work together, and it all started on teamwork.
It's all about teamwork, so if you're in a group, you just start talking to each other and then you just make friends. We all became friends by shoveling chicken poop.
This garden provides time and space for students to fully become themselves, to be comfortable in their skin, to be and feel holistically within the community.
It really has turned into a communal space that's outside and it's peaceful. It's like a little retreat.
And I invite everybody in. I give everybody food. Not being profit-driven allows us to look at it from a different angle. The more we can do for our community, the better.
Hi, I'm Anya.
And I'm Diana.
And we're from Amsterdam University College.
We're super excited to be hosting the viewing party of the Change Food Fest that's happening on November 12th.
Make sure to tune in.
Hello, we're with the Division of Business and Entrepreneurship with the University of Wisconsin Extension. We're so excited to support the Change Food Fest and especially excited to support our own Tara Johnson and for her talk the morning of November 12th.
Hello from Ukraine. I'm Olga Kuhar. Here our babies and parents, and we are here together to say you that we love this initiative, Change Food. Thank you.
This is the sound of sadness. This sound is the void of the God of the mountain and land to let us know our loved ones all are dead.
27 social workers were kidnapped at gunpoint out of my camp.
All the time the newspapers say the Hispanic community, they're bad people. They steal, they are drug dealers. So we were living between two big rivers. So we were basically on our own, on an island. There is no place to grow.
Bang is about recent immigrant farmers, and we've done quite a few shows now and had different kinds of audiences. But a couple weeks ago, we did a show in Ottumwa, which is a town with a big meatpacking plant. And so we had lots of people who had worked with immigrants, taught ESL with them. But in the audience, there was also a student who had been in the Army in Afghanistan. So she was a vet. And she came up to me after the show and she said, you know, you might think it's a little odd that I relate to this play so well. She said, but I really do, because I came back from Afghanistan and I felt just like the Dutch woman in the play. I felt like I was between two worlds. I didn't really fit in Afghanistan, but when I came home, I didn't really fit in the United States anymore either. So that the play is really a metaphor for that in-between state that we all experience at one time of our lives or another.
We're not used to seeing the world.
Good morning, everyone. So, welcome to the Change Food Fest. We have an absolutely amazing day ahead of us. But before we get started, I just wanted to share with you a couple observations that I've made over the past year. The first one, and I find this really interesting, how come we're not congratulating ourselves? All the success that the food movement has is going unnoticed. But have you realized that the reason millennials care about food and how it was produced and where it comes from is from the work that you've been doing for 10, 20, 30 years. The reason Big Food is changing its practices is because you watchdogged them and you held them accountable to the truth. You are the reason that the food system has changed and that healthy local food is becoming the norm. So it's time we start to take credit for all the great work that we've done and that we acknowledge the success that we've had. So I want to say to all of you, congratulations. So the other thing that I've noticed is that there's been a change, and I'm sure a lot of you are aware of it, but there's a whole other movement that started that I call it, and other people call it, the food tech movement. And that's Silicon Valley, venture capitalists, all the startups, and all the money that's come into food. Now, what I've noticed is that there's not a lot to almost no talking between the good food movement and the food tech movement. And I think that could be potentially problematic in the future. In 2015 alone, $5.7 billion was invested in food startups and food technology. That's not money that went into the food movement. That's money going into the food tech movement. So what's happening is Silicon Valley is investing in food, venture capitalists are investing in food, big food have their own accelerator programs now, and they're buying up startups right and left because they know there's a problem. They know they have to change, but they don't know what to do. So I wanted to figure out a little more what was going on. So I went to a couple of food tech conferences this year. And you know what I found out? Nobody from the good food movement was there. Now there are some people, and some I call friends, who walk the line of food tech and good food. But nobody from good food was on a panel. Nobody from good food was speaking. Nobody from good food was in the audience. But I'll tell you this, big food was there. And I didn't agree with a lot of things they were saying. So I think it's time that we realize that we have to look at this new food tech movement. And those of us in the good food movement, we need to start to get more involved. So I'm going to take this opportunity to share a couple things with you. A couple of my pet peeves with the food tech and where we're going. So number one, and this is my biggest pet peeve, we do not need 3D printed ravioli. We don't need it. We don't need it, okay? What we need to teach kids how to cook. We need to teach people how to garden. We need to get more farmers on the land. We don't need all these sexy ideas. I have nothing wrong with technology. Refrigerators that tell you when your food is going bad are fantastic. GPS satellite stuff that tells you when your fields need to be watered, definitely needed. But we don't need these sexy ideas that really don't mean much. Technology is not the answer. Technology is the means to get us to the answer. People are the answer. We are the foundation of ours and each other's success, and we really need to take note of that. So, what I think is really important is that we need to invest not in these sexy, mobile, appy things that are oversaturated. We need to invest in the infrastructure of our communities. We need to invest in the people and the programs that are on the ground, that have been working for years, that are successful. And they're successful with little to no funding. So do you know who Tony Hillary from Harlem Grown is? Ron Finley, LA, Steve Ritz, Green Bronx Machine, LaDonna Redmond, Karen Washington, Davita Davison, Angel Rodriguez, Carrie Jr. I could go on and on. If you don't know them, fortunately, you're going to hear from a bunch of them this afternoon. But these people and their programs, they're not only helping provide food, they're providing living wage jobs. They're lifting up the local economy. They are literally saving lives. And you know what? Investors are not investing in them. And that makes no sense to me. You're telling me that a glorified online CSA app that just went out of business, that lost $26 million, is less risky of an investment than the store People's Grocery has been trying to open for 10 years in Oakland? That is bullshit. That is 100% USDA certified organic bullshit. What I want the investors to know is that if you think these programs and these visionaries are risky investment, hire them a CFO, hire them a COO, partner with them. Do not go into their community and tell them what to do. They're already successful at what they're doing, but they need help. We need to start working closer together. So look, I'm part of this too. I, for years, have said that I believe everyone deserves healthy, safe, delicious food. And I believe that. I really believe that. But it's talk. So that's ending today. I'm announcing right now the launch of the Change Food Center. The Change Food Center is a place that people can go where they can connect, they can collaborate, they can create. We're going to work to build bridges between the good food movement and the food tech movement, and within the movement itself. We're going to be a place for people to come to find the resources and the marketing help that they need. And I invite all of you to join me. If you go to changefood.org, we have an action statement there. Please feel free to sign it, and we'll get in touch with you with plans in the future. But the reason I'm asking all of you to join in this effort is that it's only by working together that we will change food. Thank you so much, and have a great day, everybody.
All right, hello everyone. So I want to ask you guys a question. If I was to use kind of a simple economic equation of supply and demand, if you think in your own lives, what is in the highest of demand but shortest of supply, what would you say? Shout it out. Time. Yes, time is always the number one answer, because time is becoming the number one leverageable value proposition today. When we think of time and our notion of time, time is something that is rapidly speeding up. It is accelerating. It is something that we are looking to manipulate, modify, control, amplify. And one of the things that we see is that time and the way in which we once measured it was always measured more geometrically. But today, and for me as a futurist, one of the things that I'm always looking at is that accelerating rate of change. Time is now going from something that was once geometrically measured to something that is now being measured exponentially. Now, I know at the beginning of this, Diane was talking about how so much of what needs to happen is happening on the local level, but so much of what is happening today is also driven by the exponential rate of technological change. Now, let me just say something about trends. One of the things that we always think about is that when a new trend comes to fruition or a new technology comes to fruition, it will always replace that which came before. But it's always important to remember that it's about trend and counter-trend, and the counter-trend doesn't happen in spite of the trend, it happens because of the trend. And when we look at everything that's happening now today, when it comes to sustainability and the future of the food movement, it really is about things that used to be as two seemingly disparate opposites. It's technology being married with what's happening at the human-based, more local level. So in our shop, and again as a futurist, I'm in the business of making up new words, and one of the terms I have for what's happening is something that I call templosion. Now, templosion, very simply put, is the implosion of the biggest of things, the biggest of events, into smaller and smaller chunks of time. What we are seeing is the rapid truncation of time. So things that used to take years or decades to come to fruition or be created are now being created much more quickly. And this is having a direct impact on everything we're seeing with not just sustainability, but truly the future of food. And when we look at a world of templosion, it is quickly catapulting us into an entirely new economy and an entirely new era of production. That the old industrial models of how we used to create new goods, new products, new services, is now completely antiquated for the world in which we are moving into. So as we look at and define this new economy, one of the major growth areas that's going to define the future is something that in our shop we call green to blue space. Now, green to blue space, I'm going to walk you through what this growth area is and what this model is, but very simply, it describes a spectrum of activity that goes from doing green to being green to ultimately being blue. Now, let's take each one individually, look at where we started, and then ultimately, let's look at where we are going. Doing green, in many ways, is an outdated model of sustainability, but we are still playing there. Companies today are still very stuck there. And doing green is now a need to have versus a nice to have. Every company today has to have some sort of corporate social responsibility program in place in order to court the consumer. Consumers are demanding organic goods. toting around their reusable bags, it now has become the playing field. It's where you need to be to compete. However, as I said, this is not the future. This, in many ways, is an outmoded structure. So as we continue along the spectrum, it starts becoming a little bit more interesting as we then move to being green. Now, very simply, what is being green? Being green really is a much more holistic framework. It's about holistically and successfully, and most importantly, authentically, leveraging the value proposition, the true value proposition of being green, and for any company, any startup, whatever it is, truly making being green an intrinsic guiding principle. Now, what do I mean by this? In many ways, the way in which we think of the current supply chain, again, operates within an old industrial model. But this is really looking at the entire 360. It's looking at how the product was produced, with what materials, where, how it was shipped, what is the labor that went into it, how it was consumed on the part of the consumer, what was done with the packaging. Basically, it's taking what used to be a very cradle-to-grave sort of concept and embracing a cradle-to-cradle concept. And this is very difficult for a lot of people to do, to make that transition from doing to being, because the real innovation and the real imagination is exclusively pivoting around what we call blue. Now, many companies will even leapfrog being green and go directly to blue itself. Now, we call this blue because it's the color of the Earth as seen from space, but blue is really about putting back more into not just the environment, but the entire ecosystem. And it's about putting back more than you took from it in the first place. And much of this is spearheading a lot of the imaginative, not just technologies, but a lot of the imaginative advances that are happening with both sustainability and the food movement. So let's tick through some examples. The first is everything happening with urban, near urban, both vertical and subterranean farming. As many of you in this room know, we are very quickly running out of arable land. And now that we are faced with a future where 60 to 65% of people by 2030 are going to be living in cities, and that is not just in the developed world, that is primarily going to be marked in the developing world. So how they grow their food, how they have access to it, and how they have access to it in an organic and even a hydroponic, aquaponic sort of way, this is really going to define our cities in the future. Also, many things that we're seeing right here in our own backyard, for instance, the rise of rooftop gardens. Many old dilapidated buildings, instead of being torn down and creating new farms, they're being retrofit to grow new food. And again, because so many people are going to be living in cities, this is also going to be critical. But when we think of our buildings in the future, we often, again, think of them in an industrial era model. But increasingly, food, and food driven by advances in synthetic biology, are going to create living structures. So we're going to move away from wood and steel and all of these very cumbersome materials and look to the innate properties of food itself to inspire, design, and create our architecture that will grow our food in the future. So it's looking at the properties of everything from milk and casein to eggshells to inspire bone-like materials, where we're seeing the merger between biology and engineering to create an entirely different future. Another example, this is a prototype called the Jellyfish Lodge. And this is a very cool example because this not only uses biology as an inspiration, but really biomimicry. And it takes its inspiration from the jellyfish, and it has tentacles that can go into the water, suck up trash, use that water, purify it, use it to grow organic food. And then the benefit, and the blue benefit to the community, is that they can take part in reaping the benefits of that food, but also take care of the system itself. Food waste and energy, there's actually a town in the UK that is using food waste to create new forms of energy, and they hope that 80% of that energy will come from food waste. So we're going to see more communities looking to sustainable ways of powering themselves and dealing with the food waste issue. A very cool example, edible drones. This is really tackling what's happening in the developing world. This drone is fully blue. It comes fully packaged with food. The packaging itself can be used in shelters, and the structure of the drone is made of wood, so you can break it down into kindling and then use it to build a fire to cook the food that's inside the drone. So 100% of this is being used by the local community. Last example of blue, edible packaging. We know that not just food waste, but plastic waste is a huge, huge issue. This is the Saltwater Brewery in Delaware, Florida, and they took the scraps, the barley and yeast from their beer production, and created an edible six-pack. So when discarded of, it not just goes into the ocean, but it breaks down and provides food for marine life. So those are some quick examples of blue, and I love ending on this quote, because I know I threw a lot out at you guys, but if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. And I always make this point because it really highlights the difference between innovation and imagination. So innovation largely is about straight line extrapolation based on what we think we know, where we think the future is moving. But increasingly, we need to think about imagination. And imagination, as you go throughout your day-to-day, hear all of these amazing things from amazing people about the future of food, we need to think in terms of imagination, as that is exclusively where we're going to be, where we need to play. So thank you.
I'm Kim, and I want to talk about how corporations can support a more plant-forward diet. So it's not new. There's a lot of people playing in this space, right? Chefs, startups, other organizations. I want to share with you what Google has found is working best, because that's where I work, and I get to do this every day. So what is a tech company doing in the food space? Google Food is an internal organization that's responsible for all the food and food experiences for our employees, their visitors, and guests in over 56 countries. And that adds up to those numbers, which is 160,000 meals a day, 200 cafes, and 1,000 micro kitchens. Those are our coffee pantries, plus 28 food trucks. We really care about food, because food has the power to directly impact our well-being. And as an organization, then, we have a responsibility to our users to prepare foods and make food and choose foods that enable them to make more healthful choices. So we're focused not only on our own employees, our users, but on a good day, the dreamy dream is to inspire and enable the world to make food choices, use food experiences to develop more sustainable lifestyles and communities. So we made it a goal to move people towards a more plant-forward diet. And like I said, there's a lot of people working in this space. And we looked at chopped salad company, coffee flour, farm to table. How do we apply those principles to all of our offices globally? London, New York, Sydney, even in Latin America, where meat is such a big part of the local culture. So Google partnered with the Culinary Institute of America and Harvard School of Public Health on the menus of change. And with those principles that support a plant-forward diet, we applied those to our menu concepts. So globally inspired plant-centric dishes, minimally processed foods, and appropriate portions. What we're doing is making vegetables and legumes more desirable. We're leveraging smaller and lesser amounts of meat, sustainable meat. We're not taking away the meat. but we are making the alternative more craveable. So how can you do that? The flip is one way. It's meat as a garnish. So you're taking the traditional balance of animal protein to vegetables and flipping it. Using those principles to also show our users the appropriate portions of protein. We're also flipping burgers on the inside. So blending mushrooms and meat, beef, or chicken together to then introduce more plants, you got it, plants into your diet. We're using culinary techniques, adding more umami into vegetables. So imagine a whole roasted head of cauliflower, caramelized and sliced tableside, a salt-crusted beet that you can crack open yourself. This is really making vegetables the center of the plate and the star of the show. Also, with culinary techniques, customization and chef engagement. We're encouraging our users as well as our chefs to really think about vegetables differently. And then our chefs are allowed to really create really cool, seasonally vegetable-centric dishes where they encourage the users then to personalize and customize to meet their needs and to satisfy their tastes. So now we have this beautiful vegetable dish. How are we going to get people to choose it? Working with the Yale School of Management, we explored how to use behavioral sciences to impact people's choices. Behavioral science is simply making the best choice the easiest choice. So using the same science that retailers use to make you encourage that impulse buying decision, and using it opportunistically to impact more positive behavioral change. Like putting these beautiful spa waters right at the front of a cafe, people drink more water, which we can agree is good for humans. And likewise, adding more vegetable and fruit displays front and center, easy access, easy to grab. People eat more vegetables. Plant-forward merchandising, using that as visual cues to, again, encourage more plant-forward eating. And finally, signage and seductive labeling, using signage to tell the story about a dish and to encourage users to try something new. And not one organization, like Diane was talking about, is doing this all on their own. We need to build upon and support more partnerships. With our food service operators, we're co-developing the future of food. We're collaborating with academic partners to support research and demonstrate what we're talking about to users and to the public. And with our commercial brands, co-developing new menu concepts that really change the thinking of how we look at vegetables. So there are so many partners in this space and so much opportunity. So a corporation can forward a more plant-forward diet. We can first look at the plate and think about vegetables differently and make them more craveable. We can use behavioral science to help nudge our users to make a more positive choice. And then we can partner with more people, more organizations to do big stuff that impacts change. So you may think your company can't change, but it can. Because starting is the hardest part. And we all know small steps really do matter. And finding a perfect solution, you don't have to. Just start. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Paul Willis, and I'm a hog farmer from Thornton, Iowa. And it was interesting that Diane asked me to talk about change food. And my thinking was, the fact was that what what we've done over the years is changing food by not changing food. And what was happening in the 80s, in this period of time, was that factory farming started invading the Midwest. They were coming along. I went to various meetings and so on, and they said, you know, you have to get bigger, get out. I was told instead of raising hogs, I should be producing protein units, and this just didn't appeal to me. All I had to do was to see one of these type of operations to know that I never wanted to raise livestock like that. So about this time, we started seeing things like microbreweries, all kinds of different kinds of beers, specialties, and so on. And I'm thinking, why shouldn't there be some kind of micro or a special label for pasture-raised pigs? Something that was unique and different from what was invading us, which was factory farming at the time. So I wanted to really distance ourselves, myself actually, from what was considered industrial farming. And that was high animal welfare with standards, with certification, no antibiotics, and genetics that thrived outdoors, did well outdoors, and raised by family farmers. So anyway, by doing this, I met Bill Nyman, and we started working together. And ultimately, my farm became the prototype of what eventually became the Nyman Ranch Pork Company with these type of standards. So we created a brand. Today we have over 500, or excuse me, over 700 Nyman Ranch farmers and ranchers that reach the marketplace because we have a brand that represents these various attributes. And we've provided opportunities for farmers and ranchers who would not be able to compete in the commodity market. Eventually they would not continue raising livestock, probably would be out of business. So if they didn't have access to market, which the brand has created, they would be gone. So in distancing ourselves from the commodity market and providing a higher quality of product, our farmers earn a premium price for premium product. Anyway, without this option, it would likely be that we would only have one option, and that would be factory-raised livestock. So our farmers don't live right next to cities, urban areas, but they are local somewhere, and I think it's important to remember that. And so that's how not changing food has changed food. Thank you.
I hope you don't mind. I was hungry, so I brought a snack. The organizers asked that I make it disappear, and I figured there's two ways to do that. One involves a big spoon and me rudely eating in front of all of you. The other involves stemming the flow of investment capital to companies like Maple Hill Creamery, companies whose products and services support a good food system. Without investment capital, Maple Hill Creamery wouldn't exist, and I'd be left very hungry. You know, we have thousands of good food entrepreneurs and hundreds of good food companies. What we need more of now are good food investors. We need that investment capital to make our good food system a reality. In 2003, Tim and Laura Joseph bought a small dairy farm in upstate New York. They went organic, and they quickly found that the price of organic feed was too much for a small farm to bear. They looked out at their pasture, and they saw fields of grass, and they went all in, 100% grass-fed dairy, and they immediately found that the health of their cattle improved. They started making yogurt on their kitchen counter. They fed it to their kids, they sold it to their neighbors, and in 2009, Maple Hill Creamery was born. Tim tells me it didn't take too long before they almost lost it all. Years of credit, the recession, bootstrapping a business, they had almost nothing left, and they needed investment capital to make it work. S2G, Armonia, Investico, good food investors looked at Maple Hill, and they saw an opportunity for value and impact. And now, years later, 70 grass-fed dairy suppliers into Maple Hill, industry-topping nutritional data on their products, and years of good growth. Now you can find Maple Hill Creamery products in over 5,000 stores across 50 states. Maple Hill Creamery is setting the gold standard for what a good food company looks like. They're raising the bar on a good food supply chain. But grass-fed dairy isn't the only sector that needs investment capital to succeed. Let's look at organic products, organic produce. 11% growth from 2014 to 2015 in sales compared to the overall food sector of roughly 3%. And we know that those organic producers are driving higher prices for themselves. So wouldn't you want to make your farm organic? Well, you know, it takes a multi-year, very expensive process that involves growing organically for many years without being able to use the organic label, without driving those premium prices. That expense can crush any farmer that doesn't have access to real capital to spend, which is most of them. Sustainable seafood, the fastest growing sector of agriculture. 8% growth annually over 20 years. But for a fishing company to convert to sustainable practices takes time and money. For an aquaculture company to invest in technology takes real cash. For a distributor to find and service a good food market needs financing. At Arabella, we're finding investable opportunities in companies that are making these conversions, but it needs more investment capital. There's 48 million Americans who are food insecure. Prices are too high, stores aren't accessible, and too often what they buy is bad. It leads to diet-driven disease. Leads to diet-driven disease, and we're finding that leads to diet-driven disease, and we're finding that there's opportunities for new food stores to take over. We're encouraged by the fact that some of these good food stores are reinventing big box grocery chains. They're taking over crummy bodegas, and they're proving that you don't have to spend your whole wallet to buy good food. But in an industry where the average profit margins are under 5%, the cards are stacked against good food grocers. Permitting, construction, dealing with suppliers who are used to dealing with big chains, not small entrepreneurs, makes it very hard for a good food grocer to succeed without significant investment capital. We're finding interesting investable opportunities in some of these good food grocers, but it needs more investment dollars. And we're finding this in other sectors as well, healthy food companies, companies whose products and services are helping to reduce food waste. This is what I call the good food capital continuum, and it's 3 phases of growth. The early seed stage is financed by philanthropic dollars, changing policy, spurring innovation, creating an enabling environment for good food companies to take root. The second phase is financed by impact investors. They are scaling innovation. They're proving concepts. They're the gateway from philanthropic assets to institutional assets. And those institutional assets are what's funding that third phase of growth. It's providing massive scale and massive impact. And Tim and his investors can only take Maple Hill Creamery so far. At some point, they're going to rely on institutional partners to continue to grow. We're encouraged by the increase in investment capital in the good food system. 21 investment funds alone were launched in 2014. But it's peanuts compared to the $600 billion food industry. One estimate suggests that there's an opportunity for $320 billion in investments in the good food system with a potential for 7x return by 2030. So what do we want? We want good food products that improve our health. We want sustainable agriculture practices that improve soil rather than contributing to climate change. We want a food system that's centered around equality, that provides good food, just food, affordable food for all. We also want more Maple Hill Creameries. And for that to happen, we need more good food investors. As I advise philanthropists and investors who are working to improve our food system, I talk to them about the 3 ingredients of good food. Culture, which is creating demand for good food. Policy change, which is making the way for good businesses to take root. And infrastructure, investing in good food businesses who are making up our good food supply chain. Everyone that's working on good food doesn't need to tackle all 3 ingredients, but all 3 ingredients need to be tackled to provide good food for everyone. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name's Andrew Ive, and I work at FoodX. So how's everyone's week been going so far? So one of the things that's amazed me about this week in particular is that people see the election in terms of winners and losers. But when it comes to, when it comes to being in a society of inclusion, there can be no winners and losers. There should only be winners. And if we act and if we live to our lowest common denominator, then we're all losers. And the food industry is a bit like that. For the last however many decades, we've been producing to the lowest common denominator. We've been creating baby boomer processed food and hoping to provide for our society with this less than nutritious food. And ultimately, we failed. Now, I'm glad to say that we're changing. You all here today and the rest of the food community, we're changing how we're producing food and how we're providing for our societies. So I was given strict instructions. I was told I can't get up here and sell. Now, FoodX, we don't produce anything. We don't sell anything. So I'm not quite sure what I'm not allowed to sell. But what we do is actually, let me just stop for a second. I sort of wondered, it made me question, if I'm not allowed to sell, then what am I doing here? Why am I standing on this stage? Am I wanting to say something that's profound? Am I wanting to impress you? Am I wanting to kind of create a video that you guys think is so impressive that it goes viral? Well, I can honestly say the answer to that is no. What I do want you to do, and it's a small request, is to hope. And that's in short supply at the moment. But I do want you to hope. FoodX, we deal in hope and we deal in action. We work with entrepreneurs, we work with food founders, we even work with corporate food. And I'm not sure if I'm going to get an intake of breath when I kind of say that, but we work with food founders, entrepreneurs, and corporate food. These are people who either haven't been told yet that the food industry is stuck in its ways and can't change, or they don't give a damn. And they're prepared to do something different, to work with people who believe that food change is possible, and they're going to make their own food reality. So I joined FoodX about a year ago. And I was told, hey, Andrew, you're part of the food movement. And I thought to myself, great, where are we moving to? And then I dove in, and I thought to myself, and I saw people in the food movement, and I saw 2 groups. There was one group that was sort of pointing the finger at the food industry and saying, in a kind of an accusatory way, kind of condemning way, you guys have screwed it up. You've made a mess of it. You're ruining the planet. You're ruining the world. What the hell are you doing? And I see those people as, in some way, looking in the rearview mirror. Because there's organizations like this, there's people like you who believe that change is possible and are prepared to make it happen. And that was the second group I came into contact with in the food movement. These are people who believe that together, as entrepreneurs, as corporate food, as thought leaders, and so on, we can actually change food, and we're prepared to work together to do that. So I'm enthused, I'm happy, I'm optimistic that there's an organization like this, that Diane's put on something amazing, and there's enough people around this room and around the industry who are prepared to work together to change food. So, as I said before, FoodX and I deal in hope, and we deal in action. And I'm glad that together we're all going to take the necessary action to change food for the better, because we can't live and work to our lowest common denominator. If we do, our societies, our countries, our planet will be worse for it. But I believe together we can change food for the better. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tara Johnson. Most of you in this room know me as the founder of Tara's Way. I want to start my talk today about the profitability transformation by taking you to my front porch. So I live in a little town just south of Madison, Wisconsin. And it's the kind of town where your letter carrier comes up onto your front porch and he delivers your mail in a box, right? So it's Thursday and I'm on my front porch and I'm practicing for this. So I probably look a bit like a mentally ill woman talking to herself, right? And my letter carrier came up and he was wearing shorts. And I said, God, isn't it a beautiful day? And you're wearing shorts. And he said, wow, yeah, it's a beautiful day, but it's really kind of creepy. Like normally I'd be wearing pants and boots and hats, and how can they say that there's no climate change? And I sat there and I felt all the energy like draining out of my body. And I saw it happen with him too. We were just like, And I was in that moment and I said, I can't, to myself, I said, I can't leave this like this. I have to say something. And so what came out of my mouth was, well, I'm going to do this talk in New York this weekend, and it's a bunch of people talking about good food and sustainable agriculture and things like climate change, and they're going to be viewing parties all over the world. And he looked at me and said, wow, well, what are you going to talk about? And I said, well, I've been practicing a talk for a couple of months, actually, to get here, and now that Tuesday happened, I'm not sure that I can really even talk about that anymore. And then I said to him, but I've been thinking about this, and I've been doing this for a really long time. I got my master's degree in ag econ in 1984. And in 1984, I remember somebody coming up to me and saying, there's this group of farmers. They're in southwestern Wisconsin, and they're farming. They set up a cooperative, and they're going to do organic food. They're going to do organic milk. And we all sat there and said, oh, my God, they've smoked a hell of a lot of pot. I don't know how much they're really going to be able to accomplish, but it's pretty damn cool, And then fast forward to 2016, that hippie band of brothers is now Organic Valley. And I said to my letter carrier, they're going to have $1 billion in sales this year with a B. And he said, I had no idea. Now, we're in Wisconsin, right? That's where Organic Valley is located. And then I said, do you know that the farmers own that company? He said, God, that's pretty damn cool. He didn't know. And then I said, do you realize there are 100,000 plus acres of land in this country is in organic agriculture because Organic Valley is here. And he said, I had no idea. And then I said, you know, in that climate change thing you were talking about, I get to work with people in the scientific community in both organic and not organic. And people are looking to the organic agriculture now as having the biological resilience in the face of climate change. And so that means that if you go and buy a gallon of organic milk, you're making a difference with climate change. And my letter carrier looked at me and he was standing up straight and he got a big smile on his face. And he said, I am so glad we talked today. I feel so much better. And he walked down and, you know, went to the next porch. And I thought, wow, something like really amazing just happened. So what was it that was amazing about that? Well, the first thing was, it made me realize that I'm in a bubble. I talk all the time to people who know all about Organic Valley like that. That's not news to most people that I talk to. And I forget that there are people like my letter carrier who don't know any of that, right? So that was the first thing I thought of. The second thing I realized was, this is a deeply personal moment for us all. It doesn't matter, like I'm in the purple world, right, in Wisconsin, and it doesn't matter who you voted for. That election, we all lost something. I think we lost our innocence, right? And we're grieving, and it's hard, so we feel like, oh, like my letter carrier felt like, right? But we have something really positive to offer, right? And we gotta remember that. And I realized I'm optimistic. So why am I optimistic? Well, look what happened with Organic Valley, right? And I bet if you talk to George Seaman right now, the CIEIO of Organic Valley, yeah, what he would say is, you know, I don't think government really actually helped us get from the Band of Brothers to $1 billion company. And in fact, if you take into account the Farm Bill, it's probably been a net, we went backwards, right, because of government. So I founded a company called Tara's Way, and I did that in the pit of the Great Recession, as it turned out. I raised $14 million to start that business. We built a factory, and the thing was done in the pit of the Great Recession. So you're like, oh my God, now what? So, okay, we started up and everything went wrong. Like half of the people who said that they were gonna supply me didn't, half of the people who said they buy products didn't. It was a horrible time. And my joke was, I was the perfect size to fail. Remember? Too big to fail? I was the perfect size to fail, right? How much grant money did I get to start that business? 0. So we took that company from that state to profitable, to a national brand, to a sale to a public company, without a lot of help from the federal government. So this is kind of perverse, but it's sort of a source of optimism for us, right? So the regime is changing, going to be less supportive, but I'm not sure how useful they've been anyway, right? It's kind of a perverse thing. The second reason I'm optimistic is that the American consumer has fundamentally changed. They have transformed, okay? Transformational change means you can't go back. They are different. When I started Sustainable Ag in 1984, we were eating Twinkies. We really were. I mean, and Cheetos. It's hard to imagine, right? But we were. And now any market research data you look at about what the consumer is looking for in food doesn't include any of that. They want clean food. They don't want stuff in their food. And what does that do? That creates demand for good products. And demand is what has enabled Organic Valley to grow and Tara's Way to grow. And it's also created opportunities for entrepreneurial agriculture and food. So since we sold Tara's Way, I've gone on to found something called the Food Finance Institute within the University of Wisconsin Extension. And at Food Finance Institute, I help small brands and value-added farm enterprises raise the money they need to grow. And some of them are getting profitable. My joke is that most people come to me when they were sick of losing money for 3 years. And the good news is that you can get profitable. And what does profitable do? It doesn't matter what happens in Washington when you're profitable, right? You can just keep going along because you're a profitable business. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what else? This is possible, okay? So now I'm going to give you some examples quickly here, and I've got loads more. So the Bayfield Farmers Cooperative, look where they are. They're in the middle of friggin' nowhere. The whole county has a population of 2,500 people. The county, okay? These farmers got together and started a food hub in 2010. And if you had told me at that time that they would be the one food hub I would know in the state of Wisconsin that is profitable, I would have said you were crazy. But they are. They were really smart about how they did this, okay? Everybody's telling them they need to do wholesale business. Well, there aren't enough people, there aren't enough institutions, they can't be a wholesale business. So what did they do? They realized that they have a microclimate up there. You can grow fruit up there, which is friggin' amazing, right? So fruit, vegetables, grass-fed meat, eggs, chicken, 100 different products, literally, from all kinds of small farms up there. So they created something they call a whole diet CSA. It costs almost $5,000 a year, but it feeds a family of 4 for a year, and it's very diverse, right? They had 30 members when they started. They now have over 140 members. They have a wholesale business. They're going to have $1 million in sales this year, and they're profitable. They just bought a warehouse. Now, up there, that is transformational business. Another example, Underground Food Collective was started by a bunch of kids in Madison, literally. They realized that there was no vegan catering option in the city, and this is 10 years ago. So they started a catering business, and they were pretty good at it. This has now grown in 10 years to a whole suite of companies, right? And Underground Butcher, for example, has several butcher shops. So they're going to have $5 million in sales this year. The whole suite is profitable. They have 120 employees, right? They source all of their food directly from family farms in Wisconsin and sustainable family farms in Wisconsin. That is an enormous economic impact, right, for agriculture in our state. And there are more. So I work with a whole bunch of companies who have now made it to profitability. And for them, what just happened doesn't matter, right? Yeah, this is big deal. Okay, then there are companies that are on the way. I have brands that are getting investments from companies like Nature's Path because they see the possibility here. It's enormous. So now it's your turn. I want you all to go out and have a conversation with your version of my letter carrier. Because I think what you're going to find is that when we get out of our bubble and we talk to people, we'll discover that everybody is scared. And we're going to discover that we have solutions for people now and what we're doing that are better. And there are things that people can do, and you can teach people what to do. You can help them. The second thing I want, if you are an entrepreneur, I want you to go out, get help, and go through this profitability transformation so you too can keep creating the kinds of change we want to see in this world. And if you're an investor, go find these entrepreneurial companies who are doing this work because they need your help. And when you do this, you too will get to cause extraordinary change. Thank you.
Good. All right, get up. Let's go. Out of your seats, let's go. Because the thing that I know is that nobody can do any of this if we are not healthy ourselves. So come on over. You know, there is so much great information. When we're talking about good food, we're talking about agriculture, we're talking about access, we're talking about quality, we're talking about investment. We are talking, and you know what? That's the problem. That has the potential to be the biggest problem that keeps all of us from our better health. It has the problem to create the disease that we are seeing today that affects all of us, regardless of our health status. It's infobesity. Obesity, the disease of too much fat. Infobesity, we're fat on information. So I'm going to show you what the problem with that is. Grab a partner. Everybody get together. I got my friends up here. All right, get your partner, grab a partner, and here's what I want you to do. Every time I say something, I want you to hand something that you have in front of you to a person. So person A, stand there. Person B, you can use my bag, you can use any of this. As I say a word, I literally want you to hand something. So for example, I could say vegan, and I'm giving you dairy yogurt. Let's go. So we've got vegan, we've got paleo, we've got, come on guys, pick a person, somebody stand there, the other person gets something. No. Mitchell's doing it wrong. Stand there and you give him stuff, okay? Right, don't give it back and forth, he just takes it. So think about chocolate, think about alcohol, think about, I already said paleo, think about qualitarian, alkaline, think about blood pressure, think about cancer, think about disease, think about not having enough money, think about not having enough time. All right, stop. Okay, so one of you should be holding a lot of crap. Yes, one of you? So that would suck for a moment today, right? But imagine, let's be serious for a minute. Let's imagine that now you have to hold all of that new stuff every day, right? And that you're still taking in new stuff every day. You're going to be weighed down, you're going to be confused, and what if what somebody gave you is actually good, right? It's good information, it's good quality. You're not even going to be able to find it because you're holding on to so much crap. So now I want to do the exercise the other way. So the person that has all this stuff, when I say something, you give to your partner, but partner, I only want you to take it if it applies to you. So only take it if it applies to you. So for example, if I say vegan, are you a vegan?
At times.
At times, so then don't take it, right? So if I say vegan, only take something from them if you're vegan. If I say happy, only take something if you're happy. If I say broccoli, only take something if you actually are broccoli. If I say paleo, take something if you're paleo. If I say a runner, take something if you're a runner. If I say touch your toes, actually that's for later. But if I say tired, only take something if you're tired. If I say concerned, only take something if you're concerned. All right, now I want to stop. Now hopefully you don't have so much stuff in your hand, right?
No.
So who do you want to be? And what I will tell you is this is a really important moment for all of us to decide who we want to be. First of all, we need to be active and healthy ourselves. And we need to enable that in others. So as you go through the day, you take in all of these ideas and you're thinking about all of this stuff, let a good bit of it go. Don't take with yourself and don't give to others too much information. We have to start thinking about what we need right now and let the rest of it go. Otherwise, as a dietitian, I can tell you, you will be in my office with a health problem, and that health problem has a name, and it's infobesity. So the good news is I've just shown you how you can actually avoid that infobesity. So please, as you think about taking in information, only take in that which applies to you right now. And you all have done something fabulous for your health because you know they say that sitting is the new smoking. So I'm really grateful to everybody who has stood. If you at home would like to stand throughout the rest of the day, go ahead and do it. If you want to do what I do, you can step in place so you actually get accountable for more steps on your step counter as well. So do what you need to do, but please remember, your health is what's at the core of helping other people be healthy, and that's what we all need when we're talking about change your food. So thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
crime against humanity. That's what John Ziegler, a United Nations top expert on the right to food, called biofuels. He warned that the increased use of food crops for biofuels would increase competition and price of not only food, but also water and land. He called the impact on global hunger absolutely catastrophic. And he felt so strongly, he even pressed for a 5-year moratorium on biofuels that would completely halt production. So he felt very strongly about this. And the reason is basic supply and demand. So I'm going to just take a second to explain that for those of you who are a little bit less familiar, and just do it in kind of an easier way. And while many factors affect the ultimate food price, supply and demand does play a very important role. So it's an important piece of the puzzle. Now, if I had 10 apples and 10 buyers willing to buy apples for $1, that's great, it works out perfect. But say the demand increases and all of a sudden I have 20 buyers. Now I can increase the price of apples. I don't have enough supply for everybody, so I can charge more. Some people are willing and able to pay more, and I can increase the price because demand is higher than supply. So it's basically like the opposite of a sale. So imagine again if I had 10 apples, but only 5 buyers, and if I want to get rid of all my apples, then I need to drop the price. So it's a pretty simple concept. My slide here shows a fixed supply, and that's just so you can see it easier. The counter-argument is going to be that technological improvements can increase crop yields so that supply can keep up with demand, which would then alleviate those price differences. But this is a hope. It's not a certainty. And it's offset by population increases, natural resource depletion, and climate disruptions to the extent that supply could actually tighten even more and raise food prices even more. So it would seem like I agree with this concern about biofuels' impact on global hunger. But here's the catch. Why blame biofuels? Biofuels represent only a very small portion of total crop use, less than 5% by calorie. Livestock, on the other hand, consume more than 1/3 of the world's edible crop supply and occupy 75% of agricultural land. Even a small decrease in meat consumption would free up more than enough resources for biofuels. Unfortunately, not only do we not have a decrease in global meat consumption is drastically increased, predicted to double over 50 years from 2000 to 2050. At first, I didn't think this would actually happen. I was studying this back in the late 90s, and I thought, no way is this going to double. We just don't have the resources. And at that time, we had about 50 billion animals being used, 50 billion land animals being used. But now we're at about 70 billion, so we are on track. And by 2050, there would be about 120 billion. And the reason why that's not quite double, it's more than double, is because we're eating smaller animals. But by mass, it's about double. One of the reasons livestock are so harmful is because animals eat much more food than they produce. And you'll often hear terms like feed conversion ratios if you're working in this field. And what that means is that it's how much crops that the animals have to eat for how much meat. And so a grain-fed cow has about a feed conversion ratio of 25:1. And if that seems high, that's because that's an industry number that uses the weight gain of live animals. And they're going to intentionally use numbers that underestimate the impact. So as the slide indicates, we don't want to just measure the live weight. That's not going to be accurate enough. We actually want to measure the edible weight after the bones and blood and other non-edible parts are removed. That's the more accurate weight. And that's what we should be using for research, policy making, and advocacy. Now, to explain this in an easy example, if we're using a 25-to-1 feed conversion ratio for cows, a 100-calorie hamburger patty would have 2,500 global crop calories. That's the expense it would actually be in terms of global resources. So we can see that with a standard meat-heavy US diet, if we apply that across the board, this is just one of the ways in which we are overconsumers and use up a disproportionate share of the global resources. Now, to be fair, cows are the most inefficient example. And if we use a mix of grains and grasses, that ratio is going to number a little bit. It's going to come down. And also, the feed ratio is smaller for smaller animals, as the graph indicates. Now, the meat industry loves to promote the relative efficiency of chickens. They claim a 2-to-1 live weight ratio. As we just covered, the live weight ratio is conservative. But even if we give them that, even if we say, okay, we'll accept your 2-to-1 live weight ratio, chickens still consume twice as much food as they produce. And I want to be clear that this is a net loss not only in calories, but also protein. So we're not just trading up calories that aren't nutrient dense for more nutrient dense. This is opportunity cost and other factors. So it's not a trading up, it's net loss in terms of calories and protein. So what about food waste? Like biofuels, food waste is getting a lot of attention these days. And rightly so. But let's consider that while food waste is derided as a travesty, losing half our food crops as chicken feed is celebrated as efficiency. If we were to step back and look at meat consumption and the inefficiencies of using animals without personal attachment, we could essentially reframe meat itself as a form of food waste. Climate impact is also very important in terms of global hunger. And that's because temperature changes and natural disasters tend to affect them disproportionately, and also because they have fewer safety nets. Meat consumption impacts climate change so much so that it's actually even more important than the transportation sector. And a lot of you might be familiar with that 2000 UN report that says the livestock industry emits more greenhouse gases than all transportation combined. So with that, we can see that an animal-inclusive diet is partially responsible for climate-related hunger increases. Climate is also important because of deforestation. Not only is there massive deforestation for grain-fed cows and other ruminant animals, there's also deforestation for feed crops that are used for any farmed animals. And deforestation, deforestation not only clears the trees and releases carbon dioxide in the air by clearing the trees, it also reduces photosynthesis, which is our main tool for actually pulling greenhouse gases, pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So it's a double loss. This is my last slide. And this is my recent visit to the International Fund for Africa's Vegan School Lunch Program. And I can tell you from working with them firsthand that the price of food matters. It's literally a matter of life and death for those at the margins. For the children, like we see here, these are the ones who are going to be impacted. So I'm hoping that by making the connections more clear, that by demonstrating that livestock's impact on global hunger, that people will be inspired to shift away from meat-centered solutions and to shift away from the immense, unnecessary, and inefficient use of animals, and instead promote plant-based solutions to make plant-based centering part of global hunger and climate solutions so that we can create a healthier, well-fed world for the global community. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to talk about transparency and the way transparency can change the food system. So I'm going to do that by telling a story, and that story begins in 1999 in California. And that year, an environmental group issued a report that showed Latino kids were being disproportionately exposed to pesticides. That's because they attended schools in areas that were right next to fields that were being sprayed. And these were mostly fumigants, which require a full body hazmat suit to apply, and that those fumigants were drifting over the schools. Now, another advocacy group thought that might be a good subject for a lawsuit. So they found parents whose kids attended these schools, and they filed a complaint against the EPA. Now, why the EPA? This was California. It's because the EPA funded the state's Department of Pesticide Regulation. And under the Civil Rights Act, the EPA has to make sure that its funding is not discriminatory. And the plaintiffs thought if Latino kids were being disproportionately exposed, it was a good subject for a civil rights complaint. Now that suit, that complaint wound its way through the courts for more than a dozen years. And in fact, aspects of that suit are continuing to this day. But the story doesn't end there. A couple of years ago, a reporter came to us at the Food and Environment Reporting Network with a really interesting project. She wanted to map pesticide use data with zip codes to find out who was facing the most exposure. Now, she thought the Central Valley of California might have the highest rates. The problem, though, is that this kind of correlation is really tricky because pesticide use data that's reported by the state doesn't conform to zip code maps. So she found a researcher at UC Davis, and they worked together at cleaning up the data and transposing it over a zip code map so that she could see who was getting the most exposure. So the first thing that she found was pretty surprising. It wasn't the Central Valley where people were getting the most exposure rates. It was actually north of Los Angeles in Ventura County, centered around a town called Oxnard. And this is an area that produces 630 million pounds of strawberries annually, often with a cocktail of pesticides. Now, she took that data, and she also found something else that was surprising. When she looked at the characteristics of the census data underlying these maps, underlying these zip code maps, she found that these communities were predominantly Latino. And I'm not talking about 30% Latino or 40% Latino. These communities were 70% Latino, 80% Latino. And when she began reporting out the story, visiting the schools, talking to teachers, talking to students, she also found out about this lawsuit that had been going on for more than a dozen years. Now, at the same time, another investigative news organization, the Center for Investigative Reporting, was doing a story on a related topic. And it's about how an agrochemical company was lobbying the state of California for a special exemption to a highly toxic pesticide. They won the exemption, and use rates of that pesticide went up dramatically in areas like Ventura County. Now, within a few months after our stories appeared, our reporter, her name is Liza Gross, was called to Sacramento to appear before, to address lawmakers. And shortly after that, the Department of Pesticide Regulation started holding hearings around the state about the use of pesticides near schools. And the upshot of that was that California recently proposed new regulations that would increase the buffer zones between fields that were being sprayed and schools, and also limit the time when those sprays could be used. So obviously, lawsuits have their place. Courts can have a big role in modifying practices, but so too can transparency, so too can media. And we found it in this case, and we found it in many others over the past 5 years. But I feel like our work has only just begun, and it's really going to change in the 4 years to come. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Bruce Friedrich. I am Executive Director of the Good Food Institute. The Good Food Institute is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. You can check out what we do and how we do it online at gfi.org. Today, I want to chat with you about markets and food technology saving the world. I was going for understatement with this talk title. How'd I do? I want to start by polling the audience. Who here likes pasta? Yeah, pasta! I think I got unanimity on pasta. Who here would go to your refrigerator, take out 8 plates of pasta, dump them in the trash, and eat 1 plate of pasta? Can't see so well in the face of the lights, but I don't think anybody in this audience raised their hand. At a festival called Change Food Fest, I'm guessing that everybody in the room is concerned about food waste. And yet, it's worth noting that food waste is responsible for about 40% of everything that we grow, we end up throwing away. And obviously, that is a huge problem. But each time we funnel crops through animals, the problem is even worse, because it takes about 9 calories into a chicken, like Beaky here. It takes about 9 calories into a chicken to get 1 calorie back out in the form of the animal's flesh. It is a vastly inefficient system. I weigh about 185 pounds. If I do nothing but lay in bed watching reruns of The Apprentice, I'm going to burn like 2,000 calories a day. Except when I get excited, when fire him, Donald, fire him! Then it's going to tick up a little bit. That same sort of inefficiency is true for farm animals as well. And that's just one of the harms that we're supporting if we're supporting animal agriculture. Animal agriculture entrenches global poverty. It's bad for the environment, it's bad for global health, and it's bad for animals. The first one, entrenching global poverty. This is Jean Ziegler, former UN Special Envoy on Food. A number of years ago, Ziegler called biofuels a crime against humanity, as Don was talking about. And he called them a crime against humanity because he looked at a UN FAO report that found that about 100 million metric tons of corn and wheat go into biofuels, drives up the price of food, entrenches global poverty. That same UN FAO report found that farm animals consume about 756 million metric tons of corn and wheat. This doesn't even include the 200 million metric tons of soy that farm animals consume. The World Watch Institute summed it up this way. They said continued growth in meat output is dependent on feeding grain to animals, creating competition for grain between affluent meat eaters and the world's poor. So the way that we're producing food entrenches global poverty. It's also bad for the environment. Obviously, if you have to grow 9 times as much of something, that's going to be environmentally problematic. But it's actually a lot worse than that. We're growing the crops, we're shipping them to a feed mill, we're operating the feed mill, we're shipping the feed to a factory farm, we're operating the factory farm, we're shipping the animals to a slaughterhouse, we're operating, and so on. Every stage is both polluting and resource depleting. The United Nations released a report called Livestock's Long Shadow. They said animal agriculture is one of the most significant contributors to the most serious environmental problems at every stage from local to global. Animal agriculture contributes to problems of land degradation, climate change and air pollution, water shortage and water pollution, and loss of biodiversity. And finally, animal agriculture causes more climate change than all forms of transportation combined. Chicken is the least climate change inducing animal, and yet chicken on a per calorie basis produces 27 times as much CO2 equivalent as legumes like peas or soy. And if what you're going for is protein calories, it gets even worse, 40 times as much on a per protein calorie basis. The foremost think tank in Europe is Chatham House, also called the Royal Institute of International Affairs. They said it is a literal impossibility, scientifically not possible, that we will keep climate change to under 2 degrees Celsius by 2050, the goal of the Paris Agreement, that we will keep climate change to under 2 degrees Celsius by 2050 unless animal product consumption goes down. It's stagnating in the developed world, but it's going up in the developing world. We need to do something to solve the problem. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this other than to say animal agriculture is also a big problem for the animals involved. More than 9 billion land animals and even more sea animals in the United States. Every one of them is an individual. It's no more acceptable to harm a pig like Linus than it would be to harm a cat like Rena. Look at her. Sorry, Diane. And then finally, global health. Also not going to spend a lot of time on global health other than to say that animal agriculture could be ushering in a new bird flu or other zoonotic disease. And in the United States, about 80% of all antibiotics that are produced by pharmaceuticals are fed to farm animals. It is creating antibiotic resistance. It is creating superbugs. And animal agriculture may be ushering in an end to antibiotics working in human medicine. So what's the solution? At the Good Food Institute, we agree with Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Alphabet. Eric Schmidt, about 6 months ago, was asked to talk about technological innovations that he feels will improve life for humanity by a factor of at least tenfold in the fairly near future. The first thing he talked about was plant-based meat. This is Beyond Meat's plant-based chicken strips. When Bill Gates tried these, he said, what I just tasted was not just a clever meat substitute, it was a taste of the future of food. So when Eric Schmidt was talking about this, he was talking about delivering high-quality protein to the developing world, and he was talking about climate change and plant-based meat. But we also at the Good Food Institute recognize what the journalist Marta Zaraska talked about in her book, Meat Hooked, the history and science of our 2.5 million year obsession with meat. And that is that whether it's psychological or physiological, there are an awful lot of people who simply aren't going to recognize that as meat, no matter how good it is. So at the Good Food Institute, what we're going for is creating both the plant-based meats that can compete with animal-based meat on the basis of price, taste, and convenience, the actual factors that everybody considers when they're figuring out what it is that they're going to eat. But we're also very excited about cellular agriculture, about clean meat. And this is the first clean meat hamburger. It's produced by taking actual animal cells, bathing them in nutrients, putting them on a scaffold, putting them into essentially a meat fermenter and growing meat, but in a far more efficient, far less climate change inducing, no animals harmed, no antibiotics required way. A couple years after the first clean meat hamburger, we got the first clean meat meatball, a company in Silicon Valley called Memphis Meats. That's their clean meat meatball money shot. And that's a slide which explains why we're calling this clean meat instead of cultured meat or something else. What you can see is in terms of both antibiotics and bacteria, if you're talking about conventional pork or conventional beef, you have both antibiotic residues and you have high levels of E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and other bacteria. On organic pork and organic beef, you don't have the antibiotics, but you still have the bacteria. So clean meat, it is clean. It doesn't have the bacteria. Also a nod to clean energy. It's clean because it's environmentally so much better. And it is the exact same thing, just produced in a different way. This is what clean meat production will look like. So picture a modern factory farm, picture a modern slaughterhouse. This is what clean meat production will look like. People will basically be going down to their friendly neighborhood meat brewery. Fortune magazine called clean meat, they called Memphis Meats the hottest tech in Silicon Valley, not the hottest food tech, the hottest tech in Silicon Valley. This is what annual revenues look like for plant-based meat and clean meat once they get to parity with milk. Right now, plant-based meat is under $500 million against a $200 billion per year meat industry, just getting to parity in terms of percentage of market with plant-based milk. We go up to a $20 billion per year industry. If we get to 1/3, we get to $65 billion per year, and the meat industry is taking notice. This is the January issue of Meeting Place magazine. In the January issue of Meeting Place magazine, the editor's letter encouraged the meat industry to refashion itself as protein delivery and to move into both plant-based meat and cellular agriculture. To the degree that they've weighed in, Purdue, Hormel, and Tyson have all made positive noises about the idea of both plant-based meat and about clean meat. And I want to end by flashing back 125 years. The year is 1894, and out on the streets of New York City, there are 175,000 horses. These horses are excreting 50,000 tons of manure every single month. In 1898, the world's first conference, the world's first urban planning conference happened. The only item on the agenda is what do we do about all the horse shit? The streets of not just American cities, but other cities as well, they were drowning in horse manure, plagued by flies, congestion, carcasses, and traffic accidents. And the urban planning conference was called off. They couldn't figure it out. Everybody just went home, despondent. 10 years later, in 1908, Henry Ford introduces the Model T, and 6 years after that, there are more cars than horses on the streets of New York City. Animal agriculture is a really big problem in terms of how we feed 9.7 billion people by 2050. It's a really big problem in terms of water use, water pollution, loss of biodiversity, chopping down the rainforest, and the existential threat of climate change. It's a really big problem for global health, and it creates a living nightmare for tens of billions of animals. I'm absolutely convinced that in the not too distant future, we're going to see the idea of growing massive amounts of crops to feed them to animals so that we can eat those animals as completely absurd, in the same way that we would see it as absurd that anybody in this room would walk out onto the street and hop on a horse to go back to Washington, D.C., or Chicago, or San Francisco. Just as absurd. Markets in food technology, they're going to save the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Blake, and I would like to start by talking about the apple. We've all heard the phrase, an apple a day. And over the last long time, we've built a system that allows us to consume an apple a day regardless of where we are and what season it is. And have you ever thought about what that actually means? The average apple in the average supermarket, guess how old it is? From the time it was harvested till the time you purchased it, it's 14 months old. If that was a person, it'd be a toddler that was learning how to walk and talk. These apples, we harvest them, we put them in cold storage, we draw down the CO2 and O2, and essentially freeze it. All of the antioxidants that make the apple healthy have literally dissolved into thin air. So by the time you purchase it at the supermarket, it's a ball of cellulose and sugar. And what does that system look like? This is a map of the food production system. All of the countries that are colored are both food insecure and shipping their food to another country. Think about that. We ship our food thousands and thousands of miles. And given how vast this system is, I also think it's a little bit ironic that we've removed people from the system. Less than 2% of the US population is directly involved with growing our food. And around the world, people are fleeing farms, moving to the cities, and largely looking for jobs in the tech sector. And what does this mean by removing people from food production? It largely means that we don't understand food. We value the cosmetic appearance of food over flavor. We value yield over nutrition. We are largely overfed but undernourished, and we don't even know it. When you Google food crisis, this is what you get. We don't even know what the food crisis is. We just know there's a problem. Is there too much food, too little food? Is agriculture good for the environment, or is it bad for the environment? Should we be pro-GMO or anti-GMO? There's so much noise. By removing people from being directly involved with food, they don't know where to go, they don't know what the answers are, or what they could do to fix the problem. We think this is a huge issue. So we've asked ourselves, does it have to be like this? If more people were involved in food, what could it look like? So we decided to start by looking at climate. Historically, farmers have been beholden to climate. This is a map of all the different climates around the world. Green are the most productive for agriculture, with red being the least productive. Based off of this, this is one of the reasons why we've created a large centralized food ecosystem that requires us to ship food all around the world. But what if you could democratize climate? What if, regardless of where you lived in the world, you could access climate that was beneficial for agriculture? And for a second, I want to talk about our genome and phenome. We're all familiar with our genetics. Our genetics inform and set the boundaries of our physical expressions. But if I were to eat differently, and if I spent more time at the gym, my body would look different. Plants are the same way. Plants, the physical expression of a plant, their phenome, is largely influenced by their environment. If you've ever been at a farm, picked a fresh strawberry, and said, man, this tastes really good, that flavor is influenced by the soil, the amount of sunlight that the strawberry had, how much water it had access to, the overall environment. The environment is responsible for roughly 80% of a plant's physical expression, with its genes being responsible for roughly the other 20%. So, what would happen if we could democratize climate, and what would happen if, instead of viewing climate as adverse and something that we have to adapt to, what if we could harness climate to optimize plants for specific phenotypic expressions? At MIT, in the Open Agriculture Initiative at the Media Lab, they've developed what they call a food computer. It's a controlled environment box that grows plants. It allows you to control the environment, light intensity, light spectrum, the amount of CO2, O2, temperature, the nutrients that the plant has access to. And it allows you to decode that environment and identify what levers in the environment you can pull to influence the physical expression of a plant. By doing that, you can then create a climate recipe that can be used over and over and over anywhere in the world to grow the same plant with that same physical expression. So you can decode the environment and then recode it anywhere else. And the technology is all open sourced. Again, the goal is how do we develop something that brings more people into a direct relationship with their food. Over the last 3 months, we've published all of the hardware and software, and every month, hundreds of people are starting to build their own food computers. They're currently in 20 different countries in all 6 continents. And the really interesting thing about this is it makes food very personal. You can grow anything that you want. You can create your own environment. These are tomatoes that haven't been grown commercially in over 150 years. You can now access rare seed banks. You can look at the climate of the past, and you can grow anything that you want. You could grow basil that's specific to whatever flavor profile you're interested in. But to me, the most important thing about this is not necessarily the technology behind it and what it enables you to do, but the relationship that you now have with your food. And it allows us to reimagine what it means to be a farmer. Can elementary school students be farmers if they live in an inner city? Regardless of your background, your education, what your current profession is, can you be a farmer? Can you be directly involved in the production of food? And what happens if all of a sudden You now understand a tremendous amount about what food really is, why we value it, what impacts flavor, flavor and nutrition. What if everyone was as proud of vegetables as this young man is? How would that change our eating habits? How would that change what foods we're interested in? So earlier today, somebody asked me, so what? What does this actually mean? What does this mean for 10 years from now? What is the end game? So let's go back to the current food ecosystem. The fact that we are shipping food all around the world, that most of the countries in the world are food insecure, that climate is adverse and it's not democratized. We imagine a world where our food is no longer connected by planes, trains, and automobiles, and instead of shipping food, we are shipping data about our food so that you can grow anything that you want, anywhere that you want, that you could grow local from anywhere. Thank you.
Bruce, I love cats. That wasn't. Anyway, I told speakers don't put your pets or your children in the slides, but I want everyone to know I love cats. So weren't they amazing, the speakers this morning? So I just want to, before we go offline, I just want to welcome all the viewing parties. There are 83 viewing parties that have registered to watch this live. They're not, I know, it's really amazing, and they're not just here in the U.S. I mean, in the U.S. we have Montana, Minnesota, Arizona, Georgia, Canada, we have Montreal, we have some amazing ones right here in New York City. We also have, and I want to give a huge thank you to Jamie Oliver and Food Revolution, the Food Revolution folks. They're a really great group. They put a call out to their ambassadors. So we have viewing parties in Brazil, India, the Ukraine, hi Olga, China, Jakarta, I mean, really spanning the globe. So this is a global food movement, and I hope that we all remember that. And I just want to take a minute to say, I know it's been a tough week for a lot of people. We've had the election, there have been protests, I've heard there's been increased bullying at schools. And for those of you who are into the arts and music, we lost another creative genius, which is very upsetting for a lot of people. But please remember that the only way we can get rid of the dark is to turn on the light. So why don't we try to be the light for each other? So, and in that vein, Paula, I know you're over there somewhere, stand up. Michael, and Michael really needs this today, everyone. So Paula and Michael are gonna start this, we're having free hugs. So Paula and Michael are gonna have a sign that says free hugs. If you want a hug, they're gonna give it to you. Now, if you wanna be a hug giver, they will give you the sign. But today is all about everyone meeting each other, having a good time, and just sharing your experiences. So viewing parties, thank you very much. We will see you. There's a panel at 12:45 that will be webcasted on Facebook Live, and we're back here on main stage at 1:50 exactly. Everybody in-house, so we'll see you guys later, everybody online. So for the guys in-house, just quickly, I have to tell you, these are emergency exits only. Please do not use them. Tours and Adventures, if you're interested in joining us tomorrow, I think we have a couple spaces left.
super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We are really excited to come to talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center. This is a place of wonder, aspiration, inspiration, 21st century technology. Every child deserves an environment they can be excited and happy to be a part of.
Steve Ritz is committed to the youth of the Bronx, and I'm happy to be part of this program, which is really turning kids around.
What you get here with the Green Bronx machine and with this learning center, it checks off so many boxes.
We have our tower gardens. We are net positive on food and energy. We have bicycle-powered blenders, bicycle-powered generators. We have a state-of-the-art Green Bronx machine mobile classroom kitchen, which is game-changing. We have the first living ecosystem in the United States. Unit 001 of Grove Lab is right in the back of our classroom. Literally, the fish and plants are communicating with the kids online.
We want our kids to learn. We want them to be happy and enthusiastic and energetic about learning. Steve Ritz and Louis Torres do exactly that here at CS 55.
55! All right, follow me. You're going to be amazed with this. 3, 2, 1, We can encourage kids to think about a brighter, better future for themselves and for their neighbors, not only immediately, but all around the world.
Let us turn up the beat!
Every year, we're raising up a new crop of kids who understand what food is.
Oh my gosh, you even got what kind? It's a lima bean. Wow.
Please check out the Green Bronx Machine website. Make a donation. Support our projects. Help us grow something greater. Also, the kids run the Facebook page, so like the kids on Facebook, and we're just getting started.
I hope that all of you will remember today as a way that a community comes together to support all of your dreams.
Today I took care of eggplants. We harvested Swiss chard. I've been planting beets, raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, tomatoes, onions, dill, mint.
Harlem Grown partners with elementary schools in the New York City public school system to foster a more sustainable lifestyle through doing and hands-on learning.
Before he made the Harlem Grown garden, it was some bats and cats all over.
Kids call it the haunted garden.
And I'd say, I hope someone fixes this garden.
We got it re-registered as a school garden. So we have 400 kids, we have 400 seedlings, everybody planted something and it started coming up.
Then I said, did somebody actually read my thoughts?
In Harlem, obesity and being overweight in children is higher than in the rest of the city. Asthma is higher than in the rest of the city. So your health is being challenged because of where you're born. And so Harlem Grown is starting to change that pattern.
The kids flock to here. They want to come here. You know, they want to help. It's an outlet. They want to do something and it's fun. And they feel like they're doing something that makes them feel important.
We want to reacquaint children with where their food comes from. We want the kids to identify plants and vegetables by their leaf, by their scent, by their texture.
That's the basil, that's real sweet. And over there, that's dill, and that's cinnamon basil over there. I didn't know what eggplant is, so now I really tried it, and now I know what it is. It tastes really, really different. It tastes sweet.
Kids know about what they're eating and what they're drinking, and they're making healthier choices because of it.
We have what we call the green team in the school. The green team gives you the privilege of digging through the garbage to make sure that all the recycling and compost is in the right receptacles. These are the same kids who were ew, I don't want to touch that. And now here they are. They're the captains. Very, very glorious position.
Tony is this amazing mentor for these students, and he leads by example. And so it's not pushing it on them, but if they see you picking a tomato off the vine and just eating it, then they're gonna pick it. Or if they see you eating a leaf of stevia, then they're gonna go and eat that leaf of stevia.
Sometimes we take the tomatoes, just eat them. We don't tell nobody, we just eat them.
All of a sudden, they want to know about math because they want to know how far apart to space the plants. And they want to know about science because they want to know what the little white thing is coming out of the seed, which is the root, and the leaves.
And these are things that are tangible and do not live within the walls of a classroom. The garden is really extended beyond health and nutrition. It's really about conflict resolution, it's about community development, and it's about youth development in itself.
We've seen an 80% decrease in fights since having a mentor in the school, which is huge. And it's just about working with others and teamwork and positive relationship building, all through the lens of taking care of the environment and taking care of yourself.
We had to work together, and it all started on teamwork.
It's all about teamwork, so if you're in a group, you just start talking to each other and then you just make friends. We all became friends by shoveling chicken poop.
This garden provides time and space for students to fully become themselves, to be comfortable in their skin, to be and feel holistically within the community.
It really has turned into a communal space that's outside and it's peaceful. It's like a little retreat.
And I invite everybody in. I give everybody food. Not being profit-driven allows us to look at it from a different angle. The more we can do for our community, the better.
I'm Anya.
And I'm Diana.
And we're from Amsterdam University College.
We're super excited to be hosting the viewing party of the Change Food Fest that's happening on November 12th.
Make sure to tune in.
Hello, we're with the Division of Business and Entrepreneurship with the University of Wisconsin Extension. We're so excited to support the Change Food Fest and especially excited to support our own Tara Johnson and for her talk the morning of November 12th.
Hello from Ukraine. I'm Olga Kuhar. Here our babies and parents, and we are here together to say you that we love this initiative, Change Food. Thank you.
This is the sound of sadness. This sound is the void of the God of the mountain and land to let us know our loved ones all are dead.
27 social workers were kidnapped at gunpoint out of my camp.
All the time the newspapers say the Hispanic community, they're bad people. They steal, they are drug dealers. So we were living between two big rivers. So we were basically on our own, on an island. There is no place to grow.
Bang is about recent immigrant farmers, and we've done quite a few shows now and had different kinds of audiences. But a couple weeks ago, we did a show in Ottumwa, which is a town with a big meatpacking plant. And so we had lots of people who had worked with immigrants, taught ESL with them. But in the audience, there was also a student who had been in the Army in Afghanistan, so she was a vet. And she came up to me after the show and she said, you know, you might think it's a little odd that I relate to this play so well. She said, but I really do, because I came back from Afghanistan and I felt just like the Dutch woman in the play. I felt like I was between two worlds. I didn't really fit in Afghanistan, but when I came home, I didn't really fit in the United States anymore either. So that the play is really a metaphor for that in-between state that we all experience at one time of our lives or another.
We're not used to seeing the world outside our own from a different perspective. We see things from our own point of view, and that's just a natural part of human nature. But this gives some of the people who were in the audience a chance to look at what's going on from their neighbors, essentially, and trying to see things from their perspective and learning about their histories. I mean, when somebody immigrates to this country, they bring a long, detailed, and sometimes painful history with them. But when they arrive in Des Moines at the airport in the snow, on a snowy, January afternoon, they're starting fresh, and maybe the people who welcome them here don't really understand all that history that they're bringing with them. And this play gives your typical Iowan an opportunity to get to learn what these histories, some of them are like, and actually appreciate it. And maybe then when they're dealing with neighbors who have come from the Sudan or someplace else, maybe they'll be more open to listen and actually inquire and get to know those people more.
Look.
Come on now.
This is where they, so they are not bothered by flies? Sorry.
She is always going, busy, busy, busy.
Very busy, but we love it here. We really, really do.
Crops sleep up, They're growing up to help people live. Now farming connects me here in America to my life in Sudan and my life in the refugee camp. Plant makes you look. You take a look, makes you feel so good. It grows good, so you feel good. You think how you're so happy. You don't think of anything else. Makes your mind so happy. It's the American dream. We really live the American dream.
Performing the play is a pretty humbling task. We've got to meet these families whose stories we tell, the actual people who, the play is their actual words. These are photographs of their lives. And it's a really humbling experience to stand on stage, have these incredible pictures behind us while we are sharing these harrowing, courageous, heartbreaking, and heartwarming stories. In it, the acting task, our job is really not to perform, our job is not to portray, but more it can be as precise and specific as we can, and then hopefully we get out of the way, and then the audience connects the dots between Dennis's wonderful pictures and the interviews, like the answers these families gave to Mary.
super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We are really excited to come to talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We We are really excited to come and talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center. This is a place of wonder, aspiration, inspiration, and 21st century technology. Every child deserves an environment they can be excited and happy to be a part of.
Steve Ritz is committed to the youth of the Bronx, and I'm happy to be part of this program, which is really turning kids around.
What you get here with the Green Bronx machine and with this learning center, it checks off so many boxes.
We have our tower gardens. We are net positive on food and energy. We have bicycle-powered blenders, bicycle-powered generators. We have a state-of-the-art Green Bronx machine mobile classroom kitchen, which is game-changing. We have the first living ecosystem in the United States. Unit 001 of Grove Lab is right in the back of our classroom. Literally, the fish and plants are communicating with the kids online.
We want our kids to learn. We want them to be happy and enthusiastic and energetic about learning. Steve Ritz and Louis Torres do exactly that here at CS 55.
55! All right, follow me. You're going to be amazed with this. 3, 2, 1, see, say, play! We can encourage kids to think about a brighter, better future for themselves and for their neighbors, not only immediately, but all around the world.
Let us turn up the beat!
Every year, we're raising up a new crop of kids who understand what food is.
Oh my gosh, you even got what kind? It's a lima bean. Wow!
Please check out the Green Bronx Machine website. Make a donation. Support our projects. Help us grow something greater. Also, the kids run the Facebook page, so like the kids on Facebook, and we're just getting started.
I hope that all of you will remember today as a way that a community comes together to support all of your dreams.
So hi, everyone. This is beautifully intimate in a totally non-intimate space. We're going to get started. I'm Kate Cox. I'm the editor of the New Food Economy. We cover the economics, politics, and culture of food. If you are not familiar with our work, you can read us at newfoodeconomy.com. And we're here to talk about the changing business of food, or as we tend to approach it at the magazine, the changed business of food. And we have three panelists here who are going to kind of walk us through this. Britta Riley from All Astronauts. We have Jonathan Setnarski from Natural Gourmet Institute and Konstantin Zverev from Blue Cart. And that is all I'm allowed to say because you guys are supposed to go on your apps if you want to know more about those people. But we're going to start by saying that the changing business of food is broad, okay, and tangled up in policy and publicized and covered in the media pretty inconsistently. And so it's impossible to cover this huge kaleidoscopic topic in the really short time we have here. So we're going to narrow it down to three of the biggest changes that we've seen in the food system in the last 10 years. The move toward plant-based diets, investment in food tech and food startups, and born from that wave, a new need for data and analytics and organizing principles that'll help us reshape our legacy practices. So here's a truth that we'll kind of start with, which is that the food system is market-driven, and shifting consumer behavior has dictated much of the change that we've seen. But it's worth noting that there's really no theory of everything at this point. And everyone's reacting with enthusiasm, the public, the market. But most of what's trending and much of what's changing is still disparate. So within every change and trend and wave, there are still thousands of unanswered questions. So what we really have is to gather around lots of questions. And in many ways, we're not yet ready to synthesize. So it's funny, when I was sitting down to structure a panel around the changing business of food, I kind of felt out to pasture. Kept thinking, okay, how can I structure this and what kind of questions can I ask? And we realized that what we're really doing is coming together around the fact that we're all sort of interconnected, whether we work in the business of food or whether we're covering the business of food. But within every change, we're opening up new opportunities and unintended consequences and new waves and new trends. And so there isn't really a central thesis, except perhaps, as I said at the beginning, which is that the food business has already changed. So we have three experts here, and it seems in a way, if you look at them on paper, like they're in disparate elements of the food sector. But really, there is a chronology to this. So we're going to start by talking to Jonathan Setnarski, who can acknowledge that consumer behavior and decisions have really driven a profound change in the way we consume food and the way we think about our diets. Out of that came investment in startups, investment in new food businesses, opportunities to grow new food businesses. And then out of that came the world that Konstantin is working in, which is a world of data and analytics, and an effort to understand all the information that we've gathered from food, from all of our tech startups. So that there is a chronology here. So let's start with Jonathan. While there's been lots of product development in the area of plant-based diets and plenty of research to show that the American diet has an impact not only on our health and well-being, but potentially on the health of the planet, the culinary world has been somewhat slow to retool, except perhaps as a kind of side dish, Meatless Mondays, or Culinary Institute of America's recent introduction of the blended burger, to get chefs interested in moving toward more plant-based protein onto their menus. So Jonathan, who's CEO of the Natural Gourmet Institute, which has a long-established history of connecting food and well-being in the culinary space, we're going to start with a question, a central question, and we'll do this with each of our panelists. Why has the culinary world been slow to recognize the plant-based trend? And do you see a path for it to move from alternative, the plant-based trend, which some of us may still consider alternative, to fully integrated into restaurant culture?
Great.
Take it away.
Thanks.
Go to town.
First, I just need to apologize to everyone. I woke up this morning incredibly hoarse. I think it's been from screaming into my pillow all week. But that aside, so I'm just forgiving in advance if I constantly am clearing my throat or I might grab a water. So I was thinking about the question when we were speaking earlier, and by background, the Natural Gourmet Institute is almost 40 years old, and we are the first nationally accredited plant-based curriculum, right? So we have been kale and quinoa and veggies since its beginning. So we have always been advocates of eating lots of plants on your plate and making sure that we look at food and food as medicine and minimally processed, et cetera. So we've always felt that like it is mainstream, right? So everyone should be eating this way, but the reality of it is that it's not, right? So when I was thinking about the question, a lot of the first point was, well, what's been the slow move to getting people to have more vegetables on their plates? The first thing that comes to mind is people like steak, right? So, I mean, if you really think about it from a consumer perspective, we like to eat meat, right? So, well, and we being the collective kind of experience. So when you look at kind of people's preferences, vegetables, plant-based, however you want to look at it, well, that's always been the supporting cast member, right? It's the side dish. And so why would it ever have, or how could you ever think about, in a restaurant perspective, have elevated food or have cuisine that is considered elevated made up predominantly of plants? Right, so what we do know now is that it's actually incredibly possible, and it's wonderful, and people kind of are beginning to respond to it in really, really important ways. Another important element, I think, of why food and why restaurants in particular, and just food outlets overall, have been slow is that in a lot of cases, we have lost perspective on food and health, right? So we've actually almost divorced the two. And I think that's incredibly interesting because especially in Western culture, when we think about health, we think about popping a pill. When we think about food, we think about going to a restaurant. And the reality of it is that food is medicine. And if you eat properly and you eat nourishingly, you actually can live a more healthful kind of balanced life. So I think as people are beginning to look backwards almost into the past in order to think about the present and the future, they're reconnecting to the fact that what I'm eating is a direct correlation to how healthy I feel, and that's super important. So I do think that as more people are making that connection, back to the second part of the question, which is there a pathway to mainstreaming, is I think that consumers will begin to demand those options, and I think we're starting to see that now. I also started thinking about kind of, well, what else has been the slow move? And I think, you know, back to people like steak, people love bacon, right? So if you think about kind of food and eating preferences, that it just is really ingrained in a lot of cultures around the world. It's not just an American diet, it's almost any diet. So if you think about kind of culinary schools, which we're a part of with Natural Gourmet Institute, you think about classically trained chefs. You think about French cuisine. You think about kind of your classical use of animal proteins. You think about how animal protein byproducts create and go into the creation of other foods and services. So, okay, well, that's great. So the question then comes again, or people ask is, well, how can one eat an elevated, what they consider an elevated 3-star Michelin kind of meal and feel that they have that same wonderful experience? And I think it's a lot about kind of exposure and helping people understand that you can actually eat this beautiful meal and feel wonderful and nourished and satisfied and have all those pleasure elements kind of be triggered for you. Thinking about kind of why a pathway to fast or where it will start to mainstream is absolutely when you connect the dots across all verticals. And I think when you look at kind of consumer trends, you begin to see what will happen across all different kind of segments. And so we'll talk a little bit about this. I know that some of my panelists and I were discussing this, is that if you look at consumer trends and behaviors, it starts driving patterns. So we now are becoming a bit awakened, right? So a lot of people say, well, what does that mean? Spiritually, you know, whatever you want to look at it. And you start thinking about kind of spiritual awakening, and then you think about, well, what goes with that? We're interested in meditation. We're interested in yoga. We're interested in different things. And when you start playing that out, well, what are the kinds of foods traditionally associated with those types of activities? You see that they're largely plant-based, and people feel nourished and connected to those activities that they like. I actually think that there's also kind of an awareness and awakening about planet concern, right? So, and all aside of my joke about why I'm hoarse, The concern about the planet is going front and center. So people know that if we are 10 billion people. My God, I'm even confusing my numbers. 2050, we're going to have a lot of people, right? 9 billion of them. 9 billion people. You cannot continue the traditional food paths and food ways in order to feed them. So we have to think about plant and plant-based solutions as ways to nourish a community, a global community. So that's driving behavioral changes. So I want to see more things on my plate. And lastly, kind of taste preferences and fads. Right, so I mean, consumers like it, right? They're enjoying discovering ancient grains. They're enjoying discovering new ways to eat vegetables and how they're prepared. So they're not any longer being satisfied with that, like something me as a vegetarian is that I need to have something vegetarian on the menu. Oh, look, here's some steamed broccoli, right? So that won't fly anymore. And if you think about the business of restaurants, general managers, less the chefs, right? But general managers, well, maybe if they are the business manager, they're concerned about people passing them by on the street. How do I get that consumer into the restaurant? And if I don't cater to all tastes and all needs, I'm going to potentially lose a cover. It becomes that simple in terms of the business as food. So I think that this is why the Natural Gourmet Institute, we're getting a lot of calls for our chefs in training and our grads, because they want our discipline. They want cooks who can come into the kitchen and begin to put together a plant-based menu or a plant-based dish, or understand basic quality ingredient sourcing, or understand humane and sustainable practices. So all of that stuff is coming to fore, which bodes well for kind of finishing up the perspective of the question, is that I think the pathway is opening, and I think that mainstream will become I think plant-based is here to stay. I don't think it's a fad. And I think that as we think about nourishing and feeding the planet, it's going to become more and more relevant. So as we begin to now show larger communities that you can elevate cuisine, you can prepare these delicious, nourishing, whole, organic and seasonal and based in tradition and community. You can do all of that and actually kind of feed the planet in a way that is environmentally sustainable and kind of humane to workers, animals, and the like. I think it's a win situation.
I want to ask one question, and we'll leave a little bit of time here at the end for other questions from the audience. But talking about changing consumer preferences, you're working with curricula and students. Have you seen a change in the type of students who are interested in the program? Has there been a shift in that?
Absolutely, yeah. And there's a few of them in the audience now, which I love to see. But traditionally, the school in its quick little 2-second history, it's almost 40 years old, as I said. And so, but in the days, we were kind of the vegan school, right? Or we were kind of like, what are those crazy people doing in Chelsea school? And why are they not following mainstream diets? And what are they talking about? Quinoa? What is that? Quinoa? And they were trying. And so, what is all that stuff? And so the people who came to us were very, very much seeking inclusion, seeking community, seeking a safe space that they can engage and learn about kind of diet preferences. So we attracted, what would probably in the day be called fringy, right? So you had your fringe progressives, and we still get them, and we love them because the progressives are who change the world. But now what we see with our student body is we have doctors, and we have nurse practitioners, and we have health coaches, and we have nutritionists, and we have one doctor in particular. I said, why are you here? And they said, because I'm tired of prescribing insulin. And I believe that it's about the diet that is so important. So we're loving the fact that from being a fringe kind of community and a curricula that people looked at and said, like, what? Where's the croissant? To now saying, like, well, why don't we know you, and why can't we learn more about it? So there is definitely a shift. And
so it's no secret that beyond consumer interest in that and student interest in that, and this is where we'll let Britta be a part of the discussion, there's been Silicon Valley interest in plant-based. So from Impossible Burger and product development, veganism, what used to be perhaps fringy has certainly been now something that has garnered tremendous interest from startup investors, whether it's on the venture side or even on the angel side. So this is a good transition into talking with Britta at food tech and startups. Okay, it's not even accurate to call this a wave or a trend so much as just a new way that food businesses are born and die, right? So idea to investment to saturation point to exit. So startups are sometimes like supernovas in this way. And Britta Riley, whose own business, Window Farms, which was a business of vertical food gardens, was right in the center of this cosmos. And she's a technologist working now on the R&D side with startups. And so here's the question I'd like to pose to you, entering into the world of opportunities that are born from consumer trends. So startups respond to changing consumer behavior. That's where opportunities open up. And since that behavior is forever in flux, how can you tell the difference between a trend and a real sea change so that businesses can begin to build sustainable practices that keep them in business and keep them making money?
Yes. And I think that's a really great framing of the question too, because in addition to my kind of more recent career in the technology space for the last 15 years or so, before that I was actually born and grew up on a grass-fed beef cattle farm. And so I understand also coming from, kind of the more traditional food world that, I think there has been a little bit of like this feeling of being scared about Silicon Valley and Silicon Valley values kind of coming into what we perceive as our space. And so there's a little bit, I get the sense in the community like, okay, really, what are we headed for? So I want to talk about the trends, but first I think I want to talk a little bit about the startup and tech space and how that is going to come and is coming into our world. So first of all, as we're basically meeting with this, we need to keep in mind that we're not simply going to be adopting Silicon Valley's models and so forth. They're just not going to be a good fit. So we're going to be we need to filter, we need to assimilate, and we need to start to understand that tech culture that's coming in. And we also need to, kind of stand our ground in areas where we really do know our own industry and make sure that it's much more of a dynamic interplay. First of all, our operations in the food industry are just so much more complex than operations in the startup world are. A startup tech company may have, like, their main operations may be just doing human resources, right? And for us, it's logistics, it's perishability, it's, dealing with, huge teams and figuring out how to get them to work together across an entire nation. So we have to take a little bit of the technology that's coming in with a grain of salt. But the other thing that's true about our community is that we are all learners. We're very avid learners, and we're already in an industry that's very nuanced, and where we have to continue learning new things. And so there's a huge opportunity that comes from this. We're getting so much new blood. We're getting so many new ways of thinking about things. And any drastic change like this is a really great opportunity for us to dig into new niches of an area that we already know that we may just not have been paying attention to before. So let's embrace change with all of that, embrace technology in the startup world with all of that same energy and curiosity that we are already known for. But then let's also parse it a little bit. So when we look at the tech world and the startup world, they're all different segments of that. Like obviously, like Airbnb, how that would fit onto the food world is one framework. We can't always understand how this technology that's coming in is going to apply to the industry that we're in. And I'm going to let Konstantin talk a little bit more about his segment, which is really what I would call tech or code for efficiency. So we can all agree that being such an operations-driven industry, that we can totally stand to learn as much as we can about how to do our businesses better and to therefore be able to deliver better value to our customers down the line. But I'm going to specifically more be speaking to what I would call like code or tech that you can eat. So he is going to be talking more about the efficiency side of technology, and I'm more going to be talking about the part that we can actually, ones and zeros are not very nutritious, but the code that's actually impacting our food system. So one thing that I think that we could really all use learning more about, there's a specific set of ideas that have infiltrated Silicon Valley and generally the entire startup community worldwide, which were originally started by a guy named Steve Blanks. And the particular methodology is called lean startup technology. And so, or methodology, pardon me. And it's simply a way of applying scientific method of testing new things out on your business to see where your business has a model that fits with what the market is looking for and has you zone in on the specific things that you need to tweak. And it can help you see like the blind spots in the decisions that you're making from day to day. And that is such an incredibly valuable thing for any entrepreneur to be taking on. And so that is something that I would absolutely have everyone in our community embrace and read more about. There's plenty of it out on the web, so just Google lean startup, and you can very easily learn a lot about that. But I think one of the sides of the tech industry that we should not be so excited about embracing right away is their standards for what a business should look like and what a sustainable business is. And by the way, when we're talking about sustainable business here, I think we're talking about financially sustainable rather than the environment. We'll leave that to another panel. But so financially sustainable businesses. So in Silicon Valley, for the most part, those businesses are venture scale businesses. So they're businesses that are, we hear about scalability and being able to essentially replicate. Well, code, you can replicate code almost at no cost of going from one, having written this one line of code, then applying that to a new customer or something. You can almost do that with no new capital inputs. That is definitely not the case in our industry. So we really need to be cautious about how we think about scale as we're bringing technology into our industry. And that also applies to, so that's going to have implications for funding models. It has implications for the lifestyle of the founders and the employees within that company. And one of the downsides that I think has happened as we've seen the tech world move into our industry is that we've really kind of ground to villainize or downplay the role of lifestyle businesses. So lifestyle businesses are businesses that are at the scale where they support the owner and they maybe support a few people who are working with them, but they're not really going to try and go conquer the world necessarily. And those lifestyle businesses, we should just absolutely hold them up and celebrate them. You can be totally profitable and you can make a wonderful contribution to the world and to the economy at a small scale. I think that we also need to be focusing a little bit more on what I would call the community scale, which is kind of our one step up from that, which is a business that is supporting the owners and may be able to take on an investor or two and be giving them a suitable size return, but is not necessarily feeling the pressure to constantly grow and constantly become a much bigger and bigger organization, which automatically gets you into these positions of having to take on a lot of investment up front, and that puts everyone on the team at risk. And it makes this cycle of this churn that we see in the startup world happen a lot more frequently. And when you've got actual goods and inventory and logistics and so forth involved, it just starts to become those very, very risky models of very fast growth become a little bit harder to sustain in our world. So that's one area that I think we should just be cautious about when we're thinking about how we're going to frame and model our business. So then to get back to this idea of trends, I would say that I'm going to let Konstantin speak a little bit more to the data side of it, so the science side of it. But trend watching is both an art and a science. And one thing that I'd like to say there is that I think it's completely possible to make a very, very sustainable business off of a trend, off of these flashes. And that's, again, something that maybe we need to be thinking about is also the lifespan of a business. And sometimes having a company that's only around for a year or two and is working at, the Brooklyn Flea and some of these other taking advantage of some of these pop-up opportunities, having funding models that are designed around that, and making sure that your business is designed from this ground up to both come into place and be the right size that it needs to be at the right time, but then, to be able to die or withdraw from the market without it being painful, I would say, is another area that I think we have a lot of room to grow in, and that is a good fit for our particular industry. And just in terms of very easy ways of being able to understand trends as they're coming through, something that's very accessible to all of us, and that's actually really fun to play with, and that can help you kind of start to understand some of your own, or explore some of the trends. If anyone hasn't heard of it before, it's called Google Trends. So it's one of Google's apps that you can go to, and you can actually look. If you go and you look up kale, and you look at it over time, you can see how that term actually became much more common in our parlance on the internet in this wave that went, from the coasts and kind of came in and was filling in different areas, but you see how that actually plays out over time. And then, those of us who have been in the industry, you can take advantage of some of that intuitive knowledge that you have from interacting with your customers, from being friends with people who run the Natural Gourmet Institute and so forth, to really start to probe whether or not, yes, something is a flash in the pan, or it does have deeper cultural roots. And that's part of the art that goes into trend spotting and deciding where to center your business, is to also follow those and look for the underlying elements. And you only get to know that through, really, I think the lean startup process, when you do apply that even to food startup businesses, that's where you start to understand, okay, yes, there is a limit to this particular trend, or, oh no, I see that this is actually looped in with a lot of other changes that are happening. So to build on the demographics that I see and, relating to your where you're seeing it, is also just the fact that we now have all 6 generations that are living on the planet. There are many, many more of those generations who are actually cohabiting. So, for example, you have baby boomers who are now aging a bit, and they're going back to some of their cultural roots that are maybe a little bit more, from a hippie, the time of year, or the time of like the 60s and 70s, when some of these initial ideas were coming around. They're going back to some of those ideas and looking at integrative medicine, functional medicine, and looking for the root causes of their symptoms. And they're often living in the same household as their grandchildren, and millennials who have actually just culturally embraced the natural food world, more from actually what at least some of our research has shown has sometimes been a little bit more vanity, or has been more about actually just bonding with other people and learning, actually yearning for the outdoors is a big component of that too. So part of that, what's underlying that trend are these cultural cross-pollinations that are actually having people who wouldn't be introduced to this now be introduced to it. And so I think in general, one of the things that we can learn from all of this is that when you're starting a business, you could take an approach to it that is much more like the functional medicine business world, or functional medicine world, where you're looking at if you're trying to create a business that has a longer lifespan and is not just catering to one of those trends, that you're looking at the root causes that are beyond the trends, and you're building around that, and you're building a lifespan for your business and a scale for your business that is appropriate to that particular problem set, and then you're iterating against that in maybe a little bit longer cycle than the startup world does.
And I think one way that we do that, although this is relatively new, right, is that we look at analytics and data about the businesses that we start. And I think in the beginning wave of tech, we were often left with lots of data and lots of information, and analytics are this wonderful thing where suddenly we have access to like lots of information and nobody knows what to do with it, or where it's supposed to go, or how to create any organizing principles whereby we actually get something solid to take away other than millennials are super interested in exotic spices. And how do we organize the whole food industry around this one piece of information, right? So one thing that Constantine has been looking at Blue Cart is how to use data and analytics to actually make businesses on the restaurant side more efficient. And that's one thing that's sort of born out of your business model, where we're learning how to use data and analytics better and less reactively, so that we're getting information that does serve the life cycle of a business, as opposed to suddenly we have a lot of information and now where do we go with it except to sit around in a boardroom and be hyper neurotic about it? What can we do about this to make our business more sustainable, i.e. bottom line more sustainable, and improve the life cycle and the efficiency of our business? So I'll let you speak to that part of the conversation, which builds really nicely off of what Britta was talking about in terms of startup.
So very generally, we all benefit from the value of data in many, many different ways, right? So the fact that we're all gathered here today recognizing that good food, is a challenge, right? Is because we have access to that data, because we're able to react to that data, right? So the value of that data is incredibly important and much more than I ever anticipated. I spend well over 95% of my entire day just looking at numbers, right? So to give you a little bit of background, I started Blue Cart with Jag about 2.5 years ago. And Blue Cart is, how many people have worked in the restaurant industry? If you can raise your hand for a second. So what we do is we connect restaurants to their suppliers, okay? Today, restaurants use phone calls, faxes, emails, websites, an array of different ways to communicate their daily orders with their suppliers, and suppliers have to manage orders coming in through all these different channels, right? So we launched July 2014. The first quarter, we were hoping to get 16 restaurants to start using the product, and we had 159. The second quarter, we were shooting to get 160, and we had 1,000. And we started adding 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Today, we have well over 21,000 venues across the US and overseas using Blue Cart, right? So about a year ago, we were fundraising, right? We were looking for funding to really scale this business, right? And this investor sat with us. He's like, you know what? You guys are growing very, very fast. We see all these restaurants are using us. But what does this matter, right? Why is this so important? I said, well, they're obviously using it, right? They love it and they keep on coming, right? And he's like, that's not enough. Tell me what's the fundamental reason Blue Cart exists, right? And Jag and I looked at each other and we're like, you know what? We don't know, right? So we went back, and for, a good 2 weeks, right? We're looking at our restaurants. We're like, why do they care? So we said, okay, let's look at that time, I think we had something like 9,000 or 10,000 restaurants using us. And we looked at the restaurants that used us, right? And the restaurants that refused to use us, right? And we looked at how many of those restaurants were still in business after a year and a half, right? And we realized that restaurants that were on Blue Cart had a 13% chance, lesser chance of going out of business, right? And that blew our mind. As you guys can imagine, Blue Cart has been growing faster than we ever anticipated, right? And these results were totally unexpected, right? As much as I would like, we can't claim complete attribution over these results, right? But what we believed is that it said something about our users, right? These users that were using Blue Cart, right, cared about their data. They cared about efficiencies. They cared about managing their business in the most profitable way, right? So obviously the solution has to be somewhat good enough, right? But it was saying something about our user base, right? So we were able to go back to our investor and say, hey, listen, these are the results, right? The next question is well, why is that? So we're like, shoot, well, we don't know, right? So we went back again, surveyed. At this point, we had 13,500 users, right? So we surveyed them all again and tried to find out why were they still in business, right? And surveyed the other ones that refused to join Blue Cart. And what we realized is that, number one, because of this use of electronic data transfer, right, there was an 82% decrease in the number of return orders, right? There was a 52% decrease in the food wasted, right? What happens is that when you can access your orders through your phone, right? That you can connect with all of your suppliers through a single platform instead of calling each one of you guys every night, right? I can actually run with leaner inventories. I don't have to like store 75 boxes of tomatoes that will get me through the week, right? I can store less, and as a result, there's less waste, less theft, less perishability, right? And I can offer my clients a much fresher product, right? And that was like mind-blowing to us. So at that point, we started to realize the value of this data, right? Today, Blue Card users, right? They essentially, and just so it's very clear, Blue Card is free. We use the same model as LinkedIn, right? We have a free user base, right? And we present them ads, right? And if they want to subscribe to like premium services, then they pay a premium on that. But otherwise, what enables us to like grow so much and have so much data is because it's absolutely free. And we obviously don't share that data with outsiders and things like that. But essentially what we're doing now is you have these restaurant managers, the chefs, right? That are purchasing every single day using their historic data, using the data from their weekly trends, right? Using the data from their inventory because it's all aggregated, right? And they're making much wiser purchasing decisions every single day, right? Now, the next generation of purchasing is what Blue Card's working on right now, which is essentially leveraging not just my data, but my peers' data. So I'm sure that most of us are fully familiar with what Waze does, right? Waze reroutes our traffic, based on different accidents and things like that happen on the road. That's exactly what Blue Card is doing, okay? So if I know that tomorrow there's gonna be a huge snowstorm, right? I should know that as soon as possible. If I know that tomorrow there's gonna be a massive event down the street and every restaurant around me is purchasing more and it's stocking up, right? I should know that, right? So that's what we're doing, essentially circling back data that belongs to our users back to our users, right? So they can be even more efficient and start anticipating what's going to happen, right? So that's a little bit of like the importance in data, not just kind of like for ourselves, but also for our own community, right?
It's predictive.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
and allows you not only to run the existing business more efficiently, but the business that you'll have tomorrow or the next day or the week later. Yeah, and also to understand your own customers better, which shapes the decisions you make internally and from logistics to menus, et cetera.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We have just a few minutes before they're going to ring that bell, so I'd love to open the floor up to all of you. Yes?
Well, it'd be really interesting to see what you do, what your product does for food waste, actually, and what kind of impact it has on it. So that's one question. I guess the second question I had bothered me all day. Has anyone ever done a nutrition or flavor profile on vegetables that are hydroponically grown or rooftop grown versus terroir?
That's a really good question, actually. Oh, I would like to do a story on that.
Yeah,
so in case you didn't hear, one was for Constantine, which I know you've worked on, which was how this kind of data and the work he's doing at Blue Card can address the food waste issue. And then one for Britta, which was, has anyone ever done a food flavor profile, right, or nutrition profile on food that's hydroponically grown? That's a really good question. Yeah, that's a really good question.
So, well, I absolutely love that question. As you can imagine, when we stumble with these results, this 52% savings in food waste, right, from our users, right? We try number one, it's for me, it was one of the first times that I see a tool or a program that addresses food waste before it happens, right? There's a lot of food runners out there that is, strategies to address what happens with the food waste, but it was one of the first strategies that I could see that actually prevents food waste from happening. And that was fascinating to us. What we're doing today is we're trying to understand this further. So we're doing 3 live case studies across DC, New York, and San Francisco, where we're following 3 chefs from the point that they sign up in Blue Card, they start using Blue Card, and what we're doing is we're doing weekly interviews and tracking them, their activities, to really understand how does technology and access to your own data have a direct impact in mitigating that food waste. Yeah?
I'll take the hydroponic question. you're giving me this question because I'm the CEO of Window Farms, which is I actually spoke at the first TEDx Manhattan event that was here as well, and really got my start in this community. But actually, my company just died, so it's kind of really interesting to be seeing this from seeing the cycle of being in the hydroponics market from kind of that long view and from the end of the cycle, at least for me. And I'll say just also that the really cool thing about being have your company having failed but being an early player in the market is also just getting to watch the whole sea of new companies kind of come up. And there are about 30 companies now out there in our space. And so it's just really been amazing. So, and we've all been really learning together. But to specifically your question, basically it's not just what is happening around the plant's root system that makes an impact. Actually, one of the biggest single factors that does, and yes, plenty of these tests have been done. And in fact, the labs are always using that. A lot of the labs that are developing technology for hydroponics or for controlled growing are specifically looking to, hit a certain mark on, let's say, lycopene or on pretty much the phytonutrients are one of the things that's a main indicator. And actually, the biggest area that makes an impact there is actually the light conditions under which the plant is grown. And it's very similar to our bodies that you can feed yourself really great food, but if your gut is not in a good condition for breaking down the food that you're getting, that you're not necessarily going to assimilate all of that great nutrition. And the same thing is true for plants, that they actually need to be getting really good light in order to be able to break down and digest whatever great nutrients they could be getting, whether it's from soil or from more of a water-based medium.
From a flavor profile perspective, from a preparing, right, where I would come in terms of preparing that food, is the fact that because we believe in kind of its whole, right, seasonal and local, that we procure 30% of our produce from green market. We look at Brooklyn Grange, we look at other sources, it's perfect, right? So because it's still grown, and as long as it's natural and it's organic and it's fresh, so I think that there's a definite place for it. And from a food wastage perspective, we love it as well, because the more that chefs can be informed about proper utilization of food in their kitchens, the less waste that there is overall, and the better that they can actually prepare for their guests. We love.
Has better.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sort of that's actually a very nice way to end this, or a nice thought to end this on, which is that ugly produce, or what we refer to as trash produce, or all that, is that produce that has fought with the environment or been at war with the elements perhaps has a better flavor profile and better nutrition, of course, and better look, yes. Right, more eccentric. And we can't prove it, so, food for thought. Thank you very, very much for joining us for this, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Nice.
Yeah, that was fun.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was such a pleasure to meet you.
It was. Oops.
Britta, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, Kate, thank you so much.
Yes, for sure. Yes.
Yes, certainly. Thank you.
What do you want us to do? Sit, stand?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. like I'm the sloppy one at the desk, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We are really excited to come talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center. This is a place of wonder, aspiration, inspiration, 21st century technology. Every child deserves an environment they can be excited and happy to be a part of.
Steve Ritz is committed to the youth of the Bronx, and I'm happy to be part of this program, which is really turning kids around.
What you get here with the Green Bronx machine and with this learning center, it checks off so many boxes.
We have our tower guard. We are net positive on food and energy. We have bicycle-powered blenders, bicycle-powered generators. We have a state-of-the-art Green Bronx machine mobile classroom kitchen, which is game-changing. We have the first living ecosystem in the United States. Unit 001 of Grove Lab is right in the back of our classroom. Literally, the fish and plants are communicating with the kids online.
We want our kids to learn. We want them to be happy and enthusiastic and energetic about learning. Steve Ritz and Louis Torres do exactly that here at CS 55.
55! All right, follow me. You're going to be amazed with this. 3, 2, 1, We can encourage kids to think about a brighter, better future for themselves and for their neighbors, not only immediately, but all around the world.
Let us turn up the beat.
Every year, we're raising up a new crop of kids who understand what food is.
Oh my gosh, you even got what kind of it? It's a lima bean. Wow.
Please check out the Green Bronx Machine website. Make a donation. Support our projects. Help us grow something greater. Also, the kids run the Facebook page, so like the kids on Facebook, and we're just getting started.
I hope that all of you will remember today as a way that a community comes together to support all of your dreams.
Today I took care of eggplants. We harvested Swiss chard. I've been planting beets, raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, tomatoes, onions, dill, mint.
Harlem Grown partners with elementary schools in the New York City public school system to foster a more sustainable lifestyle through doing and hands-on learning.
Before you made the Harlem Grown garden, it was some bats and cats all over.
Kids called it the haunted garden.
And I'd say, I hope someone fixes this garden.
We got it re-registered as a school garden. So we have 400 kids, we have 400 seedlings, everybody planted something and it started coming up.
Then I said, did someone actually read my thoughts?
In Harlem, obesity and being overweight in children is higher than in the rest of the city. Asthma is higher than in the rest of the city. So your health is being challenged because of where you're born. And so Harlem Grown is starting to change that pattern.
The kids flock to here. They want to come here. You know, they want to help. It's an outlet. They want to do something and it's fun. And they feel like they're doing something that makes them feel important.
We want to reacquaint children with where their food comes from. We want the kids to identify plants and vegetables by their leaf, by their scent, by their texture.
That's the basil, that's real sweet. And over there, that's dill, and that's cinnamon basil over there. I didn't know what eggplant is, so now I really tried it, and now I know what it is. It tastes really, really different. tastes sweet.
Kids know about what they're eating and what they're drinking, and they're making healthier choices because of it.
We have what we call the green team in the school. The green team gives you the privilege of digging through the garbage to make sure that all the recycling and compost is in the right receptacles. These are the same kids who were ew, I don't want to touch that. And now here they are. They're the captains. Very, very glorious position.
Tony is this amazing mentor for these students, and he leads by example. And so it's not pushing it on them, but if they see you picking a tomato off the vine and just eating it, then they're gonna pick it. Or if they see you eating a leaf of stevia, then they're gonna go and eat that leaf of stevia.
Sometimes we take the tomatoes, just eat them. We don't tell nobody, we just eat them.
All of a sudden, they want to know about math because they want to know how far apart to space the plants, and they want to know about science because they want to know what the little white thing is coming out of the seed, which is the root, and the leaves.
And these are things that are tangible and do not live within the walls of a classroom. The garden is really extended beyond health and nutrition. It's really about conflict resolution, it's about community development, and it's about youth development in itself.
We've seen an 80% decrease in fights since having a mentor in the school, which is huge. And it's just about working with others and teamwork and positive relationship building, all through the lens of taking care of the environment and taking care of yourself.
We had to work together, and it all started on teamwork.
It's all about teamwork, so if you're in a group, you just start talking to each other and then you just make friends. We all became friends by shoveling chicken poop.
This garden provides time and space for students to fully become themselves, to be comfortable in their skin, to be and feel holistically within the community.
It really has turned into a communal space that's outside and it's peaceful. It's like a little retreat.
And I invite everybody in. I give everybody food. Not being profit-driven allows us to look at it from a different angle. The more we can do for our community, the better.
Hi, I'm Anya.
And I'm Diana.
And we're from Amsterdam University College.
We're super excited to be hosting the viewing party of the Change Food Fest that's happening on November 12th.
Make sure to tune in.
Hello, we're with the Division of Business and Entrepreneurship and with the University of Wisconsin Extension. We're so excited to support the Change Food Fest and especially excited to support our own Tara Johnson and for her talk the morning of November 12th.
Hello from Ukraine. I'm Olga Kuhar. Here our babies and parents, and we are here together to say you that we love this initiative, Change Food. Thank you.
This is the sound of sadness. This sound is the void of the God of the mountain and land to let us know our loved ones all are dead.
27 social workers were kidnapped at gunpoint out of my camp.
All the time the newspapers say the Hispanic community, they're bad people. They steal, they are drug dealers. So we were living between two big rivers. So we were basically on our own, on an island. There is no place to grow.
Bang is about recent immigrant farmers, and we've done quite a few shows now and had different kinds of audiences. But a couple weeks ago, we did a show in Ottumwa, which is a town with a big meatpacking plant. And so we had lots of people who had worked with immigrants, taught ESL with them. But in the audience, there was also a student who had been in the Army in Afghanistan. So she was a vet. And
Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
So
before we start the second session, I want to introduce you to Caitlin Levin and Henry Hargreaves. They're two amazing artists. Scans, which each month food was in season, they scanned it and they're going to tell you about it. But we have three of them and they have a few slides, so they want to explain to you what they've done. I'm standing up here with you.
Want to stay with us? Hi, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that delicious lunch. I'm Caitlin. Oh, yes, delicious lunch. It was amazing. I'm Caitlin, and this is my partner, Henry, and we are the artists who created this series that you might have seen out front here, and you can also look on page 5 of your program. We use food as our medium, and we love to turn it from the mundane into something beautiful and unexpected. And Henry's going to tell you a little bit more about what we do and how and why we created this series.
Right, so this series is made up of 12 images, each representing the seasonal produce of the month. So here we've got, for instance, October, which is made up of mushrooms, eggplant, cauliflower, and fall greens. You can kind of get a zoomed in one so you can kind of see up close how these are. So obviously, instead of photographing the produce, we captured these images on a scanner just to kind of bring the viewer much closer to it and not just showing the exterior of the produce that we're familiar with, but kind of showing the inside layers and kind of bringing you inside all these things. We want to show that food can be more than just something that's for consumption and kind of showing it to you in a different way than you might be used to seeing food. The other thing that jumps out with this series is the kaleidoscopic style in which we kind of turned all these things. We're just sort of intending to reflect this constant dialogue between nature and order with them. And as artists, we're just thrilled to be able to bring a voice about the food movement to a different audience and show how it reveals so much about different cultures and places, because food is something we're all able to relate to. So it's just like this really interesting way of communicating and sort of talking about it and showing it. So anyway, look, I just want to finally finish up by saying, all of these pieces are for sale, and the proceeds are going to Change Food, or a considerable amount. So look, you can put your money where your mouth is, and be part of this and give to a good cause. So look, anyway, go at the next break, come in, take a closer look. We're here to answer any questions. But anyway, thanks for coming. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the other last thing is we are giving away a Vitamix, and we have a bunch of raffle prizes. You got a ticket when you came in. It's going to happen after this session. I'll give you the exact time at the end of the session downstairs in the exhibit hall. The Vitamix won't be given away until December, but you can start to register for it. And let's get started with session 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try and do the dramatic music justice. Because I know in our PC culture you can't necessarily ask, I'll let you know that yes, I am pregnant. And when you work in sustainability and you are pregnant, people expect you to say you're doing it for the future generations. You're doing it for the children. Like all those silver fox CEOs on the original TED Talks who looked into their grandchildren's eyes, probably while floating on a yacht, and decided they were gonna donate to WWF and change their corporation. Since I am Saw's yacht today, allow me to play another role, the role of ruthless corporate businessman. I am basically the madman minus the drink. So whether you're an alcoholic madman or just a normal madman, you'll probably find yourself in an airport traveling for business or leisure, which is exactly why airports have become microcosms of our society. And working for JetBlue at our JFK Terminal 5, we have food shops, we have retail shops, we also now have chapels, we have an organic farm. We have all these things you wouldn't necessarily expect to find in an airport terminal because as air travel has become democratized, so has the needs of the traveler. The diversity we are now expected to supply has truly changed. And as demand for what type of food customers want changes around us, JetBlue Airways is asking what role we should play in this evolution. What is our larger responsibility to society to provide healthy food? And that is why I am here today talking to you as a corporate voice from an airline about food. So every year, we have over 35 million different people come into our airplanes, and they all want to eat. They all want to eat something different. And airplanes have much less storage than, say, a Whole Foods warehouse. So if you had to get these 35 million people all to agree on one snack, one type of food, to store in this tiny, tiny little galley we have, and if you've been back there, you know they're tiny and they're getting tinier, and serve it to them in the rain, in the snow, as far south as Peru, as far north as Alaska, 365 days a year, how would you do it? And I like to remind people how damn hard that is when you complain about airline food. But let's say by some miracle, you did get all of America to agree on what snack you wanted. And we've tried, we survey people all the time, we really do try. And let's say they said they wanted something relatively healthy, because they do say that. And you get really excited. Like me, I was like, oh, my faith in humanity is restored. We asked all our customers what they wanted, and they said they wanted more healthy options. So you load that food on board, you set up the infrastructure, you make the investments, and then you start serving it. And once you start serving it, you realize something. They freaking lied to you. They said they wanted something healthy, but they didn't, and maybe they just said that because this person in the seat next to them was like looking over as they filled out the survey. And that is why at 8 a.m., our most popular drink is not water, it's not coffee, it's not even alcohol. So what would you do? How do you create this infrastructure for people who want different things at different times, who can afford different budgets, whose natural cravings don't exactly jive with the ethical practices they profess they want when you survey them? Oh, and by the way, we also need to make money while doing this. And if we don't, no food program. These questions are obviously not easy to answer, which is why my coworkers and I who work on food have not tried to answer them 100%. Instead, what we've done is look at all our stakeholders, break them into groups, and ask each group what their passion is, and then address only that passion. So the first group we talked to, nonprofits. Where we heard them crying the loudest and where we thought we could make the change was with cage-free eggs. And that is why in 2016, JetBlue Airways introduced only cage-free eggs into all our fresh food products and took out all non-cage-free eggs from our supply chain. People work really hard on this stuff, you know? They're literally people sitting in their cubicles trying to convince other managers that this is a worthwhile effort, that customers will care, that we'll be rewarded for this. And one of the reasons it's worked is because we did it in partnership with food nonprofits and not under protest or duress from them. Another market we've really looked to embed ourselves in and work with is this budding, growing, amazing entrepreneurial food scene going on right here in New York, which unfortunately for me doesn't mean I get to hang out in Brooklyn checking out hipsters, but it does mean we get to dig into the really detailed questions with small food companies who aren't necessarily equipped and prepared to supply a big airline and take on all those little quirks that it means to deliver food for an airport. That means getting into the details about things like trucking, packaging, heating rates, again, in tiny little ovens and tiny little galleys. And that is why we created an in-house mentorship program where JetBlue invites small, budding entrepreneurials, usually for food and beverage, to come work with us on exactly these details. And just for 1 second, we forget the price. We don't worry about what it would cost, and we imagine how it could be possible. And that's how we've gotten with Hot Bread Kitchen and Bronx Hot Sauce now on board at JetBlue. And the people who serve you on your flight, the people behind the counter of the coffee, we also asked what they were passionate about. Turns out what they wanted to see a change in was composting. And that's because they are the ones who see firsthand the mass amount of food waste going through an airport. So thanks to them, we now have a composting program for our JFK terminal with a 99% clean sort rate, which goes to upstate New York and comes back. It's not me, that's all them, comes back to our organic farm as soil right here at JFK. And not to be forgotten, the folks flying in Mint, our equivalent of first class, we asked them what they wanted. Healthy organic food, including Blue Marble ice cream, yes, this time actually from Brooklyn, and a beautiful array of choices to go with it. This is where you really get to deliver on what people dream about. But all of this doesn't answer what most people want to eat, because most of those 35 million aren't in first class. And what they want is affordable, healthy choices. And affordable has to mean, by their definition of affordable, not mine or yours. So we've introduced things like fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, quinoa salad and kale salad, all with great financial success and customer satisfaction. So in conclusion, I'm afraid we'll never get America to agree on one favorite snack. And I have thought that our desire for salt and sugar has will continue to overrun what we profess to be our choices on surveys. So JetBlue is a mirror, a reflection of where we really are on food, not a high, lofty ideal of where we wish we were. But we are determined to be part of the solution in creating a more equitable food system. So if you are a food producer, a maker, or an eater, I urge you to keep demanding from us, keep supplying from us, keep knocking on our door and asking why we don't have more. Because after all, it really isn't so bad up there. Thank you very much, guys.
I want to begin with a quick poll. Who here trusts the industrial food industry? Okay, for those of you at home, nobody raised their hand, and that might not be a fair question because of this forum, but the point I'm trying to drive home is we don't, especially my generation. We live in a food world where there's no transparency in the industrial food supply chain. There's no connection to food, there's no connection to where it's from, and there's no connection to the people who grow it. we also regurgitate labels and headlines without looking deeper into what's going on. It's hard to admit, but what we need, there's a divide between what we need and what we're able to provide for ourselves. And because of this, the cost of food and the distrust in food has become unaffordable. And trust has become the currency of my generation. It's not just the food that is unaffordable, it's the lack of trust. So for the past few years, I've been informing my curiosity about what we can do about this and working alongside some amazing organizations and schools to try to figure out how we bring real food closer to the home. Recently, I helped found a company called Square Roots, and I'm really excited to announce that last week, we successfully launched our pilot program, which is an urban farming accelerator with 10 local food entrepreneurs who are growing and selling food from vertical hydroponic systems in Brooklyn, a few subway stops away. So while we were doing due diligence, we knew 6 months ago we were going to do this project in New York, but we didn't know where we were going to do it. And when I set out to do due diligence, I went to places like the Bronx, and then I went out to Brooklyn, where Brussels sprouts is the new mac and cheese. And I decided to walk into one of the local coffee roasters who sustainably source their coffee beans and sit down at the bar and talk to other conscious consumers. I told them a bit about our project, and their reaction was, how do I get involved? How do I make sure your project comes to our community, to my neighborhood, so that I can be there when it happens? And their third question was really surprising, and all across the board, was, what am I eating now? What's in my food? This is Brooklyn we're talking about, the mecca of foodies, and that question is being asked. So there's a lot of work to do. I'm excited for our project because what we need to do is build stronger local food systems together. We need to empower food entrepreneurs who can challenge and help change that system. We need not just young, but we need food professionals who know what they're talking about, who can produce what the community needs, and who can educate those around them. Trust starts with real food and real conversation. I am honored to be a part of this conversation today. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Sam Polk, and I'm excited to tell you a little about the nonprofit that I run called Grocery Ships, which works at the intersection of poverty and food-related health issues, and also the social enterprise called Every Table that's making healthy food affordable for everybody. But before I do that, I want to tell you a little of my background, just so you know who's talking to you. So I grew up in Los Angeles, and from a very early age, I was incredibly ambitious. And so after college, I went to a place that a lot of ambitious young men go to, Wall Street. And I spent about 8 years climbing up the corporate ladder there until I was a senior trader for one of the largest hedge funds in the world. And then the crash hit, and that was my first sort of awakening as far as understanding how what I was doing was connected to the rest of the world. And I'll tell you a story from those days. I was in a meeting with one of my billionaire bosses, who was one of the smartest guys I've known, and several other traders, and we were talking about the hedge fund regulations being talked about in Congress. And everybody in the room thought they were a terrible idea, but I sort of raised my hand and said, you know, maybe they would be better for the system as a whole. And it was like this terrible moment, like the music had been turned off, and the room went silent. And my boss leaned across the table and shot me this withering glare and said, Sam, I don't have the brain capacity to think about the system as a whole. I can only think about what's good for us and our business. And it wasn't so much that I judged him as I saw myself in him, and I understood that that's what had been driving me for so long as well. So after about a year of sort of wrestling with myself, I ended up resigning from my job in the hedge fund and walking away from Wall Street. And I wanted to get away from all the ambition and focus on success, so I moved to a place that has absolutely no focus on ambition, Los Angeles. And I spent the next couple of years doing volunteer work and writing a book. And then one weekend, I went on one of those Netflix binge-watching sprees, and I was watching, all these food documentaries, Food Inc. and Forks Over Knives. And there was one in particular called A Place at the Table that was about hunger in America and how in the richest country in the world, millions of people don't know where their next meal is coming from, many of those children. And while that broke my heart, what blew my mind was the argument the film made about the intersection between poverty and issues like obesity. And it described the existence of food deserts where there's very little fresh food for sale and tons of fast food. I'll show you what that looks like in Los Angeles. This is showing some of the new healthy food eateries in Los Angeles. And you'll notice that they're at certain price points and certain locations. But there's an entire swath of the city that's left out. But fear not, there are restaurants that serve those areas and very profitably. Now this hit me on a deep level. I come from a family that struggles with a lot of food issues. My dad has diabetes, my mom had the lap band surgery. I've got a younger brother, Daniel, that got to be 450 pounds and had the stomach surgery, lost the weight, gained it back. And truth is, I struggle with food and eating healthy mostly because my favorite meal is like a dozen donuts and some privacy, But for me, it wasn't because there wasn't a grocery store in our neighborhood. There was. And that place in the red rectangle is a place, there's a lot of neighborhoods there, but one of them is called South Los Angeles, where per capita income is $13,000 a year, and life expectancy is a full 10 years less than places like Pacific Palisades, more affluent areas. So the first thing we did was we started a nonprofit called Grocery Ships that helps families living in food deserts get healthy. And how it works is a mom, usually, joins a group of 9 other moms, and they go through a 6-month program where they meet once a week for 2 hours. And in those meetings, there's nutrition education, healthy cooking skills, $30 worth of fresh produce each week. But importantly, those groups are structured not as didactic lectures, but as support groups. So they're led by people from the community who've been through the program before, and people sit in a circle, and there's a box of Kleenex in the center because a lot of time is devoted to talking about all the other issues that go into healthy eating that are often unaddressed in a nonprofit context, things like stress and depression and emotional eating and addiction and childhood trauma, family belief systems. And when you start talking about that stuff, people start crying. And I'll show you a little bit about what this looked like in the first ever group. It was held at in a church bungalow on the edge of a church parking lot in South Los Angeles, and there were 7 women and me. One of the women was a woman named Helen Langley, and I met her when we were taking applications for this program. And I said, why are you interested in this program? And she said, I am a retired school teacher, and I live in a house with 5 kids. None of them are mine. They're all the children of my brothers and sisters who are drug addicts or homeless and live on the street. And I've taken in these kids. And these kids get to see their parents twice a year. On Thanksgiving and Christmas, the parents are allowed into the house. They take a shower and then eat a meal with their kids, and then they have to go. And she said that every time that happens, one of the kids will come up to her and say, am I going to end up like my mom? And Helen will say, no, you're going to end up like me. And she took the responsibility she had taken on so deeply, but she was getting sick, and those kids were getting sick, and so she wanted to get healthy. So we started that program, and it was, like I said, me and 7 moms, and I remember that first group explaining the nutrition education and healthy cooking and fresh produce, and people were really excited. And then I started talking about that sharing circle and talking about emotional stuff, and people were less excited. So much so that each meeting starts with what's called a check-in, where the question is, how are you feeling? And you go around the circle and answer it. And that first meeting, people gave one-word answers or passed, and there was actually so little participation that we had to end the meeting early. And that happened the second meeting as well. And it was happening the third meeting until it got to Helen, and she paused for a second and then looked up and said, it's been 20 years since anyone asked how I was feeling. And a tear rolled down her cheek. And she started to open up about what her life was really like and the stuff she deals with on a daily basis. The woman after her opened up about an abusive marriage, and pretty soon everyone in the room was crying. And that was the moment that a collection of strangers became a group. And we met there every day for 6 months until the end, when there's a lot of data for a nonprofit, and we showed incredible progress in terms of BMI reduction and increased fruit and vegetable intake and decreased fast food. But for me, what was really meaningful was the emotional changes and some of the things that the people said, like Joanna saying, "This group has made me feel physically, mentally, and emotionally beautiful." Helen used to say, "Y'all are my family." She used to say that when she would come into the group, she would unzip herself, and then 2 hours later, zip herself back up again. And then possibly the favorite thing that anybody has ever said to me in my entire life, although, was a woman named Juana, 26-year-old mom, who said this. She said, "I love this group because it reminds me that I exist." So that was in 2013, we did 1 group. The year after, we did 2 groups. Next year, we did 10 groups. And this year, we're doing 20 groups. And Grocery Ships is great. And nonprofits are tough, and it's hard to raise money. And if any of you would like to donate, please let me know. But it really is hard. And also, we kept hearing from a lot of these parents, look, I'm a single mom. I've got 4 jobs and 2 kids, 4 kids and 2 jobs. And this cooking classes is great, but I need to get food on the go. And in that neighborhood, this means McDonald's, so that's where we go. So me and a partner of mine created a business called Every Table. And this is how Every Table works. It's actually pretty simple. At a central commissary kitchen, some of the best chefs in the country, that guy in the back is the former head chef at Le Cirque, are creating these healthy, delicious meals. And these are not just any sort of healthy meals. These are meals that have been created with the head chef of Le Cirque and folks from South LA that are super authentic, super craveable, super delicious, like that's a chicken tinga, Puebla chicken tinga with black beans and chayote peppers, our #1 seller. Jamaican jerk chicken with plantains and coconut beans and rice, also a huge seller. But the key is that at the commissary kitchen, they're packaged in to-go containers, and that may sound like a simple thing, but it's actually the key economic insight, and I'll show you why. Imagine a Chipotle. You walk in, it's 2,500 square feet of space, has 10 to 15 employees, fully built out commercial kitchen. All of that is pretty expensive, which is why Chipotle will probably never sell a $4 burrito. But if everything is made fresh every day, but packaged in grab-and-go containers, you can take them and sell them from stores like this, our first store, which is 600 square feet, has beautiful display refrigerators instead of a kitchen, has 2 employees instead of 10, and all of that leads to this cost structure where packaging and ingredients plus labor in the kitchen plus grab-and-go storefront labor and overhead equals $3.85. Now, we knew after penciling that out that that was going to be our cost structure, and we could have put just a 30 or 40% margin and had a good business and been the lowest price healthy food in that neighborhood. But on Grocery Ships applications every day, what I see is the following. Single mom, 3 kids, $1,200 monthly income, $750 monthly rent. It's hard to make it to the end of the month every month. Cupboards are bare. And for that mom, there's a huge difference between a meal that costs $6 and one that costs $4, whereas folks where I live on the west side are used to tender greens for $14, sweet green for $12. All those are great options. So we decided to implement a variable pricing model where we sell the food based on the prices of the communities that we're living in. So in South LA, the food is for $4. In downtown LA, for $8. Now what this allows us to do, thank you. The beauty of all of this is that we can have a single kitchen supporting dozens of stores, and it's making healthy food more affordable for everybody. So in the lower income areas, it's cheaper than McDonald's. In the higher income areas, it's cheaper than a lot of the other options. And because it's in grab-and-go containers, it's fast and it's convenient. And people in our first store are buying 10 meals at a time so they can take them home and keep them in their fridge. And the beauty of all that is then it creates this system where we all come together to make sure that healthy food is available for everybody. And so I'll end by just telling you what I think this business sort of means to me and why I'm doing it. Is you remember this guy and what he said, I can only think about myself and my business. And there's a lot of people in this country that think like that, and I am one of them sometimes when I'm choosing a place to live or a school for my kids. That's what I'm thinking about. At the same time, there's a lot of people that feel like Helen. you know? It's been 20 years since anyone asked how I was feeling. And I'm here to say that those statements are related, maybe even causal. And for us, this is about this understanding, at least in my heart, that healthy food is a human right, and it should be available to everybody. But for too many people, it's become a luxury product. And so this is about, and I don't mean to be grandiose, but a business taking on the responsibility to say, we're gonna make sure that it's affordable for everybody, and we're gonna take on that responsibility, because in my mind, every life is equally important. Every neighborhood is equally important. And Every Table's tagline, oh, I forgot about that slide, but forget it, is every body, every block, every table. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Norton, and I'm the co-founder of Sir Kensington's. Our journey, our story began about 8 years ago when we had this realization that food in America was changing for the better, but condiments had been left behind. We realized that in every aisle of the supermarket there was a better version of organic yogurt or grass-fed beef. But if you looked at condiments, they actually really resembled an industrial product more than they resembled a food product. And so we asked ourselves the question, could we actually create condiments, starting with ketchup, that had natural, high-quality ingredients, high production standards that we would be excited to eat and that America increasingly would be excited about? And you know, we're not a charity. We don't call ourselves a social enterprise, but we do believe that there is a role of business beyond transactional commerce. And in that, we realize our mission, which is to bring integrity and charm to ordinary and overlooked food. Over the last couple of years, we've taken this philosophy and we've taken this model and we've grown our product line to mayonnaise and to mustard to make what we call condiments with character, which you can actually taste on the sandwiches and taste outside on the gifting table. But when we went to go make an eggless mayonnaise, a vegan mayonnaise, we ran into a challenge and we thought maybe we had met our match. See, what mayonnaise is it's essentially oil that's emulsified with egg to take oil, which is a liquid, and create something culinarily that has that perfect creamy texture and that rich taste. But without egg, if you can't emulsify it, then you can't get that taste and you can't get that texture. And all the experimentation we did, everything that was on the market that was commercially available to emulsify mayonnaise without eggs, didn't really deliver that level of flavor that we were looking for. Processed pea protein, processed soy protein, kind of ended up with a vegetal flavor. And so we couldn't put that on the market because we say if we can't make it better, then we don't make it. And so this kind of led us to an interesting discovery. And it was a discovery about something called aquafaba. You may have never heard of aquafaba, and it sounds really exotic. But aquafaba is actually something simple that you've probably all experienced before. And that's the water that you get when you open up a can of chickpeas and you drain it. You might notice there's some viscosity there. It's a little bit brown, and it's got a texture to it. And what happens when chickpeas are boiled and when they're canned is that the water actually absorbs the proteins and the starches of the chickpea. And our team was turned on to an incredible community online of culinary experimental vegans who were realizing that you could actually use this as an egg replacement for meringues and for icings. And so we wondered, could this actually be the answer to what we're trying to do and emulsify a mayonnaise? And after a lot of work, after a lot of time in the test kitchen, we found that this was actually the perfect ingredient to deliver that perfect, rich texture and delicious flavor that we look for in a traditional mayonnaise. But there was only one problem. We couldn't go knocking on all the doors in Brooklyn asking for people to give us their chickpea water. There was no commercially available supply chain for aquafaba. And so we wondered, how could we bring this product to market on a commercial scale? We're sold all across the country. We sell to restaurants, to retailers. And how did we bring this to commercial scale? Well, that led us to ask our partner in Whole Foods, where could we find this? And so some of the brainstorming led us to realize that there are actually hummus manufacturers that as they make hummus are boiling large quantities of chickpeas and pouring tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of pounds of aquafaba down the drain every year. And so through a lot of work, a lot of great introductions, and through a partnership that we now have with a hummus company in upstate New York, we realized that if we put our mind to it, we could create the world's first commercially viable, food-safe aquafaba supply chain. So now we rescue and we upcycle these tens of thousands of pounds of aquafaba into what we call fabanaise. And please, I have a limited amount of time. And you know, it's incredible because it was a win-win-win. It was a win for us to be able to create this as a business, create economic value. It was a win for our customers and for the evolved eaters everywhere that love what we make now. And it was also a win for the food system. And this is really my message to all of you today. You know, 30%, up to 30% of all food in America goes to waste. And there's real value in that waste. But there's only value in that waste if you're willing to go the extra step and to have the courage and to follow that sense of curiosity and that sense of possibility to create your own supply chains. And look to where there hasn't been any interest. Look to the ordinary, look to the overlooked to bring innovation, because the future of the food system is yet unwritten, and it is up to all of you to write it. So thank you.
Hi there. Just to be a little bit trite, the saying goes that we are what we eat. And the kind of the surface level understanding of that is that we are physically composed of the molecules that we consume. But I think that we can actually take a larger lens to understand that idea. And that is who and what we are as a species is the result of the interplay between our diet and our habitat. So I want to take a look back and get to where this idea comes from. So big step back. Let's go back 1.9 million years. And 1.9 million years ago, humans are early hominids, not so different from our chimp cousins. And we're eating a diet that is very similar to what our chimp cousins eat. We're eating a lot of very fibrous fruits. And these fruits are very high in micronutrients, in vitamins, in minerals, and antioxidants. But because they're so fibrous, they're not very calorie dense, and they're very hard to chew, and they're very hard to digest. And so then we do something extraordinary. We discover barbecue, which is actually, not to be facetious, but it's kind of two innovations. The first is that we start eating meat. And when we start eating meat, we have a more calorie dense, a more macronutrient dense. So macronutrients, I'm talking about fat, carbohydrates, and protein. So meat introduces a high level of fats and proteins to our diet. And now we have this nutrient source that we've never had before. And then something else happens. And the second innovation is the one that changes the course of our species, that changes the course of history of our planet. And that is that we start cooking our food. And when we start cooking our food, it effectively pre-processes it. It starts breaking it down. And when it breaks it down, we spend a lot less time chewing. And before this, we had been spending 50% of our day chewing. And now we start cooking our food, and we spend 5% of our day chewing. And so all of a sudden, we have a new nutrient source that's giving us more nutrition, more macronutrients, more calories than we've ever had before. And we're getting them faster and with far greater efficiency than we've ever gotten before. Because not only does the food start to break down mechanically when you start cooking it, but it also starts to break down on a molecular level. And your digestive system gets a lot more efficient. And so our gut actually gets shorter. And the cells in the gut, the tissue in our gut, is the second most energy hungry in the human body, second only to the brain. And so with the shorter gut, with more food, and with more energy dense food than we've ever had before, we can invest all of that energy in our brain. And our brain gets 50% larger, we become Homo erectus, and we evolve. Now fast forward another 1.8 million years, so we're 100,000 years ago. Homo erectus again discovers a new food source. We start eating cereal grains. And when we add cereal grains to our diet of cooked meat and cooked fruits, we have a food supply that lasts for a longer part of the year. We get over the seasonality hump. And again, we evolve as a species. We evolve from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens. Now again, fast forward 10,000 years ago, and 10,000 years ago, we start farming for the first time. And we start farming just a couple of cereal grains, and we start farming a couple of animals. And so we're not great at farming, but we're producing more calories, more macronutrients than we ever have before. And with that, the farming population explodes. We create the first permanent settlements, and farmers start reproducing at a rate 50% faster than foragers. And as a result of that, the where and how we live, our social group structure totally changes. And while we are, at this point, 10,000 years ago, living at the moment in history when we have more calories, more macronutrients than we've ever had before, two remarkable things happen to our species. We actually start getting smaller as a species, where for the past 4 or 5 million years of hominid development, we had actually been getting significantly taller. And the second thing that happens is that we actually start experiencing developmental delays. So that giant brain that we've now evolved that is 3 times larger than it was 4 or 5 million years ago really isn't doing so hot. And so what we see when we look back at history is that this is the first moment when we are overfed and at the same time undernourished. We have more calories, more macronutrients than ever, and yet we have neglected the micronutrients that we had early in our development. So now fast forward another 10,000 years, and we're in 1790. So another just small step in history. And in 1790, 90% of the American population is still involved in farming. And over the past 10,000 years, we've gotten a lot better at farming. And we're farming more things, both in terms of diversity and more things in terms of volume than we ever have before. But over 200 years, from 1790 to 1990, another remarkable thing happens. We will drop from 90% of the American population being involved in farm labor to 2.6%. And for reference, we're a similar rate today, about 2% of the American population. And so while it took us millions of years of evolution to go from being foragers to hunters, and another nearly 2 million years to go from hunters to farmers, and it took us another 10,000 years to get really good at farming, within 200 years, we move from an agrarian species to now a market or commodity-based diet species. And this has huge implications, some very good and some questionable. So the first thing, the thing that we're doing really, really well is, again, we're really good at transporting macronutrients. We're really good at transporting calories. And there are today, for the average individual living in sub-Saharan Africa, there are 2,400 calories per day available for him. That's more than the global average was 50 years ago. And that's extraordinary, and it's worth recognizing that accomplishment. But at the same time, because we've invested in this hard commodity-based food system, we've tried to force the soft commodities, the fruits and vegetables, the things that give us all of those micronutrients, all of the vitamins, the minerals, and the antioxidants into that same system. And it hasn't worked very well. The saying goes that we now grow for transportation rather than for consumption, and it's very true. A fruit or vegetable today has 90% fewer micronutrients than it had 100 years ago. And so as we think about the future and the future of our food supply, it's not the macronutrients, it's not the calories that really concern me. We have shown as a species to be adept at increasing our supply of macronutrients and showing that we can evolve as a result of that. What we have never done in the history of our species is improve our ability to grow micronutrients, and that is concerning. And so I think if we're going to figure out how to grow micronutrients within the commodity or market-based food system that we have today, we need a new type of infrastructure. And so this infrastructure, I've spent a long time thinking about this, and there are a lot of really smart people thinking about this, and it's my thesis that it will exist within a space called indoor agriculture. So indoor agriculture kind of has an interesting connotation. It echoes factory farm, But what factory farming really implies is taking a pristine piece of natural land, industrializing it, and destroying it with chemicals and with tractors. But what if you flip that model on its head? What if you build a farm inside a factory? And that's exactly what indoor agriculture allows us to do. So I am the CEO of a company called EdenWorks, and we develop indoor agriculture technology, and then we operate those farms. And it's not just a farm. We build thriving ecosystems inside of warehouses. So we use a technology called aquaponics. We grow fish, and as the fish produce waste, produce manure, we break all of that down using the same bacteria that you find in the soil. And that bacteria transforms the fish waste and makes it accessible for plants. Then we grow edible plants. The plants absorb all of that manure from their ecosystem, and then we send back the clean water to the fish. And so with this model, we're not just producing clean protein, which is certainly important, but it is a way to grow micronutrients in an unprecedented way within the habitat that we now live in, which is cities. And so this model can be applied to all of the different fresh fruits and vegetables that we should be growing and eating. And so at the moment, EdenWorks is very focused on salads. And so instead of growing traditional salad greens, we grow microgreens. And those microgreens are 40 times more nutrient dense than traditional mature salad greens. And the same model could be applied to strawberries or tomatoes, to all of those different fruits and vegetables that we should be eating fresh. And so to come back to the idea that we started with, we know based on history what happens when we invest in the different parts of our diet. There's kind of a Moore's law of like diet and evolution. We figured out micronutrients early on, and then we invested in calories, and we thrived. And then we doubled down on calories, on macronutrients, and we experienced, on the one hand, population boom, but a fitness bust. And now, we're at this moment in history where calories, where macronutrients are more abundant than at any moment in history. And we look back and we see the echoes of what we experienced 10,000 years ago. We have metabolic diseases, we have obesity, diabetes. We actually, in the same way that we got shorter, our life expectancy today is shorter than the life expectancy of our parents' generation. And so we have a choice. We have this awareness and this choice that we've never had before. We can choose to double down. We can choose to double down on the macronutrients, on calories, and become like the corn species. And that's an option. But we can also choose to invest in diversity and in the diversification of our diet and see where the investment in that diversification can take us as a species. Thank you.
I'm waiting for my music. All right, so I'm back. So guess what that means? I'm back. Guess what that means? Let's move. Come on, guys. I'm supposed to have 2 volunteers up here, right over here. So actually, that was a great introduction to what I want to talk about right now. I'm going to bust a myth or a move. And the myth that I'm going to bust is we are not what we eat. We actually are what we digest and absorb. So what we want to talk about right now is something that's really important. It is really important that we find the ways that we were just talking about to get more nutrients into our food. But if we don't work on our insides, those nutrients are going in us and we're still going to see those diseases. So you guys are all going to indulge me. We're going to play one of my favorite games because I can no longer do it with my brothers. They won't do it anymore. We're going to play Ashley Says. So come on over in front of your chair. So Ashley says, sit down. Ashley says, sit down. I'm Ashley. We're doing what I said. Ashley says, stand up. If you're at home, I want you to do this with me. Stand up. Come on. Ashley says, sit down. Ashley says, stand up. Sit all the way down. Stand up. There we go. Ashley says, high five your neighbor. Really high five your neighbor. Ashley says, high five your other neighbor. Hands in the air. Oh, Ashley didn't say so. Come on, people. All right. Sit down. Sit down. Come on, Ashley didn't say sit down. Ashley says stand up. Let's stand up. All right, Ashley says sit down. Okay, Ashley says rotate your belly. So do a chair twist. Rotate your belly. Ashley says rotate your belly the other way. Ashley says stick your arms out like this. Make a muscle. You guys, Ashley didn't say so. Keep making that muscle. Ashley says make that muscle. So this is what is going on all day long for us. We are stressed out. Remember, stress is actually good. Did anyone here do any high intensity workout this morning? Maybe. Don't show me because you're supposed to be flexing your muscle. There you go. Now I want you to relax that muscle. So this is calcium, this is magnesium. 70% of US diets today do not meet our RDA for magnesium. Why? Our soil doesn't have it in it. So we need those minerals. Magnesium is inside our cells to turn off our fight or flight response. Ashley says stand up. Ashley says find some chocolate because chocolate, cacao, is actually one of our richest sources of magnesium, so it helps the body to relax, right? So instead of your coffee, maybe find a little cacao. All right, Ashley says make a muscle. Ashley says relax that muscle. Ashley says sit down. Ashley says stand up. Sit down. No, good work, good work. All right. Ashley says, turn around and tell your neighbor one great thing that you learned today. Great. Ashley says, turn to your other neighbor and tell them one great thing that you like about what they're wearing. Ashley says, sit down. Ashley says, sit down. Ashley says, stand up. Touch your toes. Oh, all of you, come on, we're playing Ashley Says. All right, Ashley says touch your toes. Touch your toes. Ashley says touch your toes. Ashley says hands in the air. Now Ashley says shake it like you care. Come on, we gotta bust a move. All right, yeah, you shaking it? We moving? Yeah, all right, good. All right, Ashley says that's all the time I have, but that's all the time that you need. Every day, if you're at home and you're sitting during the day, if you're here, you guys, we gotta move because our digestive systems are meant to move, all right? And when we move, that's the first step towards aiding that digestion and absorption. So while we had an awesome lunch downstairs, really awesome, if we are not focused on our digestion and absorption and making sure that we're getting the right nutrients in for that, we can't enable the good food that we're trying to create to do what it's supposed to do in our bodies. And I do have, for all of you who are interested, on my website, I have a digestive evaluation. I have my clients do it once a quarter. It's about 10 questions. It does go something like this. Are you going number 1? Are you going number 2? How do you smell? How do you feel? You know, those kinds of things. We have to ask ourselves those questions because we are more than we eat. We are what we digest and absorb. So keep moving today, all right? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So how are we going to feed 9 billion people by 2050? It's one of the largest questions being talked about in the agricultural sector today, and indeed in the good food movement. Experts estimate that we're going to have to grow about 60% more food to hit those 2050 targets. And that's leading to a push toward producing more. More food, more crops, more land, more resources, bigger and better seeds, more. But are we missing the point? Are we perhaps asking the wrong question? What if we could just throw away less, waste less? Could that go toward meeting that 2050 target? The data suggests perhaps that's true. It's estimated that about half the food we grow in the United States is thrown away, and globally, that number is even higher. Now, in the developing world, it's largely due to systemic issues of infrastructure, inefficient harvesting, lack of cold storage, lack of transportation. And then in the industrialized, developed world, a lot of that waste is due to just the consumer. There's too much of it. We're throwing it away. There's other inefficiencies, a lot of it due to cosmetic reasons. So what if we could just change this paradigm and instead of trying to turn our food system completely inside out to meet these goals, what if we just started throwing away less? The statistics are actually pretty sobering. We throw away an astonishing amount of food, 4 billion tons annually. And there's an economic impact to that as well, $43 billion worth. So rest assured, that wastage of food is factored into the cost of food. It's factored into the profit and loss statements of retailers, food service providers, distributors, and ultimately us as consumers, we're paying more. So not only is this a staggering waste of resources, but if we actually just threw away less, food might actually be cheaper, and we might actually be able to get it to more and more people. So let's take a look at the typical supply chain in the United States. Let's take one crop. Let's take lettuce, for instance. 98% of lettuce in this country is grown in 2 states, California and Arizona. And farmers in that area leave about 20% of the lettuce that they grow unharvested and unsold and spoiled in the field. That's largely for cosmetic reasons. The head of lettuce is too big, weighs too much, too little, slightly blemished, might have tip burn. It doesn't even make it onto a truck to get out of California or Arizona. The other 80% that does make it, it goes to a co-packing facility where it's washed and processed and packaged, then it's sold to perhaps a wholesaler, then a distributor, and it makes its way across the country to get to us here in New York. So along that supply chain, the product degrades, we use fossil fuels along the way, and we ultimately get a less nutritious product right here in New York. Once it actually hits the retail shelf, it's lost half of its shelf life. So instead of being about 14 days, it's about 7 days. So the retailer is going to throw about 10% of it away because they can't move through it fast enough. And then it's going to get to you, the consumer, right? And then what's the likelihood that you're going to eat all of it? It's probably going to wilt or turn a little slimy before you can finish it. Then it goes into a landfill. And if it goes into a landfill, it's probably going to decompose and release methane. And methane has a 26 times the capacity for heat-trapping gases compared to carbon dioxide. It's way more lethal. So agriculture has this enormous impact on the natural world. It's the largest consumer of land on the planet. It's the largest consumer of fresh water. Approximately 75% of the world's fresh water withdrawals go toward agriculture. It's the leading cause of global water pollution, and it's responsible for about 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So not only is this whole process, this whole supply chain, this whole system very wasteful, but it also has an enormous impact on our planet. Now, not to mention those 2 states where we're growing all that lettuce also happens to be in decades and decades of drought. So that's a topic for another day, but just goes to show how this system is a little messed up. Now, there's a lot of global leadership around this issue, which is a good thing. Here in the United States, we're a little bit behind. For instance, the European Parliament passed a resolution in 2012 mandating that 50% of food waste is reduced by 2020. In the UK alone, thanks to government efforts, a public sector awareness campaign, activism, and retailer involvement, food waste has dropped 18% in the last 5 years. This is a global issue. Another sobering statistic, all the food that we waste in the industrialized world in a given year is equivalent to all the food that's produced in sub-Saharan Africa in 1 year. Very, very sobering stuff. And honestly, this is pretty low-hanging fruit, pun intended. If we can just reduce 15% of the food that we throw away, that's 25 million more Americans that get food. And 1 in 6 households in this country is food insecure. So this whole system, besides being incredibly wasteful, also just demonstrates a callous disregard for the food insecure. The good news is that even in the United States, a movement is afoot to address this issue. There's dozens of startups that are investor-backed, that are getting media attention, that are trying to, in some way, shape, or form, market and sell slightly cosmetically blemished produce. These companies are all over the place. They're juicing, they're selling imperfect produce or ugly greens, and they're starting to get mainstream media attention as well. Thanks to great research papers put out by the NRDC and others, this is slowly but surely starting to get a little bit of mainstream attention, which is much, much needed. We have celebrity chefs getting behind this. We have all kinds of influencers that are starting to pay attention to this space. And perhaps most encouraging, we're seeing large retail chains that are starting to dip their toe cautiously into this issue. Now, the retailers probably can make the largest impact. Our entire retail food system today is designed for merchandising and marketing. Walk into any grocery store and look at their produce department. Overabundant supply, huge displays of produce. A lot of that is wasted. On top of that, we've got other systemic issues in the retail sector that cause food waste. Arbitrary enjoy by dates, sell by dates, use by dates. What do these all mean? There's no consistency. So the fact that retailers are getting involved in this and are slowly starting to address the issue and support companies and trying to promote ugly produce or cosmetically challenged produce is a very good sign. Perhaps the link that bears the biggest brunt of this in the whole supply chain is the farmer. 6 billion pounds of fresh fruit and vegetable in the United States were left unharvested and unsold at the farm itself. That's about 20% of what a farmer grows. It just rots in the field. So farmers are slowly trying to market ugly produce, trying to work with their retail customers, trying to work with industrial food service providers to try to find a home for some of this produce. Some of them are trying to compost it. They're trying to create anaerobic digesters to produce energy on their farms with this wasted product. The company that I co-founded, Gotham Greens, we're a sustainable urban agriculture company. We're trying to play a small role in disrupting this conventional supply chain of produce. What we do is we develop and operate commercial-scale greenhouse facilities in urban areas for fresh vegetable production. We use a fraction of the land compared to conventional farming, fraction of the water. We recycle all of our irrigation water. We use renewable electricity. And we produce dozens and dozens of good-paying living wage jobs in inner-city areas that have a need for job creation. So by growing in very close proximity to a large urban marketplace, we're able to cut out that entire supply chain. We're able to get fresh, nutritious product to customers within 24 hours. So this is not going to solve all of our issues, toward making our food system more sustainable, but it can play a small role. Another initiative that we launched recently, which we're super proud of, is Ugly Greens. So even in our highly controlled, technologically advanced, climate-controlled greenhouses, our highly pampered greens do get sometimes a little blemished and bruised in the harvesting and processing process. So rather than throw it away or compost it or enjoy it during staff meals, we've decided to package it and sell it at a very steep discount while trying to shed some light on this issue of food waste. The good news is that you as consumers can do a lot to address this issue. A lot of this is through consumer behavior that we can change. Simple things like buying local, supporting local, shortening that supply chain, doing more with scraps, using meat leftovers and seafood leftovers to make stock. Slightly wilted produce can be plunged into cold water to give it a little bit more life. We can freeze more. We can help to lobby our elected officials for more composting. There's only 2 cities in the United States that have mandatory food composting programs. That's San Francisco and Seattle. Former Mayor Bloomberg passed a resolution in New York City to make food composting mandatory by 2020, so hopefully that happens. And you can just compost more and keep it out of the landfill. So there's a number of things that we can do as consumers to address this issue of food waste. And coming back to that 9 billion person target, 2050, can we do it? The data suggests that we can. So I encourage you all to join the movement, and let's stop throwing our future away. Thank you.
Yo! Yeah. How's everybody doing? Fantastic. So my name is Justin Johnson from Sustainable Kitchens. I want to ask everybody to do a favor for me really quick, just because the weight of the subject matter today and the weight of the conversation, the weight of the week starting on Tuesday, if everybody could just smile at me. I wish you could all experience that, standing in front of a group of people and having everybody smile at you. That's a great way to start for me. On April 12th, 2012, I began a new job at the Watertown Regional Medical Center as their new executive chef. Watertown is in Wisconsin. And a couple of days after my first day on the job, I gathered everybody up. the cooks, the servers, the dietitians to tell them what we were going to do. I said, we're going to cook food from scratch. All of it. Pasta, bread, ketchup, mayonnaise, whatever. We're going to grow food on site, like literally on the hospital premises. We're going to grow food here. And we're going to make everything to order. Now, not everyone received this horrifying news with great aplomb. There was folks that had been there a couple of years to a couple of decades who were up in arms. They said, that's insane. You can't make us cook everything from scratch. That's not our job. That's crazy. That's way too much work. But those that had been there for 30 years or more, 40 years or more, you know what they said? They said, yeah, like we used to, right? It's easy to forget that convenience food is a new invention. And when I talk about convenience food, what am I talking about? I'm talking about just add water gravy and powdered mashed potatoes and boil in a bag soup and canned this and that and frozen entrees and so on and so forth. And so that's why those folks that had been there for a long time remembered what it was like when they had to make all the soup from scratch. And they actually had a garden on site back in the early 60s. The Watertown Hospital had this vision, this idea, this mission, that they wanted to invest in the health of the community. They wanted to invest in the health of their employees and their patients. They felt it was their duty, their responsibility, to not serve human beings the worst food on the planet. Pretty radical, right? It was a crazy, crazy notion. They thought if we can cook something from scratch, if we know how to make soup, if we know how to make sauce, if we know how to break down a chicken, we know how to break down a fish, why shouldn't we? Why wouldn't we do that? So, I mean, there must be some sort of a reason for all of this terrible food, all of this convenience food that I'm talking about, because necessity is the mother of invention. And doesn't that look delicious? Pre-formed peas and a lovely coagulated gravy on top of a pureed mash of some sort of pork mush. But let's be realistic. Convenience food solves a problem, or so we think, right? So what about food cost? Certainly, it must cost more to make everything from scratch than to buy convenience products, we think. Well, no, that's actually not true at all, because in our operations with Sustainable Kitchens, we typically reduce food costs by about 12%. And it's not hard to understand why, because we pay a premium for the convenience of not having to cook something, right? So if we're just buying the raw materials, it's a lot cheaper. So, okay, well, that's great. So you reduce the food cost by 12%, but then what about labor? Aren't you going to have more people in the kitchen? Isn't there going to have to be more skilled labor? Aren't you going to have to pay them a little bit more money? Again, no, because folks in the institutions that we work with already make a good living wage, more so than their restaurant and hotel counterparts. And we just simply redistribute the work. And we think about food service as people in a room making food for people in another room. We don't look at it as restaurants versus hotels versus schools versus hospitals, senior homes. Obviously, they're all a little bit different. But really, when you boil it down to just people making food, there's a lot more similarities than there are differences. So, okay, so you're not adding more staff, you're not paying them more money, but certainly it's going to take more time to make all this food from scratch. I was with a client last year, and I was watching a prep cook open up boxes of preformed salmon fillets that were frozen and cryovac. There was about a stack of 10 cases, and he was going through and he was ripping open these packages. And I was watching this, and I'm thinking, man, that's a lot of work. And it's generating a ton of waste, all that plastic, all that cardboard, and all that time, like ripping open these packages. I walked up to him, I said, wouldn't it be easier if we just got fish, like whole salmon, and broke it down ourselves? And his eyes got like saucers, and he was like, that's crazy. I wouldn't have time to do that. That would be way too hard. I said, okay. I had the chef that night order 50 pounds of whole salmon to come in the next day. When it came time for him to bring out his tower of salmon boxes, I set up shop next to him, I pulled out the whole fish, and I said, let's race. So I started to break down salmon. I had 50 pounds of salmon, broken down, deboned, skinned, portioned, seasoned, on trays, ready to cook by the time he was on his third box out of 10. And I said, okay, so does it really take more time? Obviously not. Convenience food does create new problems, however. We just dispelled all of the myths about the problems that they solve, but they also create new ones. Two in particular. One is depressing, horrible, unhealthy food. And the other one, perhaps more detrimentally and more importantly, is depressed, sad, unhealthy cooks. So when we put this food in the hands of these people, it makes them depressed and it makes them produce a depressing product. And meanwhile, those guys are flying to the bank. So horrifying product after horrifying product has created a situation where the idea for that guy that we just saw of cooking from scratch in an institution seems about as appealing as being dragged behind a car, because they're used to the cans now, and they're used to the boxes and the bags. And when I say we're going to break down whole salmon, their brains are disengaged. So there's nothing exciting or appealing about that at all. So now here we come, the Change Food Fest, and hell no, we won't go. We want change, right? But I feel like we're looking at this the wrong way. And I'm going to use Watertown again as a small example, because this isn't a fight. And for 20 years that I've been in the food service industry, I've always looked at it that way. Like, we got to topple the big guys. We got to, hack down this big tree. And I realized after years of doing this that that's not going to happen. We're not going to do that. We have wonderful things happening, and we're all doing wonderful things. But we're working in this tiny little corner of a very, very big room, and that big room is controlled by a lot of big cardboard boxes. So what we did at Watertown that essentially eradicated all of those convenience foods is that we created a system where we couldn't use it. So we didn't have to ward off the convenience food anymore. We didn't have to resist the garbage materials and the garbage ingredients. We couldn't use it in our operation because we made it obsolete. And I will explain what I mean. It couldn't perform better for us than the food that we grew and sourced ourselves. And when I say perform better, I mean flavor, I mean experience of eating, and most importantly, I mean cost. In our dry storeroom, it wasn't big enough to house big boxes. So the shelves were deliberately designed to be shallow, so we couldn't put a big box of pre-made whatever on it. We couldn't use heat and serve products because everything was made to order, and we had no hot holding. We had no steam table pans. So everything was made in these guys. And we also had no freezer in the kitchen, so we couldn't buy frozen products. And then also, when we grew our food on site, and our GPOs and our broadliners would come and they would say, well, Mr. Johnson, we know that you're doing all this really cool stuff with fresh food and scratch food and all of that, but we have this great new product that we would love to introduce to you, and the price point on it is really good. I'd say, go to hell. We can't use it. We don't want it, and it can't possibly be better than free, because that's what it costs for us to grow the food in the back, outside of the cost of the seeds. So my point, as I'm about to hit zero, is that we don't need to break the system. We simply need to make it obsolete. Thank you very much.
If you were to walk into our offices around noon on any given weekday, you'd see people swarming around the conference room, bent over a full spread of veggies, examining the day's bounty, looking to build that perfect bowl. It's one of the perks of joining our team, and frankly, probably accounts for half our hires, that lunch is catered every day from our nearest restaurant. It's a great chance for us all to hang out, take a breather, We're running around all day. We're very busy. We call it human time. And while I'd like to think it's a civilized affair, most days it's more like feeding time at the local zoo. Everyone is angling and cutting and reaching over one another for the hot sauce. Bless you. Just imagine trying to feed an eclectic family of 40 for the holidays, but put that on rinse and repeat every day for lunch. And I think you get the picture. The results of this week's election caught many of us by surprise. And I know we're all grappling with what this means as individuals, as Americans, and as humans. There's much to process. It feels really sudden and final. Our office this past Wednesday was really dark. Half of the team didn't make it in, and the other half had this gaze about them, one of disbelief. I'm sure many of you can relate, as you likely witnessed the same in your place of work. So it happened kind of organically, but just before lunch we stood around, we gathered together, and we reflected on what had transpired. Some people were unbelievably courageous and optimistic. Others couldn't stop crying. Others surrounded their colleagues, many of them immigrants, with hugs of support. The gravity of this election was immense. And I know that many of us feel let down, confused, and wondering why and how this could have happened. But one thing I noticed at our lunch after we all came together was that my colleagues were treating each other just a little bit differently. They were waiting patiently. They were making tea for one another. They were asking politely, could you please pass the Pharaoh? In the face of devastation, the energy at our usual everyone for themselves kind of lunch break had transformed from chaos into genuine, vulnerable love and care and togetherness. Nothing could change what happened or what that day was, but it was within our respective power to change how we responded to it, and we did. So hello, everyone. I'm Adam. I'm the founder of Dig In. I first want to thank Diane and her team for putting the incredible event on. Thanks, Diane. And thank you all, the audience, this community, for coming together in the name of good food. Today, we're discussing our food future. And so I want to talk to you about something that's changed the way I live my life, both personally and professionally. But before we move forward, we're going to go backwards to provide a little context. During World War I, a global food crisis emerged as farmers were recruited into military service and farmlands became battlefields. The burden of feeding millions, many of which were starving, fell to everyday Americans. In 1917, families left behind were encouraged, under the National War Garden Commission, to contribute to the war effort by planting, fertilizing, harvesting, storing their own fruits and vegetables, so that commercially grown food could be exported to support our troops. Company grounds, parks, backyards, vacant lots became prime agricultural real estate. Amateur gardeners, provided with instruction pamphlets on how, when, and where to sow, became overnight farmers. Young school children were enlisted as soldiers of the soil. Shortly after the United States was drawn into the Second World War, these plots, known as victory gardens, began to reemerge. In 1942, roughly 15 million families planted victory gardens. A few years later, by 1944, an estimated 20 million victory gardens produced roughly 8 million tons of food. At the time, this was the equivalent of 40% of all of the fruits and vegetables that were consumed in the United States. So think about that for a minute. It's kind of mind-boggling. Almost half of our fresh fruit and vegetables in a time of need was being grown on our front lawns. It's no secret the 2016 election leading up to last week has amplified this country's faults and our challenges. But one thing I'm sure of, black or white, Republican or Democrat, male or female, Americans have an incredible ability to unite and to support one another. Our food crisis needs us now more than ever. We all eat with the same two hands. We all deserve access to healthy, nutritious, and affordable food. It's not a bipartisan issue. It's a basic human right. When you think about it, all of us sitting here were faced with a similar task to those soldiers of the soil that came before us. Yet it's evolved, right? Back then it was just about output. Now it's about growing food in a way that betters human and environmental health. But if there's one thing the Victory Garden era showed us, it's that we're best at fixing problems when we work together. We can't work together if we're unable to be courageous, compassionate, and deeply connected. In other words, to be truly vulnerable. And I think that part of the solution, as we move forward, lies within how we change the very nature of how we conduct ourselves in business. Make connections. Don't go it alone. My colleagues this past Wednesday taught me something, that for our Victory Gardeners and for us, it was all about connection. It's the universal reason why we're all here, the spark that brings purpose and meaning to our lives. It doesn't matter whether you work in social justice, mental health, fashion, food. What we know is that the ability to feel connected is why we're here, and it's what gives us purpose. I think one of the greatest cultural barriers preventing us from actualizing real and deep connections is the importance that we place on going it alone. We equate success to not needing anyone and to being totally and utterly self-sufficient. So why is it so easy to lend a hand, but not always take one? The truth is we are both the people who need help and the people who provide it. I just look at how many people it takes to put one meal on a table in one of our restaurants. If we didn't let go and trust those around us, we'd all be starving and probably feeding some pretty serious shrink bills. Invest in people and relationships. At Dig In, mostly for the better, but sometimes for the worse, our farmers and partners have become our friends. Already hard conversations about price, spec size, logistics get that much harder when something goes awry, and you just really hope the person on the other end of the line actually likes you and will pick up your phone call. What if not taking these tiny, drought-affected cauliflower means that they're just going to double the price of squash on the next delivery? For us, that never happens. And the reason why is because these relationships that we've built, they're built when both parties really express vulnerability. To us, it's a bit of a paradox. It's something we generally want to see in others, this idea of vulnerability, but we don't want them to see it in ourselves. I tell you what, when we're hiring or working with partners at Dig In, it's the first thing we look for. People with the courage to fail and make mistakes, the compassion to show kindness to themselves and to others, and an authentic connection to what we and they are doing. As humans, the more vulnerable we are, the more afraid we are. So we try and numb vulnerability by controlling everything. In other words, we try and make the uncertain certain. We iterate and we perfect, and we tell everything's great. It's just fine. Being vulnerable in business doesn't mean that you need to bare your soul. Though if you ask some of my colleagues, I do that a fair bit as well. It does mean that you no longer have to pretend that everything's amazing all the time. You can and you should share challenges, failures, struggles, and of course on the flip side, success, delight, and excitement when things do go your way. This openness to uncertainty and imperfection is the very reason our construction managers can call us and tell us when the water main broke and we just can't open for business that day. Our farmers can call in the middle of a drought and tell us that the crop is just not coming out of the ground. Or one of our general managers, a single mom, can go home because her babysitter called out. Rather than get upset by circumstances or mistakes or both, we provide the space to fix them and to learn from them. Our chef and culinary director, Matt Weingarten, uses the saying, chefs, not recipes, when thinking about how to fill our growing need of young cooks. We firmly believe that authentic relationships lead to a patient encouragement of growth. We can't ever expect to change the food system without help. And to inspire a community of people to join the fight, we need their buy-in. Which is why we're planning to start our own culinary education center, born out of our very own real working farm. The core of our farm project has always been rooted in our desire to understand the pressure points, the challenges, and the opportunities that our producers deal with on a daily basis. Farmers bring unique insights to the food industry, which we think are often silenced in the noise. The good food movement needs more than just people ideologically invested in change. It needs people who want to work the land and who want to cook in the kitchens. There's no doubt the future of food needs holistic solutions, which is why we're training our chefs over time and one day to go out in the world and become farmers, environmentalists, nutritionists, businessmen, and hopefully one day teachers. I believe there's another way to do business and to build a happy, healthy food future. We dream of a world where change is happening from the bottom up, from an educated group of planetarians. So just imagine young chefs cooking exceptional local vegetables, sourced from passionate farmers, maybe preserving flavorful heirloom varieties, and kids demanding carrot sticks instead of fries in their school cafeteria. And what if all that took was a new perspective on how to conduct business, if all that took was a little bit more vulnerability in the workplace? I leave you with a simple call to action. Next time you're brunching with a friend or a bunch of friends, stop telling them work is great. Open up about what's really going on. The next time your boss asks for an input on an idea, give him your wildest, most passionate solution, not what you think she wants to hear. Knowing full well that there are no guarantees, start working on that business idea that's been on the shelf for months, if not years. When we work and we live from this courageous place of vulnerability, we can connect, invest, embrace, and nurture. If we do this together and in support of one another, ours will be the generation that takes us back to the Garden of Victory. Thank you.
Okay, let's give a round for the whole session. These guys were great. And I'm sure, as you guys know, it's impossible to put on an event like this without a lot of sponsors. And we had a lot of phenomenal support from companies all around the country. So I want to thank Grace, Print, Driscoll's, Organic Valley. I have known them for 20 years. It is amazing to see the success they've had. Le Pain Quotidien has come on this year. I'm fortunate to have gotten to know the founder, Alain Coumont. They're just amazing, amazing group of people. Google, Cleaver Company, Mary Cleaver, The Green Table. She's going to be on the panel that's coming up. She's been doing the food. She did all the food for all my TEDx Manhattans, and it's not an event without her. So Nyman Ranch, Paul Willis, who spoke earlier, I feel like they're part of my family. I've known them for so long. So I just want to give, can we all give a big thank you to the sponsors? So I assume you all went downstairs for lunch. If you didn't, please go down and visit the exhibitors. Some of the people we have down there are people you might not have been in touch with before. We have a couple from Wisconsin who came in just for this. They're from the Dodge County Concerned Citizens Group. They're Fighting Factory Farms. They literally live with them in their community. If you want to know why you do the work you're doing, and you want to know why this is so important, go speak with them. We also have Just Food, who I know a lot of you know. They are one of the most amazing, if not the most amazing organization in New York City, and they all deserve our support. So please go say hello to them and everybody down there. So there's a raffle drawing downstairs at 3:30. We have some really great stuff to give away. I think that's Ed right there. We have 2 of Ed's Sunday pasta books, which looks absolutely amazing. But please go down. We'll bring this stuff up for the reception. And the panel starts at 3:35 in the viewing lounge, which is right here by the registration desk. 4:30 sharp, we start again on stage. Thank you so, so much. You guys are so amazing. Thank you.
super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We are really excited to come and talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center. This is a place of wonder, aspiration, inspiration, 21st century technology. Every child deserves an environment they can be excited and happy to be a part of.
Steve Ritz is committed to the youth of the Bronx, and I'm happy to be part of this program, which is really turning kids around.
What you get here with the Green Bronx machine and with this learning center, it checks off so many boxes.
We have our tower gardens. We are net positive on food and energy. We have bicycle-powered blenders, bicycle-powered generators. We have a state-of-the-art Green Bronx machine mobile classroom kitchen, which is game-changing. We have the first living ecosystem in the United States. Unit 001 of Grove Lab is right in the back of our classroom. Literally, the fish and plants are communicating with the kids online.
We want our kids to learn. We want them to be happy and enthusiastic and energetic about learning. Steve Ritz and Louis Torres do exactly that here at CS 55.
55! All right, follow me. You're going to be amazed with this. 3, 2, 1, We can encourage kids to think about a brighter, better future for themselves and for their neighbors, not only immediately, but all around the world.
Let us turn up the beat!
Every year, we're raising up a new crop of kids who understand what food is.
Oh my gosh, you even got what kind of it? It's a lima bean. Wow!
Please check out the Green Bronx Machine website. Make a donation. Support our projects. Help us grow something greater. Also, the kids run the Facebook page, so like the kids on Facebook, and we're just getting started.
I hope that all of you will remember today as a way that a community comes together to support all of your dreams.
Today I took care of eggplants. We harvested Swiss chard. I've been planting beets, raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, tomatoes, onions, dill, mint.
Harlem Grown partners with elementary schools in the New York City public school system to foster a more sustainable lifestyle through doing and hands-on learning.
Before he made the Harlem Grown garden, it was some bats and cats all over.
Kids call it the haunted garden.
And I'd say, I hope someone fixes this garden.
We got it re-registered as a school garden. So we have 400 kids, we have 400 seedlings, everybody planted something and it started coming up.
Then I said, did someone actually read my thoughts?
In Harlem, obesity and being overweight in children is higher than in the rest of the city. Asthma is higher than in the rest of the city. So your health is being challenged because of where you're born. And so Harlem Grown is starting to change that pattern.
The kids flock to here. They want to come here. You know, they want to help. It's an outlet. They want to do something and it's fun. And they feel like they're doing something that makes them feel important.
We want to reacquaint children with where their food comes from. We want the kids to identify plants and vegetables by their leaf, by their scent, by their texture.
That's the basil, that's real sweet. And over there, that's dill, and that's cinnamon basil over there. I didn't know what eggplant is, so now I really tried it, and now I know what it is. It tastes really, really different. It tastes sweet.
Kids know about what they're eating and what they're drinking, and they're making healthier choices because of it.
We have what we call the green team in the school. The green team gives you the privilege of digging through the garbage to make sure that all the recycling and compost is in the right receptacles. These are the same kids who were ew, I don't want to touch that. And now here they are. They're the captains. Very, very glorious position.
Tony is this amazing mentor for these students, and he leads by example. And so it's not pushing it on them, but if they see you picking a tomato off the vine and just eating it, then they're gonna pick it. Or if they see you eating a leaf of stevia, then they're gonna go and eat that leaf of stevia.
Sometimes we take the tomatoes, just eat them. We don't tell nobody, we just eat them.
All of a sudden, they want to know about math because they want to know how far apart to space the plants. And they want to know about science because they want to know what the little white thing is coming out of the seed, which is the root, and the leaves.
And these are things that are tangible and do not live within the walls of a classroom. The garden is really extended beyond health and nutrition. It's really about conflict resolution, it's about community development, and it's about youth development in itself.
We've seen an 80% decrease in fights since having a mentor in the school, which is huge. And it's just about working with others and teamwork and positive relationship building, all through the lens of taking care of the environment and taking care of yourself.
We had to work together, and it all started on teamwork. It's all about teamwork, so if you're in a group, you just start talking to each other and then you just make friends. We all became friends by shoveling chicken poop.
This garden provides time and space for students to fully become themselves, to be comfortable in their skin, to be and feel holistically within the community.
It really has turned into a communal space that's outside and it's peaceful. It's like a little retreat.
And I invite everybody in. I give everybody food. Not being profit-driven allows us to look at it from a different angle. The more we can do for our community, the better.
I'm Anya.
And I'm Diana.
And we're from Amsterdam University College.
We're super excited to be hosting the viewing party of the Change Food Fest that's happening on November 12th.
Make sure to tune in.
Hello, we're with the Division of Business and Entrepreneurship with the University of Wisconsin Extension. We're so excited to support the Change Food Fest and especially excited to support our own Tara Johnson and for her talk the morning of November 12th.
Hello from Ukraine. I'm Olga Kuhar. Here are babies and parents, and we are here together to say you that we love this initiative, Change Food. Thank you.
This is the sound of sadness. This sound is the void of the God of the mountain and land to let us know our loved ones all are dead.
27 social workers were kidnapped at gunpoint out of my camp.
All the time the newspapers say the Hispanic community, they're bad people. They steal, they are drug dealers. So we were living between two big rivers. So we were basically on our own, on an island. There is no place to grow.
Bang is about recent immigrant farmers, and we've done quite a few shows now and had different kinds of audiences. But a couple weeks ago, we did a show in Ottumwa, which is a town with a big meatpacking plant. And so we had lots of people who had worked with immigrants, taught ESL with them. But in the audience, there was also a student who was, had been in the Army in Afghanistan, so she was a vet. And she came up to me after the show and she said, you know, you might think it's a little odd that I relate to this play so well. She said, but I really do, because I came back from Afghanistan and I felt just like the Dutch woman in the play. I felt like I was between two worlds. I didn't really fit in Afghanistan, but when I came home, I didn't really fit in the United States anymore either. So that the play is really a metaphor for that in-between state that we all experience at one time of our lives or another.
We're not used to seeing the world outside our own from a different perspective. We see things from our own point of view, and that's just a natural part of human nature. But this gives some of the people who were in the audience a chance to look at what's going on from their neighbors, essentially, and trying to see things from their perspective and learning about their histories. I mean, when somebody immigrates to this country, they bring a long, detailed, and sometimes painful history with them. But when they arrive in Des Moines at the airport in the snow, on a snowy, January afternoon, they're starting fresh. And
there's a lot of ambient noise. And I have a normally loud voice, which people usually tell me to quiet down. So it's weird to be in a place where I'm not sure I'm being heard. Anyways, my name is Derek Denkla. I am the founder and CEO of Denkla Projects, a advisory services firm to sustainable small startup food companies in the city. And I've also was the founder of Slow Money NYC and part of the movement to invest in sustainable local food and farm businesses in the New York City Food Shed. And I will be the moderator today of this super exciting panel of illustrious folks who will introduce themselves as we go through our questioning on businesses doing it right, which is part of our theme today at Change Food Fest. Now, it's interesting, I was just coming from another food conference being held in Hartford, Connecticut, interesting timing and topics of great import called the Northeast Sustainable Agriculture Working Group, where we work through a lot of these issues on the ground that we're talking about today, like how do these things play out. And as I was driving down 95, I saw a huge billboard with a biblical quote, which normally I ignore and think it's going to tell me something that I should stop drinking or swearing at my mother, and things that you normally just do on a daily basis. And so I thought, but it oddly caught my eye, and this is the quote because I think it helps us frame the panel. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. And that's from Matthew, from the New Testament Bible. So I think embedded in our culture is the notion that you make it here and you do good here. You make your profit here and then you serve God here. But the notion is that there's this tension, you can't do both well or serve both well. And I think that's really what we're trying to resolve here at Change Food Fest, and through some of the businesses represented on this panel, we're going to try to walk that knife edge of serving God, or good, if you will, if you don't believe or like the term God, serving good, but also serving money or profit. So that's what we're going to try to endeavor to delve into here. So I just thought I'd give a little I-95 billboard biblical context. So here we go. So the first question I have for this illustrious panel is, what does business doing it right mean to you? And anybody who wants to jump in, start our Wes.
Well, I want to react a little bit to your billboard, which also speaks to this.
Let's go.
And the profit is really the score that you're doing a great job. So if you start out with the idea that you're doing good and you're doing good for a good business, you don't have to be serving profit. Profit is the scorekeeping mechanism to tell you you're doing a good job, and the sustainable kind of energy for you to continue doing that.
Right, I like that.
Introduce yourself.
Well. So anyone else on what does it mean for businesses to do it right, or a reaction to a billboard?
Sure. Hi guys, I'm Fran. I'm with Driscoll's Berries. So hopefully you guys are enjoying our fresh, beautiful, delicious berries during the breaks. For us at Driscoll's, what a lot of folks don't actually know is that we're family owned and operated, and we have been for 100 years. We're private. So for us, success of doing it right is really about generational inheritance. So we try to do right by people and planet, and it's super cool when you see the kids that are embedded into the business. They're up and coming, and so when we talk about sustainability and doing it right, it's creating value now, but making sure we're not doing harm for the future generations, because really that's part of our DNA, and really making sure that they're part of the future. So.
Yeah, I would jump in too and pick up a little bit on what Fran said. I'm Mary Cleaver. I run catering and events business, and also a restaurant here in New York City called the Green Table in the Chelsea Market. And also we have a farm in Washington County where we grow for our food businesses. To me, it's not always, profit is not always the measure. There have been times in the 40 years I've been in business where profit has gone up and down, but it's important to me to hang on to the people and the mission of our business, which is to support sustainable agriculture and cuisine. So sometimes the profit has to take a back seat to supporting those other aspects of what we do and what we believe in. That said, of course, we can't go without a profit for too long, and we can't stay in business, but profit is not the driver in other than hoping to help all the people that work with us do better, and the producers that we work with to do better.
So if profit's not the driver, what is doing it right for the Cleaver Company?
Well, I guess the thing that gets me up every day is trying to be a part of improving the regional farm and food economy and keeping the topsoil on the earth and growing healthy food and feeding people, civilizing people around a table like we did at lunch today.
Yeah. I'm Ann O'Connor. I'm with Organic Valley. And Organic Valley is a cooperative. So we have about 1,800 farms around the country and in four different other countries. And so the cooperative is all about working together, and we were founded in this time of, the farm crisis of the 80s. And a bunch of farmers got together. You heard a little bit earlier today, I think, about the hippies getting together and figuring this out. And one of the things they said is there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way for the farmers and their communities. In the crisis of the 80s, there were actual suicides. People were losing their farms. Generations were going under. And they said, we're going to do this a different way. We're going to actually care for our farmers. We're going to care for our consumers. And we're going to care for the land. And we're going to charge more for that. And people laughed at them and said, people aren't going to pay more for that. They don't care. And one of the things that we discovered, and we discover over and over again, is that people actually do care. They might not know about their food system, but once they know, they care very deeply. And so that's something that runs our business. If there's no margin, there's no mission, and that's something that we understand. So you have to run a good business. But we have a $1 billion business. We were fortunate last year to pass $1 billion mark with our cooperative. And we have done that by having an average herd size of 72 cows. We have a collection of small family farms. And so it does matter.
Kurt?
So I didn't introduce myself last time. Kurt Beecher-Dammeier, founder of Beecher's Handmade Cheese. And I wanted to say that in the new millennia, businesses that are successful are founded on a very clear why they're in business. Right. And that why has to be shared by ownership, employees, and transparent to customers. Mm-hmm. And if that why was profit, there can be no passion. No passion from ownership, no passion from employees, and clearly no passion from consumers. So the businesses that are most successful have a passion around their why, and it's transparent to everybody in that chain what it is.
Yeah, I want to, we had some questions that we were talking about earlier because we wanted to have this as a conversation, but I want to react a little bit to what you just said and bring in another Wisconsin voice, Tara Johnson, who spoke earlier about our charges. How do we convince that mailman who didn't know that in his own state, Organic Valley was a $1 billion cooperative that was doing the right thing, that's using that example of your company, Ann, and I could give examples from each of the companies at this table. How would you respond to Tara's charge that how do we communicate the why or that the doing it right that we're doing to the consumer to convince them to engage with our brands and show them that what we're doing is different and better for them and better for the world? How have you crafted those messages, and has that gotten across?
I can certainly kind of take off of what they had said in the sense that a lot of people don't know about Driscoll's in the same way of that letter carrier, that in fact Driscoll's is made up of hundreds of independent growers. And so this concept of community and a really powerful, I think, business model for us is that we believe in people and that we invest in the independent grower. So we're really, not large in size, and we don't have a central headquarters. I would say when you look at what our business model is, 85 cents of every dollar really goes back to the grower. And so part of our business model is that we do these proprietary baby seedlings, all Mother Nature, no GMOs. There's no such thing as GMOs in berries. And then we work with the independent growers. They grow the berries, they bring them back. So for us, I think anybody in agriculture, we're not sophisticated marketers. We don't have big budgets. So the transparency of how we do business and this humanness is missing because we're not large CPG companies with big budgets. So really for us, I was saying earlier, Ann and I were talking, one of our most powerful marketing tools is really bringing people to where the berries are grown. So I would say we would spend the majority of our dollars in doing something called Driscoll's University, and I can actually see somebody in the audience who's attended one of these. And it's really having the transparency of meeting the humanness behind our berries. And I think when people realize the amount of work and the passion and the business model that goes behind it, there is nothing more powerful than that. It isn't about marketing, it isn't about digital. It's about the humanness and the passion, I think, that you were talking about, and really in terms of what goes into growing the berries. So.
I would also say marketing is something that it's one of my worst subjects. I opened the restaurant just as a way to sort of market a little bit the events business, because restaurants get a little more interest sometimes than caterers do. But I also realized that at a certain point, I've been doing this work for 35 years, but there has been a more recent trend for people to just put a name up of a farm or whatever that they're doing this work. So I part of what we want to do, I think, all as businesses here, is really change the paradigm of business in America, the model of business in America, so that it's not only about vertical growth. And the B Corp is an organization that's working towards that. So and they have a very rigorous qualifying program. So I decided to go through that so that I would be, I would have that.
Right. Certification.
Certification, yeah. And also make a statement about being a certain kind of business.
Right.
Capitalism can have values, and
right.
I think it's important to call that out, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that was my last question, but I'll go to it now, is what standards, business practices, or certifications have been attained or adopted by your companies that have resonated with customers and impacted your bottom line? Has that certification impacted your bottom line? Do customers know what it is?
I think it helps in marketing.
Okay.
Because I'm working now more towards working in food service as well, so corporations can understand that.
Right, other corporations tend to understand B Corp certification. Yeah, I would agree with that. How about the rest of the panel? Obviously, Organic Valley, organic in the name, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say, part of we are a marketing cooperative, so just to go back to your other answer a little bit, but the organic is, the USDA seal, the organic label, is the highest standard in the world today. It requires a whole lot of work and annual inspections. And so part of the marketing of that is helping people understand that the label has meaning. It's an act of Congress, that people have to do a lot to actually be able to use that label. You can't use it unless you are certified. So it does do some work for us, but it doesn't do the work of saying, there's a lot of organic right now, but we are an all-organic company. We are a cooperative. So the labels that are available to us right now don't reach the whole way. And so we have to help people understand, beyond organic, we also are really concerned about social justice. We're really concerned about our farmers. We're concerned about our communities and our staff. So
and your animals.
And our animals, yeah. So there's a lot of parts and pieces for us. All our stakeholders are important, and we have to help people understand that we do a lot of work in all these areas. And so that label, it's not all-encompassing, but it's helpful.
Great, that's good to know.
I would build upon that as well. We sometimes say we were organic before organic was cool. When you think about when the USDA seal was actually introduced in 2002, we were actually one of the first berry companies really to do the certification with CCOF. So for us, it goes back to how do you do business and what your belief system is, that you should be doing good before that certification process actually comes through. And you can be profitable by doing good. I think you just have to believe in the goodness strong enough that there's enough people that are going to really buy into it and that you're going to be rewarded. But you shouldn't do it because it's profitable. You should do it because it's part of your DNA and your value set. So.
Okay.
The consumers for small-scale cheese operations really look deeply into who the companies are, more deeply, I think, than many other kinds of industries. And so there hasn't been that much of a race toward organic in small-scale cheese production. It's more around food safety certifications that have been driven by large retailers. And so for us, the certification that we sought was BRC, or British Retail Consortium, which is a certification that means that you have the highest safety practices. The consumers seem to be, and of course, organic milk is expensive. And when you basically take milk and then divide it down to cheese, it becomes even that much more expensive. So that's, I think, why you haven't seen much of the organic certification at our scale level.
I thought we got rid of those British certifications after the Boston Tea Party.
Well, as we all know, the EU and the Brits have a much higher standards for food safety than we do here in the US.
I couldn't resist the joke.
Yeah.
So doing it right, as this panel is entitled, implies that there is a doing it wrong that we're responding to, perhaps. What, if anything, do your businesses respond to in the current business climate or food system that you think needs correction, that you're doing it right responds to, if anything?
Well, we try to keep poison out of the food.
There's an
Good
idea.
standard, good standard. I'm for that.
Yeah.
Go, Mary.
The
I
worst
like
of the
some
worst.
poisons, like
the worst-
alcohol.
The worst of the worst really are companies out there that see a demand for healthy eating and then try to sell to that demand with things that are unhealthy.
Right, the Snackwells problem,
Yeah.
like Michael Pollan says.
Frankly, health claims are a marker for unhealthy food.
Right,
Right?
Yeah. right,
And
right.
so that is the kind of thing that we need government's help
Yes.
to keep that from happening.
Mhm.
Our society, our citizens are trying to eat healthier. And there's so many people out there co-opting that desire and selling them the very things that they're trying to avoid eating under the guise of health.
Right. Well,
Yeah, well-
one thing that came up for us at NESOG is that the marketing budgets of consumer packaged good companies that produce a lot of these supposedly healthy products is literally 100 times the size of health and food education
Very much.
in the U.S.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it literally can't compete.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I think that, doing it wrong, that's not, it's not a very helpful construction, right? So when we think about, like, we're all humans, we're all trying to figure this out, we're all trying to make money. We got to do that. And so how do we serve the greater good? And I think one of the things that we have to do is say, good before profits. And if profits is your only thing that you're concerned about, you're going to put short-term profits ahead of a longer-term gain. And so it's that kind of short-sighted thinking that tends to have people make decisions that aren't so healthy for their companies, honestly, and for the consumers. So the interesting thing that's happening is that consumers are getting smarter and smarter, and they want to know where their food comes from, and they want to know if it comes from people that are doing good things. So nobody's perfect, but I think that companies who are doing it right are really thinking about all the parts and pieces and how they fit together as a whole.
Right.
Can I also build on what you were saying, Kurt, in the sense of like, how do you change somebody's diets? There was a speaker that talked about where we live and we grew up in the age of Twinkies.
Right.
So how do you change behavior? The gal from Google was talking about behavioral science.
Right.
I think part of our passion of doing good is people will always choose flavor. At the end of the day,
that's true.
what you put in your mouth has to be incredibly tasting. And so I think for us, the amount of investment that we put in to make sure that our berries really taste great. And I'm going to give a shout out to Henry, who's sitting in the front row here. He's our sensory analyst. And what a lot of people, again, from Driscoll's, it's like we do have proprietary berries. And the amount of investment that we do to actually make sure they really, really taste good. And so the fruits and veggie world, I would say Michelle Obama has done a really great job in the Let's Move initiative.
Yep.
And we are a small portion, when you talk about agriculture, the fruits and veggie folks that we call ourselves, we're a small piece of the pie. But we're fighting really hard and mighty to make sure that we're appealing to the flavor for the consumer and really to impact change because they're eating something that they really, really enjoy.
That's a good point.
Well, and it's whole food.
Yes.
Yes.
Not a nutrient,
Yeah.
not a collection of nutrients, which is another really important distinction to make. That
Yeah, and I think the flavor thing is really challenging though, because most of the times we experience flavor in an industrial context across the river from New York. There's a $4 billion flavor industry that creates synthetic flavors so that they can deliver salt, fat, and sugar to you more effectively. So
on the tongue.
if you have a whole food competing against that sort of industrial flavor machine is very challenging. So I found that a lot of times with children and even adults, you have to kind of retrain them to experience whole foods as having the same potency that these things it's like the difference between a shot of whiskey and a drink of water, it's
well, it's the difference
tricky.
between instant gratification and how do you really feel? Because
Right.
you eat that food, but you feel terrible in an hour. Like it hits your tongue. Oh, that's exciting.
True
maybe,
enough.
but yeah.
Well,
but
and
it's
for-
So
how
God
you
bless you,
feel.
flavor.
And
Later.
for kids, what you're talking about, right, there's research that's showing that people are losing their palates. They're
Right.
losing their ability
Yeah,
to
yeah.
find
Oh, I know
the
it's true.
nuance
No,
and
it's
flavors.
happened.
And so, if you're competing, like you've got this soup that's got garlic and potato and onion, and then you've got Cheetos, whatever kicked up, whatever that is, right? how do you make that work, right? So, I mean, we have to step back and retrain palates because
Right.
otherwise people are looking for that kick.
And you've helped me understand why bacon is being added to everything now. Okay, now I was trying to understand that trend, and now I'm fully
Well, it's the
understanding.
fat.
Okay, good. Now we can probably close on that. That's
Grass-fed beef, right?
Doing it wrong or doing it right. So here's a question about practices. Because we were talking about highfalutin ideas, that's good. Let's talk about practices. So how are you all able to do it right when the common wisdom, the business practices, and importantly, investor and consumer expectations reward you for doing it wrong? Yeah. So investors wanting higher returns, consumers wanting lower prices. How are you able to survive in that business climate?
I think, first of all, you have to have a long-term view. If you believe in the long-term value of your brand, and that value of brand is really almost entirely trust, right. then trying to maximize profits in the short term is a wrong way to create long-term brand trust.
Yeah.
Right. That's, I think, one of the advantages of being family-owned and private for us is really we do think about that on a long-term basis. I would also say we don't have earning calls. We are not on the stock market, so we don't have short-term demands that we do. I would also say, in addition to the consumer being an important key stakeholder, I would say our customers are. So I would say we work very, very closely with our customer base, and going back to the brand trust, that if there's something that's really challenging us, they put their brand on the line for us, and so for us, in terms of transparency and making sure they have the information that they need, that they carry us, and really that being part of the process is really important. So we may not be on the stock market, but I think we either have key stakeholders that we want to make sure we're transparent and that they have the information that they need, that we continue to be a trusted brand. So.
Right.
Mm-hmm. My business is very small, and I'm in a very big city, so there are a lot of people here, and we're not the right catering and events business for every client because we really care about the food, and that's not what everybody cares about most. So, but the people who do have a place to go.
That's good. Nice diversified marketplace.
Yeah.
So we're a very big organization, but we're also not publicly traded, right? So we're a cooperative.
Right.
Yeah.
So we get to do what we want in large part, right? We as long as it works for our farmers and our consumers and the business, then it works. And so we don't have to answer to that short-term profit need, which is a huge element in doing something right, I think. And then I think the other thing that is really required is just a commitment, that long-term commitment that you talk about. If you have a commitment to doing the right thing, then you can build your relationships and you can build your practices around that commitment. And it's just like how we eat individually. If you make a commitment to eating well, the whole rest of the world's going to be against you, folks. You know this. Everything is going to work against you. To eat,
yes.
Everywhere you go on the street, you're going to be bombarded by food that you really know you don't want to eat.
Yep.
So you can't go down the just regular, well-trodden path. You have to make a commitment to doing something differently.
Got it. There's a lot of people watching and probably here who are thinking about if they had their own business or if they're actually running their own business, how would they do it right? So what single piece of advice would each of you give to those starting out in food who want to do it right? What would be your single sort of golden rule?
I would start with figure out what you are personally passionate about, what you really care deeply about yourself.
Right.
And then surround yourself with other people who share that passion and hope that there's people out there who want to buy that passion.
Right, good one. I agree with that.
I think that's been a central theme that I've heard throughout this conference, as well as it's a journey. There's so much to improve and so much to change that you're not going to be able to do it alone. You really are going to need partners, and you're going to need the inspiration from other folks.
Right.
And you do need to seek them out, and change happens through people.
Yep.
And certainly we can go down the policy road, but in the end, it's still the human element of people joining together to be able to impact that change.
Nice. That was resonating with what Adam Eskin was saying earlier about vulnerability is the new black. You know, you
Yeah,
have to realize that
love
you
that.
can't do it alone.
Yeah, I
like that.
Our community growers for us, you know, really it's the passion, and you know, we've been around for 100 years, and I would say for growers who have worked with us, it's been a generational effort, and yet at the same time as we're scaling, really it's the small community grower that's really making the impact. So it's a combination of both. And really to be able to see them to succeed because they passionately care about their communities and really, really care, I think, about doing right because they're growers. I mean, we really, at the heart, it's, you know, people and soil and just good food. So it's exciting when you come back off the berry farm. So everybody should come visit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to do that. Mary, your ear's closest to the ground in the startup space. Maybe you could speak to that question. What would be your advice?
Well, I think just to pick up on what Adam did say, and we're saying here, that I think the food industry, certainly from agriculture, from the farm to the table, is very collaborative work.
Yes.
And so you really are only as good as your vendors. You're only as good as your colleagues. You want to maintain. It's a community. My work is very community focused, and I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I want that.
Right.
So I would also say I'm an artist who became a cook, who became a business person. So I kind of learned the hard way that you can't borrow money when you need it.
Right.
So it's good advice to kind of line up a credit line when you don't need it, because then there inevitably will come a time when you do.
Good practical
And
advice.
you won't be able to get it.
Yeah, it was interesting. Justin Johnson's thing resonated with me, and what you just said is where he said, my relationships is with providers who are people rather than cans from shelves. So I thought that was a beautiful comment.
Right.
So here's a tough one for all businesses. Sometimes I tell my clients failure is always a better teacher than success, right? Which doesn't feel good, obviously, because we all want to we're in a culture of winners, in case no one noticed that recently. But the reality is we all stumble. So what wrongs did your company stumble upon while trying to do it right? Anybody? This is the tough question.
It is a tough question.
Kurt?
So one of the things we had as a founding principle is we wanted to promote the entire category of American cheese and artisanal cheese.
Big category.
Well, it wasn't when we first started. It was a very small category, and it was hard to populate our stores. We have retail stores.
Right.
It was hard to find good enough cheeses to be all American.
Yes,
Where today, in 2016, it's hard to pick which cheeses to sell. But
that's nice.
At the time, we also have a pretty famous mac and cheese that is sold kind of out in grocery stores. And so we started down the path trying to make a version of our mac and cheese that would use my favorite artisanal cheeses that weren't ours. And so we made a mac and cheese out of Humboldt Fog, and one out of Rogue River Blue, and one out of, I think, Cowgirl Creamery, one of their cheeses.
These are some challenging flavor palettes, by the way.
Yeah. And not only were they challenging flavor palettes, but they were expensive cheeses.
Yes, very.
And,
most expensive,
and as much as the consumer, we sell our mac and cheese frozen, the consumers were ready for our mac and cheese, and kind of Oprah had already talked about it. They weren't quite ready for Humboldt Fog mac and cheese.
Price point.
And as much as I thought it was just a fabulous thing, it went.
Right. I think we found the solution to Tara Johnson's question just now is that if Oprah endorses your product, it'll open up a lot of consumer attention. So that's
It does turn out to be good for business.
Yes, it
But
does.
where is Oprah now?
Yeah, was she here?
Yeah.
Oprah, are you watching? Can you help everybody here?
But to your point about failure, failure on a gross level is pretty bad for business.
Yes, of course. I don't mean total
quick
failure.
Failures, making mistakes quickly and in kind of micro levels is really good for a business.
Well, my favorite thing is as an advisor to startup companies where we invest in early stage businesses that often their model is shifting constantly, there's a fun euphemism in that space called pivoting, which means failing, making it look like success, or as Buzz Lightyear says, or as the cowboy says to Buzz Lightyear, that's not flying, that's falling with style. So anyways.
Right. Spin.
So anybody else on that, a stumble in your business that where you wanted to do it right but ended up doing wrong? And also sometimes we don't realize that we start on a path to good and there's a collateral consequence to it. you know, that it may end up doing something that we didn't intend.
Yeah, there's. I asked our CEO this, George Seaman, because he's been there from the very beginning.
Right.
And he said a couple things. One is that, you know, we have been so focused on the welfare of our farmers that sometimes it's been at the cost of the market.
Yeah.
And so you can't do one without the other. And so we have to think about how do we develop a market where our food can be in more places and have access for more people. So that's one of the things that we are still working on. And I can't remember the other one. So.
Well, we'll come back.
Yeah.
Fran, do you have any experience
Sure.
with that?
Yeah, I would say deliberately over the last 20 years that you really can't impact change if you're not measuring or if you don't have clarity and vision of where you're going. So we have been very deliberate, I would say, more so over the last 10 years, 5 years, 2 years of in transparency of what is it that we want to achieve and really how are we going to measure it. There is, if you talk about the inputs of what it takes to actually grow berries, and I'll give an example of water. So going back to our business model, at the end, we're not really growing the berries.
Right.
So if we're not growing the berries, how do we inspire and bring solutions to our growers to really impact and do good? So one of the challenges for us is we grow a lot of berries in California. We
Yes.
are under a drought. So how do we inspire, water conservation in the sense where we're not the ones that are actually turning, the water on? So for us, it's really bringing people. This goes back to solutions are through people and getting people to measure. Once you know what you're measuring, then you can start tracking improvements.
Right.
And so those are the kinds of things for us of like, were we doing it wrong? We don't know because we weren't measuring.
Right. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it, right? That
Yes,
came up in our
it's
call.
a lot like food
Bloomberg.
safety, I would say. It's what are the standards? What are the basics? And then how are you going to achieve them? And what are the steps to get there? So.
Okay, cool. So another thought is businesses evolve over time, right? What was this is sort of a variation on the last question a little bit, but in year one, something seemed really right, and then year 5, it seemed not so right anymore. Has there been something where you were like dead set on doing it in early in the company, and then you felt later that it was no longer the right thing to do? Does that resonate with anyone? If not, we can move on.
I mean, Organic Valley, wow, the first year. So, there were these.
Or first 10 years.
The first 10 years, I mean, the first little while, there were these 7 farmers. There were farmers,
Right.
they weren't business people.
Different
in that
scale.
the scaling of it and sort of the idea of marketing, all these different things. So in the beginning, it was really about consensus and what do we want to do? Yeah, we're going to all do this.
Right.
They were very passionate. They really made it work. So. But at year 10, that didn't work anymore. You couldn't have the same kind of structure, even though you hope for the same passion, you hope for the same involvement.
Right.
You needed to. It's just like what you were saying. The sign of a maturing business is that you don't try to always be riding the bike while you're fixing it.
Yeah.
Right. You start to step back and say, how do we want to fix this? Where do we want to go? What are the goals? And that can change the culture a bit.
Yes.
Right?
Well, they say process is the outcome, right?
Right.
So if you change it from consensus to voting, suddenly there's a majority and an upset minority, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. So you just have to sort through all those different ways as you grow and scale up to hold on to your mission, to hold on to the thing that got you started.
Right.
Yeah,
I think you have to adapt. I mean, so did we start something that we thought was right and then it wasn't right? When we opened here in New York, we thought we were creating a different factory and a kind of a mirror of what we were in Seattle.
Right.
But it became something totally different.
Right.
It became more of a rockin' bar. And people, turns out they like to eat cheese in a rockin' bar. And so we just we pivoted a little bit.
Pirouette.
We pirouette, yeah. I can tell we're not a mature business because we still fix the bike while we're riding it.
Well, yeah. I mean, everybody does to some degree.
Yeah.
That's a trick. I'd like to see that on YouTube. Mary, how about for you?
Well, I guess when I built my second kitchen in Tribeca, we opened a retail shop because it was on a corner, and we opened it first from noon until 8.
Right.
And then I realized this was in 1986. Tribeca was not, although there were young families moving there, it was still a working class neighborhood.
It's dead at night. Really
Yeah,
dead,
so
yeah.
we switched the hours from 8 to 6 and then made dinners that people could take home.
Right.
But also just as a business that grew very, started out with me and then my friends. Then about year 5, I realized that I had to have employees and I was the boss.
Mhm.
So that was a big transition to me.
Right,
to
right.
Understanding
Yeah, corporate culture change, sort of
Yeah.
like what Anne was talking about. Yeah, scale does require different kinds of governance regimes, which can change culture. It can be very tricky. And when you have a cooperative, let's say, it's very different than you have a top-down structure. So my last question is, what role has technology or other particular strategies, either business strategies or production strategies, played in allowing your business to do it right? So, and we've talked a lot about technology today. So is there a technological or strategic solution that has allowed you to continue to do it right more effectively?
Not for us. I mean, making cheese is pretty.
Yeah.
We're doing it about the same way as they did it 200 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, well, but that's a technology. You're bringing back a technology where before there was a machine doing it all, right? So that is a strategy that helped you succeed.
Yeah, I guess in some ways, consolidation and high technology opens up the pathway for people to return to old ways and do it on. It's almost a reverse technology kind of a thing.
Yes.
And that's what the artisan cheese business is all about.
Yeah, it's about bringing heart back to something,
right?
Heartless. So
right. So it's a reverse technology thing rather than a. Yeah.
That's good. Reverse engineered, I guess. Or...
That's what Paul Willis said, right?
Oh, right.
We changed food by not changing food.
Right, exactly. But that is a strategy. Yeah. Technologies, though?
Yeah, we do something that probably shows how fanatical we are about delight and flavor. So every time you guys buy a clamshell, if you turn the clamshell over, there's a 16-digit code on it that actually traces the entire clamshell through the supply chain. And so what we allow consumers to do is take that 16-digit number, go online and fill out a flavor delight survey. And so behind the scenes, what we do with
it's
technology.
a giant focus group.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea the data that we generate, and we take that data back, and again, we know it down to the grower, we know it down to the proprietary berry or flavor or seed, and then we turn it back around and we give it to our consumer lab to actually help identify how to improve the flavor.
Cool.
So we do reward the consumer with a little coupon, and the more surveys they fill out, the higher the coupon is.
Right.
So there is a reward process.
And all done without synthetic chemicals.
No,
I like that.
It's the iPhone. Technology made simple.
Well, that's made with chemicals. But
that's true, but
not the food.
No.
Okay, I'm taking that idea.
Yeah,
you totally. Oh my gosh.
Take that idea too.
We have 5 people on my company that sit and taste every vat of cheese that we make as it's released.
Right.
And they sit with like 50, 60 samples of cheese in front of them. They do what you have consumers do. You crowdsource your evaluation.
We do. We do
I
it
am
at
totally
every.
into crowdsourcing.
Are those
Who wants to be
people
a taster for Beecher?
a
Sign up right
special
here.
exercise program in the company?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Technologies or strategies?
Well, strategy that Organic Valley has used from the beginning is we don't really have a lot of our own buildings, brick and mortar.
Interesting.
We have always relied on the
Kindness
the
of
network,
strangers?
the kindness of strangers. We pay them, but the conventional network. And so we're starting, as we grow, we're beginning to have a couple more brick and mortar buildings of our own.
Oh, nice.
But one of the interesting things that happened is a few years back, we had a fire at our headquarters in Lafarge, Wisconsin. And the fire took down our building. And so cows don't stop needing to be milked. Milk keeps shipping. You have a fire or not, you still have to keep things moving. And so by 12 hours after the fire, we had systems up, we had laptops back up, we didn't miss a single order because it was all up in the cloud, so we could make everything work. And
So cloud technology saved you from having to rely on the records.
Cell phones.
Yeah.
I mean, our phone system was down. People had cell phones, and they were sitting out in fields, in people's kitchens. I mean, it was quite a process. And
I've got a new company motto for you. Maybe don't cry over burnt milk. Yeah. Okay, that might not work, but we'll move on. Mary, any technologies or strategies?
Certainly computers have
Yes.
made it a lot easier to communicate.
Absolutely.
And POS systems have made it a lot easier to evaluate.
Inventory systems, have you utilized that? We've heard that entrepreneurs don't rely on those enough.
We don't do computerized inventory.
Gotcha, okay.
No, but we do use it for evaluating sales and what's selling, what isn't selling. Or,
Got it.
In the kiosks in Battery Park, for example, you can track each thing that
Yeah,
sells.
that's amazing.
Keep track. Yeah.
Before you had to hire another person to do it, now the computer does it automatically. So we're going to end momentarily, but I want to ask each of you to give me a quick soundbite on the single principle of doing it right that guides your company. Like when you wake up in the morning, what's the thing you say to yourself or to your staff that guides the work that you do? Kurt, let's start with you. And we'll work our way down.
The stated mission for my company and our foundation that's associated is to change the way America eats.
All right,
and
small
so everything
mission.
that we do is all about trying to be a little drip in the fire hose of change.
I think you might be at the right conference. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, okay. Fran, how about you?
Our really is about communities, so it's really enriching the lives of everyone that we touch. So it's really going back to that humanity and really, it's growers and it's communities and it matters where people live and where our berries grow. So.
Great. Thank you for that. Anne, how about you? How about organic?
Well, we want to bring really excellent food to as many people as we can. And we want to not only change the food system, but we want to change the system of business. Yeah.
Right.
It's a cooperative model that's important to us.
Excellent. Thanks. Mary?
I think how you direct your dollar makes a difference. So we try to buy conscientiously all the time, whether it's sourcing regionally or buying coffee or chocolate from another country. But also it's just keeping the topsoil on the earth, keeping the planet healthy and for future generations. And the mission of our company is to support sustainable agriculture and cuisine. So it's
good. You guys got heavy-duty charges, each of you, and I know you're all doing a great job at it. And thank you so much for joining us. Let's give them a round of hand. Applause. Thank you all so much. We covered all the questions.
Thank you. Good job. Good job.
Nice job,
And we did it within exactly
Now I'm excited
the time
about
frame.
the tour tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Love that.
Oh, great.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, how are you? Thank
good.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's excellent.
Familiar with it. Yeah.
How's everything going?
Hi. Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you.
Let me give you my card.
We have
something new.
I left it back
surveys.
Yeah.
But I can definitely do that. And, get done here.
Well, it's not necessarily in terms of the amount of berries or clamshells that are out there. It's from a research percentage, it's what's statistically needed in order to make sure we're getting the right answer. Oh yeah. I think the challenge winds up being for us getting down to the seedling, so making sure we have each grower represented, each variety. So yeah, the more data we get, the more we're able to. 100 years. Yeah. It's a family business, and the founder, one of the founders.
super excited to be speaking at the Change Food Festival this November, and I hope that you will either come along or that you'll watch the live stream.
I'm excited to speak about scaling the local farm to global proportions at this year's Change Food Fest in November.
We are really excited to come talk about sustainability and how we get this institutional food service system back to scratch.
I am really excited to talk about options and access to healthy and sustainable food in airports and on an airplane.
I'm excited to talk about making condiments with character at this November's Change Food Festival.
I'm thrilled to be speaking at the Change Food Fest.
We're going to talk about the importance of humanely raised livestock.
Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center. This is a place of wonder, aspiration, inspiration, 21st century technology. Every child deserves an environment they can be excited and happy to be a part of.
Steve Ritz is committed to the youth of the Bronx, and I'm happy to be part of this program, which is really turning kids around.
What you get here with the Green Bronx machine and with this learning center, it checks off so many boxes.
We have our tower gardens. We are net positive on food and energy. We have bicycle-powered blenders, bicycle-powered generators. We have a state-of-the-art Green Bronx machine mobile classroom kitchen, which is game-changing. We have the first living ecosystem in the United States. Unit 001 of Grove Lab is right in the back of our classroom. Literally, the fish and plants are communicating with the kids online.
We want our kids to learn. We want them to be happy and enthusiastic and energetic about learning. Steve Ritz and Louis Torres do exactly that here at CS 55.
55! All right, follow me. You're going to be amazed with this. 3, 2, 1, We can encourage kids to think about a brighter, better future for themselves and for their neighbors, not only immediately, but all around the world.
Let us turn up the beat.
Every year, we're raising up a new crop of kids who understand what food is.
Oh my gosh, you even got what kind of it? It's a lima bean. Wow.
Please check out the Green Bronx Machine website. Make a donation. Support our projects. Help us grow something greater. Also, the kids run the Facebook page, so like the kids on Facebook, and we're just getting started.
I hope that all of you will remember today as a way that a community comes together to support all of your dreams.
Today I took care of eggplants. We harvest this with chard. I've been planting beets, raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, tomatoes, onions, dill, mint.
Harlem Grown partners with elementary schools in the New York City public school system to foster a more sustainable lifestyle through doing and hands-on learning.
Before you made the Harlem Grown Garden, it was some bats and cats all over.
Kids called it the haunted garden.
And I'd say, I hope someone fixes this garden.
We got it re-registered as a school garden. So we have 400 kids, we have 400 seedlings, everybody planted something and it started coming up.
Then I said, did someone actually read my thoughts?
In Harlem, obesity and being overweight in children is higher than in the rest of
Steve Ritz is really happy because he won the raffle. So once again, I want to thank all the sponsors. If you guys run into anybody from the companies that have supported us, please, please, please thank them. And do we have a second slide? These are our in-kind donors and media sponsors. This is a really, really, as I said earlier, a big event. And I want to let you guys know, you're here for the best session. Sorry, other speakers, you were great. But this is the session that I think is game-changing. So hold tight, get excited. Here we go. Davida.
We got it.
Hi, I just wanted to wish you luck.
Thank you so much, Diane. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna make you a little bit hungry through my presentation, if you don't mind. But let me just say this. When Kentucky Fried Chicken created this dish that was inspired by one of Nashville's most iconic dishes, Andre Prince Jeffries, queen mother and founder and owner of Prince's Hot Chicken Shacks, was quoted as saying this, "Lord have mercy." It really has come full circle. Since decades ago, Kentucky Fried Chicken asked my great uncle, could they buy his hot chicken recipe? Let me tell you a story about Andre Prince Jeffries' great uncle. Back in the 1930s, during the Great Depression, there was a man by the name of James Thornton Prince. Ooh, he was a tall, good-looking, handsome man, a ladies' man, people would say. Well, let me tell you, one of his lady friends got really upset with him, got tired of his philandering ways, and she wanted retribution because James had stayed out all night and he came home wanting breakfast. So she did what any woman would do, she fried him some chicken. And she looked in the kitchen and found all the spiciest items that she could find. No one knows what went in that first batch of chicken, but she spiced that chicken to what she thought was going to be beyond edible. But she was surprised. When James sat down at the breakfast table and took a bite of the kitchen, she prepared herself. Would he be mad? Would he whimper? Would he stomp out? What would he do? But James took a bite of that chicken, and he loved it. He loved it so much, he took it to his brothers, and his brothers loved it. And as the story goes, the woman is no longer in James's life. She disappeared, but her idea of hot chicken lived on forever. And the Prince brothers went on to create the barbecue chicken shack. James went on to run that chicken shack. James's brother, after James died, Willie, he went on to run that chicken shack. And when Willie died, his wife Maud went on to run that chicken shack. And in the 1980s, when it was time for a new generation of princes to run the chicken shack, Great Aunt Maud asked this woman, Andre, Prince Jeffries, to run the family business, and she did. And the first thing she did when she took over the business is she renamed it Prince's Hot Chicken Shack. So let's be very clear here, and it's important for me to tell you this story because I want you to remember that hot chicken was created, invented, and locally popularized by Prince's Hot Chicken Shack. It's important to know that 80 years later, there's a wave of what I call second wave hot chicken joints that's opening all over the world. You guys have one right here in New York City. In Brooklyn, you have what's called Peach's Hot House. In LA, they have something that's called Howling Ray's. In Columbus, Ohio, they have Hot Chicken Takeover. In Australia, they have Bell's Hot Chicken. And right in Prince's hometown, in Nashville, Tennessee, they have Hattie B's Hot Chicken. And I think it's really important for you all to know that hot chicken, particularly in the African American community, was more than just about eating chicken. Going to Prince's in Nashville, Tennessee was almost like a pilgrimage. It was a rite of passage. It was a badge of honor to go there and eat hot chicken. So you all can imagine how taken aback I was, how surprised I was when Food Republic published this article in August that said, "Meet the man who launched the Nashville hot chicken craze." And I thought, oh, really? Are they about to do an article about James Thornton Prince? Because he's the man who launched hot chicken. But as I began to read the subtext, it says, John Lasseter of the famous Hattie B's on the past, the present, and the future of hot chicken. And ladies and gentlemen, this bothers me for a couple of reasons. It bothers me because I don't think that white voices should be centered around a dish that was created, invented, launched, and made popularized by black businesses 80 years ago. It bothers me because I don't think this article goes deep enough. It does not explain the fundamental reason why Hattie B's, and I'm not begrudging them for their success. I think their business is great. But I think it's really important for us to realize the fundamentals of why a Hattie B's is perceived as being famous, and in many cases more successful than the chicken joints that are owned by African American businesses. That's where I think this article missed out. You see, what folks fail to realize is that when entrepreneurs of African American descent, particularly around food, have major expertise of creating a dish like hot chicken, and I'm gonna add to that list now collard greens, since Neiman Marcus wanted to sell them for $66 a bowl, plus $15 shipping and handling. I'm gonna go ahead and add collard greens to the dish too. But when African American entrepreneurs don't grow rich from that dish, it's not because Hattie B's brought in a chef like John Lasseter. It's not because he went to culinary school and his chicken tastes any better. There's a couple of reasons why. The first reason why, it's still pretty hard for black folks to go to culinary school. And when they go, you can then go out and leverage and get the respect and recognition. It's still really hard for black folks to get access to bank loans so they can open up hot chicken joints in locations that are desirable and high traffic and prime time locations. And more importantly, I don't want you all to forget this. It's really hard for entrepreneurs of color to get access into networks that have mentors, that have industry expertise to help them create a business model that's scalable. Hattie B's had that, right? Hattie B's had the model. That's the reason why. What they have? They had the location. They were able to open up prime location in bustling neighborhoods in Nashville where there were designation places with other restaurants. Hattie B's was able to bring on a John Lasseter, right? A recognized chef who graduated from culinary school, one right here in the city of New York, the French Culinary Institute. And he was recognized just recently by Forbes Food and Wine as one of the top chefs 30 under 30. Hattie B's had the money to invest in a PR and marketing campaign so they can create a powerful brand and spread the message of their business as they prepare to expand all over the southeastern region of the country. And more importantly, Hattie B's had the foresight and also the resources to create a team. Because I can tell you this much, I know for sure. The founder of Hattie B's, I'm sure he benefited from his father's knowledge. I'm sure he benefited from his father's resources. I'm sure he benefited from his father's expertise because his father was the previous CEO of a company by the name of Morrison's. And at the time that he was the CEO of Morrison's, he acquired and was able to grow a very little restaurant out of Knoxville, Tennessee called Ruby Tuesdays. That's who his father was. You understand, it's important that entrepreneurs of color have the resources to create a model. And here's what I want you all to realize and understand. That I think that there is a lot of messaging, there's a lot of stories, there's a lot of conversation in the food world in terms of who get credit for what cuisine. And I think because the title of this conference is called Change Food, and there's one thing that we have to understand. If there's anything that needs to be changed as we move forward in this good food movement, it is this. We have to change the narrative. We cannot afford in this good food culture to have a movement that is based, that is steeped, that is rooted in white privilege. We cannot afford to do that. We have to, right? We have to embrace a model of empowerment. We have to. It is important that we embrace entrepreneurs of all backgrounds, of all kinds of diversity. It's important that we honor and understand and respect culture and people's history and folks' tradition. It is important that we lift up and address the needs and interests of a diverse population. And here's the deal, guys. There are models out there are doing just that are embracing entrepreneurs of color and putting them in the center and giving them leadership positions. And I'm going to share with you 3 very quickly. One that I love is called Swan Market. It's a gourmet market that's located in Old Oakland. And it's run by a community development corporation, and they're cognizant of a couple of things. Number one, they embrace small businesses, many of them who are operating businesses for the very first time out of this gourmet food court. And the second thing is that they're very intentional in bringing on Oakland residents, many of them who don't have the support and would have never had the support to actually open up a retail front for the very first time. The second one that I absolutely love lifts up what we call cooperative economics. It's a partnership between Kiba Kante, who is the coffee roaster of Red Bay Coffee, and then David Robinson, who is the son of Jackie Robinson and Raquel Robinson. And they are bringing coffee to the world in such a beautiful and equitable way, because you now have a coffee roaster that is sourcing his beans from a cooperative of Tanzanian African farmers on the continent. They're coming together, and they created a beautiful partnership. The last one that I absolutely love. This is probably the most important and the most talked about restaurant in the nation. It is the Gray. And if you go to the Gray, you will find an African-American female chef that is partnered with her white business partner in a restaurant that used to be a former Greyhound station, where the waiting area and the bathrooms, African-Americans and whites, were separated, but no longer. They've come together and created a beautiful, amazing restaurant. And if you ask Mashama Bailey, if you ask her, why is it, Mashama, you moved from New York City to Savannah to go and be a chef at a restaurant? Mashama says this. She said it was quite simple. I was a sous chef. I was a line cook. But when Jono came to me with this proposal of being a partner, he changed my world. Now I'm a partner in a building. Now I'm a partner in a restaurant. Now I'm a partner in uplifting my culture, and nobody ever offered me that. You have to understand what's happening around the world. In Silicon Valley, they have a terminology for it. Those entrepreneurs who have fantastic ideas but can't speak the startup language, they call them off-the-grid entrepreneurs, and they're starting to work with them. In the nonprofit organization where I work, we call it inclusive entrepreneurship, because we want to embrace all entrepreneurs of color. And so I say to investors, I say to funders, I say to people with industry expertise, you have got to get out and you have got to find those entrepreneurs who are creating brilliant solutions in this food system. They need you, and we have to support them. And so I go back to Queen Mother and owner of Prince's Hot Chicken Shack. And I said to her, I said, you know, Miss Jeffries, how do you feel about all these hot chicken joints opening up all the world? And she says, Davita, my customers, they try all these different places. They are popping up. They come right back here, though. Might take them a little while, but they come back to the real thing. They tell me all the time, you still got it. Of course, that makes me feel good. Have mercy. Now her only question is, she insists, which family member will take over the restaurant next? If you guys are looking to support entrepreneurs of color, if you're looking for that brilliance, if you're looking for those entrepreneurs who are working in the community, my name is Davita Davison. I'm the director of Food Lab Detroit, and I have the privilege and the honor to work with over 225 locally entrepreneurs in the city of Detroit who are making a change in their community and in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was unfortunate I have to come after that. Davita is a good friend of mine, but I'm going to try my best. Is it up there? My name is Kerry Jr. I'm the general manager of Southeast Michigan Producers Association, which is a rural farmer cooperative of farmers of color whose mission is to build the capacity themselves, collaborate, work together, and then get their food items into the city of Detroit, specifically targeting the food insecure areas. So what we're doing to work on our project here is trying to create a local food system, hopefully that would help encourage us to get to deal with food sovereignty in the distressed areas. Okay. Now, I'm going to back up a little bit, and let's start off talking about the food economy in general. The world food economy is $4.8 trillion. $4.8 trillion. In the U.S., it's $835 billion. In Michigan, our state, is $102 billion, and the city of Detroit is $5.8 billion. Now, the question is, that's on the city level. So what is it in the neighborhood level? If you think about it, everybody has to eat. Everybody's buying food from someplace. And if their food was sort of localized, you have an economy that is being missed. So the question you ask, what is the food economy in your neighborhood or your rural community, or for that matter, your tribal nation? Now, this slide I show you here is the $4 trillion we're talking about. These are the 10 multinational corporations that control and own all the food companies in the world. 5 of those are in the U.S. The other 5 are, I think, pretty much in Europe. But I guarantee you, any place you go, in any grocery store, any market, any brand you buy, I guarantee you that brand is on this page right here. So keep that in mind, whether it's gluten-free or organic as well, it's there on this page. Other farm facts. 9% of the population controls 66% of the farmland. And as I mentioned before, 2% of our population now are farmers, and back in 1933 when it was 25%. And again, 4 multinational corporations control 69% of the seed market and 79% of the beef packing industry. 6 corporations control 50% of the U.S. food sales. And then the last one, you keep in mind, small businesses sustain the U.S. economy, but the big businesses control it. Keep in mind, the small businesses sustain the economy, but the big businesses control it. So the more entrepreneurs we create, the more that'll help us sustain our economy, particularly in our distressed areas. Again, we talk about environmental issues impacting urban areas. As you see, food deserts is the number 6 item. Again, that's why we know this is a critical item we need to address here in the United States. Now, what's a local food system? Most of you, I think, are aware of it, but I thought I'd put the 5 components up there just to kind of recover. You got the production, you have the processing, the distribution, then, of course, we have the eating, and then and lastly, you have the food waste. Those are the 5 areas that normally need to be addressed as you talk about dealing with our food system. Now, according to make a food system work, you need a food hub or you need a middle piece. And again, what I show here is the critical items that you really need to make a food hub work. There's a great effort right now in the U.S. trying to create these throughout the place. And anytime you have someone producing and you're trying to get it to an end user, you need this food hub in the middle to make it work. Now, here's another picture, a pictorial model of the food system where I show the production on the left, transportation, you see the food hub and the processing aggregation in the middle, and then you have the end users on the end, whether it's a school, farmer's market, grocery store, wholesaler, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the advantage of creating a local food system, again, like I said, mainly it helps farmers work collectively. If you got a small farmer, more likely not going to be able to produce enough to you want to include in a commercial market. Also, the marketing is also consolidated, and then also it helps it develops a brand in the community for it. Some of the challenges they have, you can see that the coordination has to be extensive. Somebody has to be on every piece, has to make sure everything works. But the other part is that you have to maintain quality and you have to maintain capacity. And these have always been challenges that small farmers have. And not to mention the last one, I think I mentioned as pricing. Of course, everybody thinks their apples or oranges are better than the other, but when you're dealing with things collectively, you have to come up with a way of deciding how you want to do it. Now, what I show here is just pretty much some items that people need to be aware of. On the left is just showing if you're trying to start with a small cooperative with small farmers, these are the markets they want to try to get into, whether it's small restaurants and caterers or small grocers, because the people on the left are usually willing to negotiate with you on your product or work with you on your capacity. The people on the right, once you get over there, they provide stability for your local food system, but at the same time, you have to be able to provide that consistency and quality on a regular basis. On this sheet here, I've shown the two items that are important. On the left, the food safety items that pertains to that grower. They have to be, if they're going to get a commercial market, they have to be able to maintain these items, particularly food safety plan. Now, whether they're selling the farmers market, they usually can do what they want to do. We ask normally that you maintain at least a food safety plan. If you're trying to sell in a major store, you have to meet some of these other certifications. On the right, those are the classifications that we normally hear about, whether it's conventional, which most of us know. Then you have organically grown, certified naturally grown, and certified organic. Now, a little bit more about Semper, our group. Again, we started about 4 years ago, started about let's say 12 farmers. These guys have been growing. These are excellent growers. The average age is 68 years old, so most of them have been growing pretty much most of their life. Now, keep in mind, most of them also had a full-time job when they had these farms. So they've retired now, and they're growing this land. Now, the problem with them on this side of it is that because they've been around that long, and to this day, they do not trust the government. So it's very hard to get them to get engaged with USDA programs. But on the other hand, I'm telling you, you have to get involved in these programs if you want to sell commercially. They all have tons of acreage, to say anywhere between 10 to 100 acres. But most of the guys now, even with the ones with 100 acres, are only farming on 2 acres because they can't do it themselves. Now, the challenges is, which we mentioned before, now they have this land and they're getting older and their children are not interested in farming. Like most of them are becoming attorneys or rap stars or athletes, and they're not interested in farming. What we're trying to do is get those families interested in understanding the value of having that farm, and at the same time trying to help those farmers create transition plans for that farm. Now, on the other hand, we were also working with a group of urban farmers in the city of Detroit. This is the opposite. These are young people who are just learning about urban farming. They're getting excited, they're getting trained to do organic farming, but they don't have access to land. So we're trying to figure out how do we get this enthusiastic group who want to farm and farm it on 1/8 of an acre to work with these farmers who have, again, 10 to 100 acres who are used to doing things the original way. So the idea is, again, to get these guys to work together. Now, what I show here is we talk about, as I mentioned, food deserts. This is just a map from the state of New York. They indicate the areas that are supposed to be food deserts, or we call food insecure areas. Keep in mind, when you see a big block like that, it either means that it's either in the mountains somewhere, or in a lot of cases, it could be tribal lands. Here I show, this is a map indicating here in the New York area, the red dots indicate the most food insecure areas in this area. This is the city of Detroit. The red area, again, it's the food insecure areas around the city that we're trying to work with and trying to hopefully get food into. And this is a metro map, just to give you some indication. You see the city of Detroit in yellow. Right between the Detroit and Ann Arbor is where our farmers are located. So the whole idea is getting those farmers to work together. We get their product from there into the city of Detroit. And the specific reason we chose the city of Detroit, we want to put in one, not only want to provide food insecurity, but we want to deal with food insecurity, but we also want to provide the job opportunities where they come. This is the building that we're working on, trying to get, hopefully get some funding to get it up and running, some seed funding. And this is pretty much to give you an idea of the scale we're working with as far as our map. As you can see, this is the network that we're trying to put together. And keep in mind, each one of those boxes represents some type of opportunity. The organization itself is not trying to control everything. We're hoping each of those boxes become entrepreneurs or some kind of venture within our network. And on this sheet, we show these are the jobs and opportunities that be produced in that from that network that I just showed you. So there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of people, whether it's jobs or entrepreneurs, that we hope to put in place. And again, our model is a cooperative production plus food hub plus markets equal local food system, and then a sustainable agriculture, local food system, and a nutrition education equal food sovereignty. So the question goes back to you again. What is your neighborhood, rural community, or tribal nation food economy? Just think about that, what it could be. And thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tessa Edick. 12 hours ago, I was chasing chickens, gathering eggs, and I scrambled one for breakfast. This morning's egg tastes better. For all the reasons we heard today, I'm continuing to farm on. I approach everything in life with the same question. What is the solution? I'm from the Finger Lakes region in upstate New York. I grew up in dairy farming. I launched a successful food business that's still on shelves today. But I keep coming back to the same problem to solve in agriculture, and it's about succession. Succession on the family farm. How do we keep farmers farming? What I mean by this is at 59 years old, farmers are aging out. And when we think of farming, we think of milking a cow or planting crops. We don't think of it as a noble profession. But who's going to feed us? Our youth are interested. The farm is trendy. They care about the environment, and who doesn't want to make money? But unless they can earn a fair living wage, they'll leave the farm too. Despite romantic notion of being on a farm, once they realize the hard work, the low pay, the long hours, and the big food dollars that are competitive in making your product successful, it's not such a picnic after all. But we have to eat. And farming is a noble profession, and rural regions need jobs. Here are some numbers to chew on. 2.1 million family farms in America. That's less than 1% of the population. In New York State alone, 56,000 family farms, 50% of them report $10,000 a year or less earnings. While our obsession with organic food soars, in 2015, up 11% at $35.9 billion, America is eating better. But that money is not going back to the family farms with contracts. It's not securing their business. The economic development in rural economies is key to saving the family farm. President Obama says, when America's rural communities are strong, America is strong. We have conversations about urban farming all the time, airspace, access to land. But all the time, the solution lies in the fields of rural America. And I know because I live there and I came from there. In 2011, I started the Farm On Foundation. It's about the next generation to feed us. It's a solution to the succession problem. We want to shift the paradigm in food. 6 years in the nonprofit organization and public charity. We're based in the Hudson Valley. We're changing kids' lives. They are learning to earn. We set up programs to teach these young adults the business of food on our 220-acre historic working farm. Through an entrepreneurial lens, we have created an on-farm program. It's an ag academy. We have achieved a formal partnership with the State University of New York. I work with Chancellor Nancy Zimpher and her staff, as well as Cornell College of Ag and Life Sciences in a formal partnership. And we're doing something super cool. We're custom growing for New York City chefs. They're giving us seed money in a committed way to contract their dollars back to the farm. This curriculum allows students to immerse in the program. They live on property for 3 months. They farm a 10-acre victory garden, which is their field as classroom, and they leave with a lot of advances. 12 college credits, $3,500 cash, room and board paid, and in the last 2 years since we started farming, because we acquired the Empire Farm after fundraising the money for it a year and a half ago, we grew $140,000 of organic vegetables by contract to these chefs. Jean-Georges Von Richten, Gotham Bar and Grill, April Bloomfield, Zach Palaccio, ABC Kitchen, Candle 79, and others. They invested in our custom growing plan and the kids that want to go into farming. The Ag Academy is a simulated business incubator. It allows students to learn to earn. They learn on our dime. Our 12-week immersion program is impactful. They leave with real skill sets that are hireable. They leave with ideas on how to make a living. And they deal with everyday real-life problems. They work in QuickBooks. They write a business plan. They deal with time management. They pack and distribute. They cook, they count, they communicate, and they practice conflict resolution. This is all to create pathways to viable livelihoods, where farmers earn a fair living wage. This is the framework to expand and roll out as a national model on farms everywhere. We want to reconnect our family farms by contract to the business of food. The next generation can feed us. It's a solution to our problem, acclimating the kids to the farm and getting them involved. The youth learn by doing, and in rural regions, these entrepreneurs leave with skill sets that will bring commerce to revitalize the respect for the family farm. They serve as an economic engine. Everything I ever needed to know, I learned at the farm. I'm asking you to take action and do something. I'm asking you to take action and stand up for your farming community. Invest in our youth and their education and agriculture. It matters. I invite you to visit us. Empire Farm is in the Hudson Valley, just 2 hours north of here. You can go to Hudson, New York via Amtrak. You can take Metro North. You can drive up along the Taconic. It's an experience you won't forget. It's seed, soil, and eating. You plant the carrot, you pull that carrot, you cook with that carrot. It tastes better, and it creates pathways for youth. We need all of your ideas. We need all of your relationships to come and build this program throughout the state of New York. I work with the governor on the Food Policy Council to change the way we eat. Policy gets things done, but people make things happen. So to invest in our future farmers of America to feed us, I'm telling you to get involved in Farm On. Health is real wealth. Please help us today. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. So I'm Angel Rodriguez. I'm here to talk about APM's Food Buying Club. Now at the Food Buying Club, we believe that every mother should be able to feed their kid. How many of you, by a show of hands, believe that too? Exactly. But that's not true. That's especially not true in Philadelphia. And that came really like to a poignant moment for me one day when I met one of our community moms and I was like trying to talk to her. And she was very anxious. She was actually like very upset and stressed out. And I'm like, why? She goes, I have to go food shopping. You have to go food shopping. Okay, everybody goes food shopping, right? But she seemed unusually stressed out. That was the end of the conversation, but it really bothered me. Especially when in Philadelphia, if you look at all the food choices, why was she unusually stressed out? Why did she always think of this thing where I go to a store, I buy food, I never think about it. Why was she upset? I had to find out. Me and my team, we did our research, and what we found out was pretty scary. The reality is that Philadelphia is the 5th largest city, and it has the highest level of deep poverty. And in the area that we deal with, what we found out was that mom and a lot of other moms make about $15,000 or less to feed a family of 4. Just want you to take a moment and think about that. Whatever you make annually, they make demonstrably less, and a large portion of our families make less than $5,000 a year. Now, in the particular area that we service in eastern North Philadelphia, almost half of the population is food insecure. And here's the funny part. APM actually developed one of the first, well, second, community development organizations. Like we built a supermarket just to alleviate a food desert, and it still did not answer the problem. So what are we gonna do about that? The other thing, because of that, we have high rates of diabetes, obesity, and hypertension. So we went to the drawing board. And we figured out, okay, what are we gonna do about it? Well, we asked the families, what do you want? Well, this was our duh moment. You know how you talk about aha moments? We asked them and they told us, We want the highest quality food at the cheapest price. Duh. Everybody wants the highest quality food at the cheapest price. Now, we're not in the food business. That's not what we do at APM. But we had to try. We then said, we're concerned, we have to do it, we have to figure it out. So we went and figured out, okay, what could we do? We had to look at what we had. What assets did we have? Well, the first asset we realized is that we have the Philadelphia wholesale market. It's a great market. It's open to the public. It's 5 football fields long. It houses 24 small businesses, and they provide fruits and vegetables to all of the supermarkets and restaurants in the area. Then we realized, what else do we have? We have people and partners, okay? The issue was, how do we get that to them? So this is what we came up with. It's not a new idea. This is a hub and spoke model. This is what FedEx uses, right? We leveraged what we had, the need of the families, and then the resource of the Philadelphia wholesale market. Now, we get a lot of pushback about this, and I want to talk about this a little bit, because this model is not meant to compete with all the other models, all right? This model was designed specifically to address the need of that mom who's making $15,000 to $5,000 a year. Yes, they care about quality food, but they just can't afford it. So how do we get them the highest quality at the lowest price? Well, this is how it works. Every 2 weeks, we get orders, and we go to the wholesale market. Doesn't that look pretty? All that fruit and vegetable there. And then we get our volunteers and our community connectors, and we go and fill those orders. We bring that food back. And then we bring it back to our community center. And this is what we have. This is what we show the population. This is what you're getting. Everybody gets into the act. And I mean everybody. If you want to eat, you got to work. So through this model, we've also been able to hire 5 community members to be relationship managers. Now, what does this mean to our community? Well, for 34 pounds of food, it only costs them $23. I want you to take a second and think about that. On average, our families spend about $255 a month, and the majority of them are on SNAP benefits. So being able to stretch their dollar by a power of 3 is huge. It allows them to eat fresh fruits and vegetables on a regular basis. The next thing, and these are our numbers from the first year. We serviced over 600 families. We delivered over 60,000 pounds of fresh produce. More importantly, we saved them over $112,000 over the year. But that wasn't the biggest thing. Remember, the mom, she was so anxious. What we did was we were able to reestablish their relationship with their food and their community. Not so anxious now when they know that they can get so much great food for such a low price. She knows she can put good food on the table for her kids. And her kids, you saw those kids, right? They were all smiling. She gets to see that every night now. Now, this isn't a new idea. I just want you all to know that. It's not innovative. It's not like, oh, earth-shattering. All we did was bring back a little bit of the old school. Thank you.
"13 years ago, I found myself in Belize. I was working in the bush growing food with 2 local farmers. There was no electricity, no Wi-Fi. I don't know if Facebook is that old or not. But there was no connection, right? We were disconnected from the source, from the market. We produced organically all the food we needed and more. We drank from the same stream that we washed and bathed our clothes in. But as a Puerto Rican Jew from New York, I wasn't that good at hunting. And one day I got hungry. I went to the nearest farm which was in the nearest village, which was about an hour and a half walk away. It was there, bartering over some chickens, where I heard screaming. I ran over there to see what was going on, and I saw a man about my age today holding his son in his arms. His son's body was limp and pale. His son had drinking the pesticides that his father used on his farm and passed away. I had never seen the implications of an industrial agriculture model as much as I did that day. I realized something, that there's two faces of agriculture. There is one of justice and one of injustice. There's monocultures and then there's polycultures. There's sustainable organic food communities, rural economies, decentralized from this vast oppressive market. But guess what? They have farmers at the helm. They celebrate the culture of agriculture. But you have this other side that somehow takes over. It's an oppressive system that doesn't even outproduce the peasants all over the world. That system is of monocultures, is dependencies on toxic chemicals, right? The problems that we face today are a result of that system. And that system is there because it has eradicated the culture of agriculture. It has displaced farmers from the helm of agriculture. I went off to learn about that culture. I went off to learn about what farmers who had their own autonomy, who had the control over their food system, what they were doing different, right? I took off and I visited probably over 2,000 farmers in 30 countries around the world to learn from them. I met Bedouin farmers that can taste rocks from the desert and know which ones would fertilize which trees. I met an Indian couple that bought an abandoned pebble mine where you couldn't even take a shovel and break the ground. And that day, when I visited them, they were growing root crops and over 120 varieties of vegetables in the sexiest soil I've ever seen. They didn't buy any inputs. They built it themselves. But there's one story. There's one story that I want to share with you right now. And that's of this farmer. This was like a hero. This was folklore. I kept hearing about him. And it was in Vietnam. It took me about 8 to 9 months to find this guy. When I found him, it looked like a normal pig house. And we walked in, and he stopped me and he said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Smell what?" He said, "Exactly. Here's a pig house that had no odor." We walked down the aisle. He jumped over the pen into the pig den, and he lifted up the bedding, and he held it up, and he said, "Come, smell this." I smelled it. It smelled sweet. There was no odor, and he said, "I've never changed that pig bedding, not once." What had happened was that farmer buried rice in different microclimates around his farm, by the river, in the forest, in the pasture. He buried this rice, came back 10 days later to find the mold, right? A microorganism population that he cultivated, mixed with warm water and molasses and lactobacillus, a culture from milk, and created this kind of Caligula-like microorganism soup. He then sprayed it on the bedding, and it wasn't about disinfection. It wasn't about clean meat like in a petri dish. This was about co-infection, right? The bedding became alive and broke down the minerals. It broke down the manure, the feces, the urine. There was no more runoff. But these techniques, these innovations are happening in a silo, right? Nobody's hearing about them because there's no market industry backing it up. When a farmer innovates, she creates a system that is not only environmentally sound, it is socially just. It is just as much about racial justice, gender justice. It is just about community resiliency. It is not just about an environmental sustainability. And we as a community, we as a food movement have to recognize that this food movement is about farmer autonomy and about farmer rights. We have to support them to shape a food system. If I see one more picture about the future of the food movement and it is void of the 1.5 billion landless peasants, traditional, indigenous, small family farmers, that is bullshit. That is not a food system I want to be part of. We cannot displace the masses of this population that is humbly producing our food. We cannot fail to connect the social justice with the environmental justice, because true environmental resiliency is about community resiliency, is about strong communities that innovate together. So what do we do? What do we do to change this? A, we start by acknowledging the roles that farmers, peasants, and the landless and the family farmers play in our society. We demand their inclusion in academia research. We demand their inclusion in policy. Second, we support systems that support them in their capacity. It's not about us changing the food system. Guys, step back. It's about them. And we need to support them. And fill to the rim of the food movement right here. Let me ask a question. How many of you have ever asked a farmer how you can help them in their capacity change the food system? Instead, you want to assume that you have the solutions. We want to empower consumers to transform the food system more than the farmers, more than the producers. Finally, we need to stop dividing and ignoring the community that we say we stand for. If we should have learned anything this week, it is that you cannot ignore a community that you supposedly speak for, right? Farmers, farmer justice, farmer rights, whether it's a smallholder farmer in Zimbabwe being pushed off their land or an Arkansas chicken farmer under contract with Tyson, guess what? They don't have autonomy. They have no control. Let's start by changing that and see what we get. Because right now we have a food system that overproduces. 10.5 billion people can be fed by our food system, but still, in a population of 7 billion, 1.2 billion go to bed hungry. 70% of them are farmers. 70% of the hungry are the ones growing our food, stuck in a model which exports their food, stuck in a model which treats them without respect and dignity. Agriculture needs to bring back the culture. That is the foundation of what we're here for. That's the food movement. So please remember that changing the food movement starts with changing how we view the world's farmers. Thank you.
Hello, New York. I'm Tony Hillary. I'm founder, executive director of a very small nonprofit here in New York called Harlem Grown. I have 10 minutes to kind of squeeze 100 years of problems into, so let's go. We work in about 15 minutes north of here, those are visiting from New York, in a little village called Harlem. In Harlem, New York, how do I get this to stand? Okay. In Harlem, New York, we work with elementary school children in schools where you would be shocked to see the conditions. But the children are the most amazing little people you've ever met in your life. So, 5 years ago, I was there volunteering in a lunchroom at a school that has no art, Some of the schools there have no music or gym. The children that we serve, 80% live in single-parent households, 90% live below poverty, 100% are on food stamps, and 40% live in homeless shelters. Yes, 15 minutes from here, just north, okay? The school where I first started, directly across the street, was an abandoned community garden that we took and developed into a youth garden. But from that garden, we call it a farm, from that farm, in a 4-block radius, we have 11 homeless shelters. But more shockingly, we have 54 fried chicken restaurants in a 3-block radius, 29 pharmacies, and not one affordable food option. So just go back to the numbers that I described to you, the high poverty, single-parent household, the high need, and then no access. So we just got over a very rough period of our country, and we were going through these statistics almost for a whole year, okay? Where we are, they're not statistics or metrics. They're children with names, families, friends, and we love those children. So I go into this school and I start to volunteer in the lunchroom. I just had time. My business was in a free fall, so I just started volunteering to keep myself busy. And I'm working in the lunchroom. 5 years ago, I had a conversation with a little girl who told me that tomatoes grow in the supermarket because she saw them on Pathmark and the rain coming down and the thunder rumbling and all that stuff. And then that just boggled my mind. So as I started talking to the children in the lunchroom, children in Harlem cannot identify simple vegetables. They can tell you a tomato, a carrot, broccoli. Everything else is salad, 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 salad. Eggplant is purple salad, and they don't eat salad. The children we serve not only go to school for reading, writing, and arithmetic, they go for breakfast, lunch, and supper in most cases. So they're having 3 meals a day in a school with no art, most often no music or gym, a lot of test prep. What do we expect from these children? So 5 years ago, we took that little community garden, made it an urban farm, where we had 400 students from the school across the street come over. Now, mind you, I never planted a thing in my life until 5 years ago. So I've killed more plants than I've grown. That's a fact. Went to Home Depot, bought 400 seedlings, and then every child in that school planted something. And that's when the light bulb went off. Because now, every day after school, the children are dragging their mothers across the street and saying, "Mom, that's my plant right there." And asking, "Mr. Tony, did you water my plant? Did you take care of my plant?" And they took this love and care for this plant like I've never seen before. So when they started growing and maturing, I saw the children actually eating it. And that's when the light bulb really went off. And we've discovered this simple formula that if a child plants it, they will eat it, guaranteed. 8 out of 10 times if they eat it, they like it, but then we're back to square one. What do? You cannot buy what we grow where they live. Me and my staff, we work there. My kids live there. So when we went through this cycle, I would like to forget it, but I can't. We heard all of the rhetoric about food stamp recipients wasting our hard-earned tax dollars on junk food and welfare people not wanting to work. Those are really broad strokes, all right? Our families go shopping at the bodega because it's cheap and it's close. In the 5 years I've been there, I've yet to meet one mother out of the thousands of kids that we serve who would not want 3 organic meals a day for their children, or a nice, decent house to raise these children in. They want the same things that we want, but it's not accessible. So 5 years ago, we grew 38 pounds of produce. All right? This year, we're close to 3,000 pounds of organic produce. Everything we grow is free of charge to our children and their families. We teach our children every Saturday how to prepare this food, because in the very beginning, I'm thinking if we give these children this food, that's going to be the end all. Let's grow organic kale and give it to the kids. We're giving it to them the mothers don't know what it is, so how are they going to eat it? They were throwing it away. So we went to the root cause of it, and that's education and lack thereof. So we teach the children how to grow it, how to prepare it, and how to eat it. And also, aside from that, we're trying to create a demand from the bottom up. Because business 101, if enough people ask you for something as a business, you're going to carry it. So if we have 100 parents come in and ask for kale, the store is going to carry kale. So that is it in a nutshell. But the portion of this that I'm most proud of is our workforce development component that we've made from this, because it started with me in one school. Now we're in 6 schools. So we went from 400 kids to almost 3,000 children now. So it was a point of us getting to the point where we could hire people from the community with meaningful work at meaningful wages. So we have a partnership with the Police Athletic League and New York Justice Corps, and we hire young men of color, all 17 to 24 years old. They've all dropped out of high school and all been arrested. That's a good starting point. In a typical world, they're unemployable because their resumes consist of name, address, and phone number. There's no education or prior work experience. But there's nowhere on a job application that puts will to work. So that's what we look for. They come and intern with us for like 14 weeks, and then we target the ones that we see potential in. After the internship is up, we offer them living wage jobs, but you got to enroll in GED prep. You have to open a bank account because we don't cut checks. We give direct deposit. We encourage them to register to vote. We give them Harlem-grown email addresses, and we give them what we call desk time and give them IT support, just the basics, Google Share Drives, calendars, et cetera, et cetera. All the things that we think everybody knows, but everybody doesn't. So now, out of those guys, we find the ones with little charisma, personality, if you will, and we give them mediation training, conflict resolution, and they become our future in-school mentors that we place in our new partner elementary schools. So now we have an everyday contact with these children. Like I said before, we reach thousands of children, but those numbers, reach versus impact. Our impact children are roughly about 50 to 60, but those are the agents of change that we so desperately need to change this dire system that we're in. Those children compost, they eat healthy, they come on their own accord after school, Saturday and Sunday, because they want more. So the real work of Harlem Grown, I like to say we plant seeds in the ground, but more importantly, we're planting seeds in these children's heads, because our children are being brought up in this vicious cycle of poverty, and it's like a cancer that it feeds on itself. So how do we want a child to be something that that child doesn't even know exists? So we try to leverage all of our corporate sponsors to not just cut checks. Checks are important, yes, but the people of these corporations that come work alongside our children are just as important, if not more so, than the check. Because when I started, and this is not a joke, every boy wanted to be LeBron James, every girl wanted to be Beyonce. That was the scope of their vision. But today, the same children, they want to be a CPA, an engineer, an architect. They want to write code. Why? Because they've been exposed to it. So we have this simple hashtag. It's growing together, and see it to be it. See it to be it is so, so simple. Because everybody in this room, even remotely successful, has been surrounded by some degree of success their entire life. But everybody can't say that. My children can't say that. So here at the Change Food Conference, I just want to say on this closing that we have to change. We have to change our priorities. We definitely have to change our access. And we have to change. Thank you.
Hello, My name is Martina Lynch. I am a hip-hop spoken word artist from Baltimore, Maryland, and I am also CEO of Tahaka Brothers, which is an ice cream company based in Baltimore. Our strategy is to empower youth to take control of their lives by taking control of a business, and we believe that we can change the world through art, through food. We believe food is a powerful element, and we believe that we can foster understanding through our ice cream by storytelling. So we tell stories through our flavors, which is why we created a flavor called Chocolate Lives Matter. So with this flavor and with all the tension and the division that's going on in the country right now, we want to spark conversation. We want to lead people to ask questions, and not necessarily to offend, but to understand and to just to foster that understanding. We believe we can do that through art. We believe art connects people. We believe food connects people. So we also created a flavor called Fences, inspired by August Wilson, where we designed the pint into 3 flavors. The top flavor is sour cream blueberry gin, and it's to represent the struggle of the 60s, the depression, different things that you had to go through. The middle layer is a waffle cone, which represents the fence. So once you eat through the sour cream, the blueberry, the gin, you get to the fence, you break through the fence, and you get to the other side, which is the sweet cream. And it's all symbolic for going through a struggle, striving through a struggle to get to the victory, to get to an answer, to find a solution. Thank you. We don't believe that we have all the answers, but we like to try to get the answers. We believe together we can find the answer to become more united. So to break it down even further, I made a poem about it. So I'm going to share the poem because I believe that, like I said, art connects people, and we like to foster understanding. So I'm going to go ahead and share it. I got so many fences, it seems that I'm defensive. I'm missing parts of my mental. I'm missing parts of my vision. It gets too much to conquer. I swear it could take you under. Once you start knocking down fences, there's nothing to block your entrance. Hey, please, excuse me. Could I please ask a favor? Could we really integrate like the layers of a flavor? Could a black girl that's urban have suburban girls as neighbors, or be more than just a waiter with the proper education? Could she get into Harvard? Would the judge her for her race? Looking at me up and down because my skin was brown. I seen it all over their face. And Eddie Conway went to prison because they thought he did it. And now all these fences have turned into gates. It's like August Wilson said it in the play. Every day there's a new obstacle that's placed into the way. So many walls to separate us. We don't get to conversate like, where you going? How's your day? But you just hang out where you stay. The rich eats with the rich. The poor eats with the poor. So much distance between us, there's no way to reach the door. So you don't understand my story, and no, I do not get yours. How could we ever get along? We don't, we go to war. They put these fences in our minds every day. You're told you can't rap, you can't dance, you can't be the one because you don't have a chance, and you can't get a job because your record didn't get passed, but you're wrong like Obama told us. Yes, we can. There's so many dreams deferred. We pray for the lottery, praying for God to speak, hoping our voices are heard. I know that it is, I know it's unclear, but I've been seeing these fences for a while, ever since I was a child. Can I knock it down now? The picket fence I saw when I drove up the street reminded me that 2 doors down, the kids don't have shoes on their feet. But the kids inside the yard had pet dogs, parents with jobs, and the other kids are probably going to starve. So many different classes, while half the world is happy, sipping glasses, giving chances to folks who already have it. We build these walls to protect us. We don't want no one to help us. We tried trusting police, and they even left us with fences. The fences, they will teach us to self-defend. These walls are closing in, but we can make them bend. I've been plotting for some time. All these blocks is here within. I got a shovel and some boots. I think it's time to kick the fence. Tell me, can I kick the fence? Thank you. Once again, I am Martina Lynch, guys. Thank you guys so much for having me. We just want to inspire everybody to take that chance to change and bring change. Thank you.
So everyone, Martina, I just want you to know that she drove up from Baltimore today and hit traffic. She literally, the person she's with is still parking the car. She literally just got here in time, and she was worth the wait.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
She's amazing. To Harker Brothers, everybody. Seriously, check out the ice cream. You didn't bring any, did you? We're going to Baltimore. We're all going to Baltimore to have some ice cream.
Yes, it's available online, so thank you guys.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
So that's it, except please help me in thanking the volunteers. You know it takes a city to put on an event like this. And these guys, get out, 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 out. All the way. Keep walking. They're always very shy every year. Come on. Donna did not wear black. She did not get the dress code. So just so you guys know, a lot of these people are the forerunners, and they are who is coming up in the food movement. I mean, I hate to say it, but I am becoming an old timer. I'm actually pretty proud of that, actually. But a lot of these people are the new generation, so not only do I thank them for their help today, I thank you for joining the movement. So thank you, everyone. There's beer and wine now. Reception.